Hi, I'm Nellie Steele, queen of soap opera romance and author of Hearts Across Time. This is an original audiobook written by me, narrated by a human, and produced by a Novel Idea Publishing. Enjoy the story.
Hearts Across Time. Love Transcends Time, Time Travel Romance Tales, Book 1. Written by Nellie Steele, narrated by Jake Mahler. Chapter 1. Ben. The nauseating stench of sulfur and blood hung heavy in the air as cannon fire thundered across the battlefield. I sucked in a shaky breath as I waited with my men to attack, my heart pounding with the beat of the war drums. The chaos of battle was all-consuming, engrossing, and exhausting every sense I had, yet my focus remained razor-sharp. "Captain Turner," one of my younger men said as he trembled all over, "we should go now." "No," I said with a firm shake of my head, "not yet. They're ready to fire on us. We go while they're reloading." "But Ben—" "I said no," I hissed. "Hold." He rolled onto his back, his weapon clutched close to his chest as he continued to shake. It was his first battle, though it was hardly mine. I'd risen through the ranks of General Washington's army quickly, not only loyal to the cause, but smart when it came to strategic moves. Smoke wafted over us as more cannons blasted, threatening to make my ears bleed. The noise spooked my nearest recruit, and he rose, readying his weapon too soon. The redcoat front line fired, one of the bullets hitting their mark. I instinctively ducked as he took the bullet, falling backward next to me. Dead. Instantly. His eyes stared straight ahead, unseeing now. My heart sank as I lost a man under my command, but I had more to lead and a battle to participate in. "Now!" I cried, raising my sword in the air. The soldiers under my command leapt to their feet and raced over the small hill we hid behind. The Brits sent their second line up to fire, but we picked off several of them before they could get a round off. The soldiers who missed their marks meant those lucky redcoats got a few shots off, taking out some of my men. Those who lived, including myself, charged closer, and the fighting turned to hand-to-hand combat. Smoke swept past us, and confusion reigned as swords clashed, guns fired, and bayonets sliced at flesh. I glanced around the battlefield, trying to assess the battle that waged around me when the retreat sounded. "Fall back!" another patriot shouted. "Fall back!" "Fall back!" I repeated to my men, what was left of them. This battle had been an ambush, with the British flanking us with far more men than our scouts had reported. We'd been tricked and bested. We needed to preserve whatever men we had left to fight another day. "Fall back!" I shouted again, my heart thundering as I made the retreat call. I waited until all of my men were behind me before I twisted to run. A bullet zipped past me, searing the skin of my upper arm as it ripped through my uniform. Warm blood trickled down to my elbow as I raced away. Time seemed to stand still, and the tree line seemed further than I recalled. Every step I took, I feared would be my last. Another gun fired behind me, but missed its mark. My breathing turned ragged as my eyes widened and my heart hammered hard enough I thought it would break my ribs. I spun and fired my weapon blindly, not hitting anything, but hoping to slow the advance of those who chased me. It did little to stop the two lobsterbacks who chased me. I stumbled as I continued to stare behind me for a second too long. I tripped and fell, my chin scraping against the cold dirt. A flash of lightning lit the sky as I spun onto my back, kicking away from the two soldiers. They stared behind me, their eyes wide before they backed up a few steps and raced away from me. With a furrow of my brow, I lifted my chest, wondering what had spooked them. After a second, I figured it didn't matter and scrambled to my feet. By some grace, I'd managed to survive what I thought would surely be the end of me. Must have been my lucky day. I twisted and raced away when another bullet fired. Maybe I wouldn't be so lucky after all. I hurried toward the trees, diving into the darkness they provided. When I landed, I hit a hard, metallic surface, nothing like the dirt and mud of the battlefield. Cool air, a stark contrast to the heat outside, surrounded me. A dim blue light casted eerie shadows on the sleek metal floor. Strange symbols and glowing circles adorned the walls, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was as if I'd stumbled into one of Mr. Franklin's wildest imaginings come to life. My stomach lurched as I tried to understand what I'd landed on. A hand grasped my jacket and dragged me further into the contraption, my heart pounding in my ears. My breathing came in ragged gasps as a circular door snapped shut, cutting off any escape. "Strap in," a man's voice said, and I struggled to understand what he was saying. A steady hum grew louder, becoming nearly deafening. My gaze darted around whatever this thing was, both horrified and amazed. Had I been shot? Was I hallucinating? What in the world had my mind conjured up? The man, his face obscured by a dark hood pulled over his head, shoved me into a thickly padded seat. A harness snapped down around me, automatically tightening to hold me against the odd chair. The entire structure began to vibrate, shaking all over as I gulped. I squeezed my eyes closed, terror ripping through me. I'd faced many battles, but none of these struck as much fear into me as this moment did. A low hum thrummed through the air, and I clapped my hands over my ears as tears slid down my cheeks. My eyes went to the man in the hood, lit up by a strange glow from a bright circle. A pulsating light intensified until it turned blinding. The contraption lurched, sending my stomach heaving with it. The rations I'd received before battle threatened to reappear. I clenched my jaw in a desperate attempt to keep my food down. As fast as it happened, everything ended. The light dimmed, the hum died down, and the odd motion subsided. What didn't diminish was my panicked breathing and the frenetic beat of my heart. The man unbuckled the harness, flinging them off, and they retracted somewhere into his seat before he rose. His eyes widened as he stood over me. He ripped his hood off, a mop of unruly brown hair escaping as he stared down at me. "Are you okay?" My features pinched. "What?" He shut his eyes for a moment, shaking his head. "Sorry, language barrier. Are you all right? Are you hurt?" My lower lip trembled as I struggled to steady my breathing. "Are you British? French? I'm a captain of the Continental Army. I expect to be treated according to the terms of the Articles of Capitulation." The man blinked at me, confusion etched into his features. I'm American, He shook his head. "Sorry, this is not... I'm not going to hurt you." He unzipped the odd garment he wore and shed it, revealing another strange shirt underneath, adorned with strange symbols and the word Weezer on it. Who are you? What is happening?" The man tinkered with something on the contraption, and I let my gaze slide around the space. "Where am I? What sorcery is this?" He raised a finger in the air. "Not where, but when. And not sorcery, but science. You, my friend, have traveled through time. You're no longer in the Revolutionary War. You're over 240 years in the future." My stomach plummeted at the words as I shook my head. No, that cannot be." "I assure you it is." The man thrust his hand toward me. "I'm Gabriel Thorne. You can call me Gabe. What's your name?" I could barely speak after what he'd told me. Ben Turner." "Well, Ben, we need to get you up to speed." Gabe ran a hand through his hair, looking a bit sheepish. "I was actually testing this machine. Didn't expect to end up in the middle of a battle or bring someone back with me. Talk about a trial by fire, huh?" I sat speechless as I tried to process everything. He reached for the harness around me, hesitating for a moment. "Wait, can I trust you not to run, or shoot me, or run me through?" I glanced down at my sword, still hanging by my side. Yes. "Good. I'm not going to hurt you, but I think those redcoats were planning to, so good thing you stumbled into my little time machine, huh?" The man grinned at me as he unbuckled the harness from around me and stepped back. "Can you stand?" I pushed myself up, rising on wobbly knees inside the odd contraption. "Time machine?" Gabe nodded and patted a piece of metal above him. It creaked before it clattered to the floor. "Oops." I shook my head. I hadn't time for these shenanigans. I needed to get back to my regiment, assess our losses. "You must return me." Gabe winced, his gaunt features tugging into a mask of regret. "Thing is, buddy, I can't. The thing went haywire for some reason, and now it's not working right. We're lucky we made it back here in one piece." "What?" I collapsed into the seat behind me again, heat washing over me. I was stuck hundreds of years into the future. Would I ever get home? Before I could process that, another voice called out, "Gabe!" Gabe's eyes went wide as he snapped his gaze to the door I dove through when I started this frightening adventure. "Uh-oh." I studied him, my brows pinching. "Your wife?" "Worse," he answered. "My sister." "Gabe!" Her voice called again, this time closer. In here," he called. "Don't come in because it's a mess." "When isn't it a mess?" she answered with a chuckle. A knock sounded on the metal door outside. "Come on, Gabe, open up. What are you doing in there?" "Just tinkering." Gabe shot me a panicked glance before he cleared his throat. "I'll be in a second." "Seriously?" The sound of air releasing echoed through the machine as the wheel on the door spun round rapidly. "No, Abby," Gabe said as he stepped forward when the door opened. "I'm busy." The blonde woman shifted a curl as she glanced up at him with big brown eyes. I'd never seen a woman so beautiful as her before. She shifted her gaze, catching sight of me. Her smile, warm and friendly, took me by surprise. She glanced back at her brother. "Oh, you're playing with a friend." "I'm not playing," he shot back through clenched teeth. "Uh-huh," she said, a playful expression on her features. "Well, when you two boys are finished playing time travel, you should come in for dinner. I'm starving." She spun on a heel and sauntered away before she paused, glancing over her shoulder. "I'm serious. If you don't get in here, I'll decide without you, and you'll eat whatever I order." I couldn't understand the words, but Gabe seemed to. He straightened from his bend over the door and shot me a worried glance. We should go in. I should warn you, though, there have been a lot of advances since you've been around." For the first time in this incredible adventure, I was intrigued to know which of the inventions bandied about the camp had caught on. "Like Dr. Franklin's electricity experiments," I ventured, recalling the excitement such ideas had caused. Gabe screwed up his face. More advanced than that." "More advanced? Perhaps Mr. Watt's improvements to the steam engine, or the latest advancements in nautical chronometers." Gabe let out a soft chuckle, a faint smile forming. "Yeah, way more advanced than that, my friend. Just try not to panic, okay?" I bobbed my head as I rose, my insides dancing with a mixture of trepidation and intrigue. Gabe took a step toward the front of the machine when he froze, glancing back at me. "Oh, and don't make my sister mad." "Well, I will certainly try to treat her with the utmost respect deserved by a lady." "Oh, boy," he said with a shake of his head, "you've got a lot of learning to do." He leapt from the machine to the smooth floor below and motioned for me to do the same. I hesitated for a moment, afraid to leave the contraption behind. Once I stepped out of it, I felt I'd sealed my fate, that I had to accept whatever strange reality I'd found myself in. "Come on, Ben," Gabe encouraged with a wave and a smile. I swallowed hard, taking my first steps into a world I couldn't even imagine. Chapter 2. Abby. The putrid scent of vomit filled my nostrils as I pushed through the swinging curtain that sectioned off bed number 5 in the Port Haven Hospital's emergency room. The intern shadowing me gagged, and I patted his shoulder with a consoling smile. "Get used to it, kid. It doesn't get better." I marveled at how he'd made it through medical school with this weak of a stomach. But then again, emergency room rotations usually sent most interns screaming for another department. Something quieter and safer. That's how we ended up with so many internists. Me? I liked the challenge. Enjoyed every day being different. And while I didn't like puking kids either, I plastered a smile on my features and introduced myself to the worried woman who stroked the child's hair as she sniffled. "Hi, I'm Dr. Abby Thorne. I'll be taking care of you today. Also, this is Dr. Ian Pierce. He's an intern who is shadowing me. Is it okay if he stays?" The mother nodded, and I leaned closer to the little girl. "What's your name?" "Samantha," she said in a small voice. "Samantha, that's a very pretty name, and you've got such a pretty baby doll. What's her name?" I asked. "Sarah," she answered. "Sarah is also a pretty name." The little girl waved the doll in the air, and I noticed the dirty smudges on the doll's face. It looked like Sarah went everywhere with Samantha. I glanced at the mom. "So the chart says Samantha's been running a fever for 2 days, with the nausea and vomiting starting this morning?" "Yes," the mother said with a nod. "She can't keep anything down. Everything I give her she throws up." I'm sorry to hear that. Well, we're going to see what we can do to get you patched up, okay?" After a little prodding, I managed to get the girl to let go of her mother so I could do an exam. "I'm going to press on your belly, okay? If anything hurts really bad, I need you to tell me. Don't be brave, okay?" The little girl nodded, sliding a lock of her dirty blonde hair behind her ear. I started high with gentle presses and taps. She didn't flinch. The minute I got to her right side, below her belly button, she cried out. I glanced at my intern. "Assessment?" This was an easy one. He needed to nail it. He said, his features still tugged into a tight frown. "Could be intestinal blockage, bacterial infection, or maybe a 72-hour virus." The kid had a lot to learn. I shifted my gaze from Dr. Pierce to the mother. "She has appendicitis and needs an emergency appendectomy before her appendix ruptures. I'll call surgery and they'll come speak to you soon." The mother stared at me with wide eyes. "Surgery?" "Yes," I said confidently. "It's a very common, simple procedure, and she'll be feeling better in no time." The woman nodded with a polite smile. "I'll make sure they get her prepped and out of pain, and they can go over all the questions you have." After a short conversation, we left the area behind, returning to the nurse's station to update the chart and place the order for surgery. "Appendicitis, huh?" Dr. Pierce said as he slowly navigated the system to log the call for surgery. "Appendicitis. You missed it. That was an easy call. You need to get a hold of your nerves, check them at the door, and come in with as clear a head as you can when you passed your exams." "Stomach aches in children can be tricky," he tried, but I waved a finger in the air. "No, that was an easy call. You would have treated her for everything but, and in the meantime, her appendix could have ruptured." Ian slumped into a chair with a heavy sigh. "Ugh, at least the shift is over." "And you're on call, so grab your stuff and sack out in the on-call room, and I will see you in a few days." "You're done?" he asked as I headed for the doctor's lounge, tugging off my stethoscope. "Yep. And I'm off tomorrow, too," I said with a grin. "So good luck, kid. Dr. Fellows is your new boss, and he's not kind about mistakes." Abby, I'm not ready for this. Can you just come in and work tomorrow?" "No," I said with a chuckle, as I pushed into the lounge and slid my white coat off, stowing it in my locker. "I have plans for a binge watch of Revenge lined up." Ian threw himself on the couch as I grabbed my purse and headed for the door with a wink and a wave. "Bye." "You're horrible and mean, Abby." I chuckled as I let the door swing shut behind me and strode to the parking lot, climbing into my car and making the short trip home to the outskirts of Port Haven. I pulled into the garage and killed the engine, sliding out of the SUV. After my long shift, I wanted some dinner, a shower, and a lovely night with my feet up on the couch. Shuffling into the house, I called out to my brother Gabe, but received no answer. I went to the foot of the stairs and tried again. Nothing. I knew exactly where he was. With a push through the back door, I eyed the large shed Gabe had converted into a workshop for his science projects. Crossing the grass, I pushed inside and called to him. My eyes fell on the large round ball he'd spent years constructing and coding, his so-called time machine. He's always insisted he could make it work, but so far he'd just made a really cool-looking metal ball. I closed the distance between me and it, calling him again. In here, he called. Don't come in, because it's a mess. When isn't it a mess? I giggled at his statement before I knocked on the door. Come on, Gabe, open up. What are you doing in there? Just tinkering. I'll be in a second. Gabe's version of a second would turn into 2 hours. Seriously? I rolled my eyes, grabbing hold of the lock wheel on the door and twisting it to open the pressurized door. Gabe blocked the entrance the moment I swung the thing open. No, Abby, I'm busy. I stared at him, tossing a lock of hair out of my face, before my gaze cut to another man in the machine. Cute, and dressed in some sort of uniform. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with striking features that seemed both out of place and oddly timeless. His eyes, a light blue, held a mix of confusion and determination. I figured he was one of Ben's buddies. Oh, you're playing with a friend. He took exception to my terminology, growling at me. I'm not playing. I said with a teasing grin. Well, when you two boys are finished playing time travel, you should come in for dinner. I'm starving. I spun on a heel and headed for the house before I shot a threat over my shoulder. I'm serious. If you don't get in here, I'll decide without you and you'll eat whatever I order. With a heavy sigh, I retraced my steps back to the house, pushing into the kitchen. I grabbed my phone, leaning against the counter as I scrolled through my social media feed while I waited for Gabe. My brother pushed in through the back door a moment later with his friend. So, what do you want to eat? Gabe cleared his throat, and I glanced up to find his friend staring around our house curiously, like he'd never seen one before. Abby, this is my friend, Ben Turner. Ben, this is my twin sister, Abby. I fluttered my eyelashes at the getup the guy had on before I thrust my hand out. Hi, Ben. Nice to meet you. He stared down at my hand, confusion etched in his features, before he took it lightly, bowing and kissing it. Miss Abigail, it is an honor. I raised my eyebrows, a chuckle escaping me as he straightened. Wow, you're really all in on this role, huh? Got the whole uniform and everything? Civil War, is it? Gabe shifted his weight. Revolutionary War. Oh, right, I said with a nod, crossing my arms. Revolutionary War. George Washington. Do you know George Washington? He cleared his throat, his eyes sliding sideways to Gabe before he answered. Yes, of course I know General Washington. Of course you do. Wow, this costume is really good. Did you make this, or is this a rental? He didn't make it, Abby. He's really from 1778. Yeah, of course he is, I said as I shifted against the counter, bobbing my head. And now he's in the future, marveling at our modern conveniences and taken aback because I'm wearing trousers. I twisted to face him, a playful expression on my features. I'm also a doctor, own property, and I can vote. That's too much information all at once, Gabe answered with a shake of his head. Ben, you should sit down. I narrowed my eyes as my brother carefully led the man to our kitchen stool and eased him onto it. He stared down at our marble countertops with a wrinkled nose. A flutter in my stomach made me wonder if perhaps my brother wasn't joking. Had he actually gotten that hunk of junk in the shed working? No, it couldn't be. Abby, maybe you should go. I stalked closer, my eyes glued to the man in the uniform. My heart pounded in my chest. This couldn't be real. I don't think so. Are you seriously telling me that you got that thing working, went back to 1778, got him, and came back? Gabe winced as he paced the floor, a shaky hand running through his hair. Yes, it was working. Yes, I went to 1778. Then it went haywire. He accidentally fell into the machine before I shut the door, and we hopped back here. Based on his behavior and what I knew about my brother, he wasn't lying. But this was too much to believe. I shifted my eyes to the frightened-looking man sitting at my kitchen counter. It must have been even worse for him. Gabe, why would you bring someone back here? I told you he fell into the machine, and it was already in its cycle. I didn't dare kill it, because it was acting strangely. Plus, there were British soldiers shooting at us. Okay, I said, still trying to wrap my head around it as I blinked hard. Well, why don't you just take him back? I can't. The machine is broken. Won't even start now. He's stuck here, Abby. Stuck here? You brought a soldier from the Revolutionary War here, and now he's stuck? I didn't bring him. He just fell in. It wasn't my fault. Good thing. This is completely irresponsible, Gabe. On top of the fact that he's going to be exposed to things he shouldn't know, he could be diseased or get diseases here. They didn't have vaccines back then. I didn't exactly have a choice. And now that you know the truth, I need your help. I shook my head at him. I have no idea how to fix that thing. Don't even look at me for that. No, I need to grab a few parts to see if I can get the machine up and running, but I need to head out to Seabrook to get them. I need you to watch him. Watch him? I heaved a sigh as I slapped a hand against the counter. Oh, Gabe. Come on, Abby. He's never even seen indoor plumbing before. I can't exactly leave him here. I crossed my arms, offering my brother a disappointed glance. Fine. For the sake of this poor person that you've dragged back from his own time into ours. Cool. Yeah. So, can you keep an eye on him now while I grab him some new clothes? I nodded, and Gabe darted from the room before I could say anything else. I blew out a long sigh, running a hand through my curls. The man raised his gaze to me, and I offered him a still stunned smile. So, can I offer you something? Water? Soda? Sanity? Oh, please, I do not wish to impose upon your household. Impose upon my... Yeah, okay, this is going to be interesting. I grabbed a glass from the cupboard and crossed to the refrigerator to fill it with ice and water. He stared at it, his disbelief obvious. Did you just get water out of that large box? This was going to be tedious. Yes, that is our refrigerator. It keeps food cold or frozen. As I explained the refrigerator, I caught sight of Ben's wide-eyed expression. It suddenly hit me how overwhelming this must all be for him. Every object in this room, the microwave, the electric stove, even the light switches, would be completely foreign to him. How could he cope with cars, televisions, or smartphones? I felt a sudden pang of sympathy for this man thrust so abruptly into our world. He stared suspiciously at the glass of water I set in front of him. What sort of magic allows it to do that? Electricity. I feel like you should know that much because Ben Franklin invented it. Ben Franklin didn't invent electricity. He experimented with harnessing it, Gabe told me as he came inside with a set of clothes. Whatever, I answered as Gabe passed the clothes to him, telling Ben to follow him to change. They left me behind, but a moment later I heard a shout. My first thought was that Ben had stuck his fingers into a socket. I raced up the stairs, my heart in my throat. Abby! Gabe called as he stepped into the upstairs hall, his voice cutting through the stillness. What? What's wrong? I asked breathlessly as I rushed towards him. He's hurt! Shot! Gabe said, his voice high-pitched and panicked. I furrowed my brow before I burst into the guest room. Ben quickly covered his bare chest with his shirt as I spotted the dried blood on his arm. "Does he need stitches?" I crossed and studied the wound. "No, this just needs cleaned and dressed. It's just a graze. Come on, I'll get you patched up." He followed me into the hall bathroom, and I flicked on the light and crossed to the medicine cabinet. Before I could withdraw the gauze and antibiotic ointment, the lights went out. I snapped my gaze up to them before I realized Ben still stood at the door. I reached over and flicked the switch with a shake of my head. As I grabbed a package of gauze, the lights went off again. I clicked my tongue as they flicked on and off a few more times. As he tried it again, I grabbed his hand. "Stop that." I led him to the tub, easing him onto the edge. "Also, these?" I poked a finger at the electrical outlet. "Do not touch these, ever. Okay? Big no-no." "He's not a child, Abby," Gabe said from the doorway. "He may as well be. He doesn't know what any of these things are, Gabe. I don't want him sticking his fingers into it and getting electrocuted." Ben's brows furrowed as he watched me clean and dress the wound. "Are you truly a doctor?" "Yes," I said with a grin, "and I have a real job, like a big girl, too. No, I am not the only woman doctor. Women have jobs these days." I watched his expression, a momentary flicker of pity for the poor man. He'd been thrust into a future he couldn't possibly understand, and now we were responsible for him. I hoped we could protect him until Gabe could take him back to his own time, but I worried. There was something about Ben Turner that intrigued me, but also frightened me a little. As I finished bandaging Ben's arm, our eyes met. In that moment, I felt a strange connection, as if the 2 centuries separating us had suddenly vanished. It was thrilling and terrifying all at once. How could I be feeling this way about a man who, by all rights, shouldn't even exist in my time? Chapter 3. Ben. I stared with a mixture of amazement and intrigue as the woman doctor, Abigail, crossed to a furniture piece with odd things sticking from the top. She pulled a handle, and water flowed freely into a basin. When she flicked it again, the water stopped. My jaw dropped open. Gabe had mentioned indoor plumbing, but I hadn't understood what he'd meant. This must be it. Water that came from nowhere and disappeared once banished with a flick of the wrist. Wherever did that water come from? I questioned, my voice trembling slightly. I felt terribly self-conscious as I sat only in my trousers in front of the woman as she dried her hands. "Oh, there are pipes that run behind the walls." She poked a finger at the wall, and my features pinched. "Pipes," I repeated, my voice slow. "But from where do they retrieve the water?" "Oh, that's a good question. The pipes go to other pipes that run around the town, and they all go to a water treatment plant." "Water treatment plant?" I asked as she motioned for me to follow her. "Yes, to clean the water. It's filled with bacteria and other gross things that no one knows about in your time." She stood in front of the bedroom I'd been changing in when her brother had discovered my wound. "You should get changed. Gabe, pizza?" Do you think that's okay?" The gangly man winced a little as I quickly grabbed for the shirt he'd provided me and pulled it over my head. It left my arms oddly exposed. I tugged at the sleeves, wondering why they were so short. "Honestly," Abigail sighed as she leaned against the door jamb, "I'd say any food from this time is going to be a bit of an assault on his system. He's used to eating preservative-free, grass-fed, antibiotic-free meat, fruits, and vegetables." I struggled to make sense of the words she rattled off, but I couldn't. "Oh, good point," Gabe said as he shoved his hands into his pockets. "Okay, so pizza is fine." She offered him an easy grin. "Great, I'll order it and change. I can't wait to be out of these scrubs." "Hey, put the tip on the card!" he shouted after her. Once again, I failed to understand anything they spoke. It was as though they talked in some sort of code that only they knew. Gabe poked a finger at the trousers in front of me before he twisted to look out the window. Go ahead and finish changing. Short ones first, then long. Put the tip on the card, I said as I shimmied out of my bottoms, wrinkling my nose at the new set of clothes. Oh, yeah, Gabe said. In this day and age, we have things called credit cards. We can run up a tab on them, if you will, then pay them later. The tip is a little extra money for the person who will bring the food to us. I see, I answered, my mind trying to piece it together. So you have some sort of line of credit, and a barman or barmaid, since women can now work, will bring the food to you at your home. Gabe twisted to face me as I stood in the baggy bottoms. You're good. You caught on to that really quickly. I lifted my chin, pleased with myself. Now to master the magical water spout and the cooling box that also produced water and ice on demand. You'll get the hang of it, Gabe said as he crossed and wrapped an arm around me, leading me downstairs. I plopped onto a thickly padded sofa. Gabe grinned at me, holding a finger in the air. Wait until you see this. He poked at something on the side of the couch, and suddenly the sofa shifted under me. I panicked, ready to scramble off it, but Gabe shooed me back. When he'd finished with his trickery, I was sprawled on my back, with my feet in the air. How have you transformed the sofa into a cot? He chuckled as he fiddled with something again, and I returned to a seated position. I immediately leaned over the arm to spy the mechanism, spotting 2 tiny silver buttons. I pressed one, but it did nothing. When I pressed the other, though, the transformation began. Amazing. Abigail strolled in a moment later, wearing a pair of trousers that only reached mid-thigh, and top that read, "Off-duty, do not disturb." Heat rose in my cheeks, and I averted my eyes from her nearly bare legs. My profound apologies, miss. I did not mean to ogle you. She laughed before she sobered. Oh, oops. I forgot you're not used to women not in ankle-length things. As she disappeared, Gabe collapsed onto the sofa next to me. Don't sweat it, buddy. It's not the first time she'd been ogled. I shifted on the sofa seat as Abigail entered in a bright, fluffy garment that nearly reached her ankles, paired with an equally fuzzy set of shoes in a bright color. There we go. Fixed. Wow, Gabe said. Look at you wearing a robe for our guest. He's been through enough trauma. He doesn't need his mind blown by my kneecaps. She sat down next to Gabe, pulling her legs under her as she grabbed the rectangular object I'd witnessed her holding earlier. She stared into it for several minutes. A loud bell rang throughout the house. I searched the air for the source of the noise. Have you a bell tower in this home? Abigail giggled, covering her lips with her hand as Gabe darted off the couch. It's the doorbell. People who come here press a button, and it makes that noise to let us know someone's here. Oh, what happened to knocking? She laughed again and shook her head. I don't know. I guess it wasn't loud enough when houses got bigger. She shrugged as she stared at the little object again. What is that? I questioned. You seem very attached to it. She glanced at me before she raised it and shimmied closer. Her warmth in both spirit and body made color rise in my cheeks, and I swallowed hard. This is my smartphone. She showed me a brightly colored screen. It can do almost everything. I can use it to speak to someone miles away by either talking or typing. I can also search for information through thousands of places. I can catch up on what friends and family are doing or what's going on in the world. It keeps me in constant communication with, well, anyone I want. I stared down at the small object, my mind whirling as I tried to understand it. Here, see? She flashed the thing at me, her thumb flicking on it. It scrolled through images and print. Oh, here, this is my friend. See? She's getting married. I stared at the likeness of a woman holding up her hand with a large ring on it. Abigail smiled at it before she tapped her thumb on something. I liked it. You are happy for her? Well, of course, she said. That's why I liked it. You like it. No, I liked it. I do not understand. Are you no longer happy for her? Oh, no, She poked her finger at the screen. A blue image that looked like a hand with a thumb poking up filled it. I liked it. Liking things is something we do to show other people we're happy for them. She curled her fingers into a fist, her thumb poking upward as she grinned. Liked. Probably shouldn't have shown him social media, Abby, Gabe said as he strolled back in with a flat box. Probably not, she admitted as she bounced off the couch. But he had a right to know why everyone's so obsessed with their devices. She shuffled back into the room with plates. Is there no dining table? I asked. She giggled again. He's so quaint. We have a table, yes. We rarely eat there, only on special occasions. It's much cozier here. Do you think the television would be too much? Gabe propped the box open and slapped a triangular-shaped piece of something onto a plate before he handed it to me. I hope not. I was thinking we could let him watch the History Channel to catch up. Catch up? Abigail asked. You know, with current events. Gabe, Abigail said, her voice a warning, do you think that's wise? Gabe shrugged as he pulled his own rectangular piece of food onto his plate and collapsed into the armchair next to me. He picked up the thing and bit off the end. Nice and hot. Abigail did the same with her food. I touched mine, but it burned my fingers. Anyway, why not? He asked if I was British or French, and I said American. Abigail arched an eyebrow. Nice job. Spoiler alert. Now you gave away the end of the war. Look, I don't think he should know all of the things in history, especially if he's going back. Well, of course I'm going to return him as soon as I fix the machine, Gabe answered. Until then, he's got to live here. Okay, so let him live. We'll just put on something mundane. Abigail grabbed another device and pointed it across the room. She pressed a button, and a dark rectangle across the room flickered to life. Colorful patterns dancing across the screen before solid images emerged. Abigail fiddled around before my eyes widened. On the box, people walked and talked. I set down my plate and wandered closer. The people were cold to the touch, with no depth whatsoever. I glanced behind it, but found no players there. When I twisted to face them, my features twisted with confusion, Abigail set her plate down and patted the cushion next to her. Sit down, we'll explain. I wandered back, easing onto the cushion as Gabe gave me an explanation of what a television was. I sat in amazement watching a play unfold that had been created at some other time, in some other place, as I finished the strange meal. Gabe and Abigail seemed to enjoy it quite a bit, and they made no qualms about eating their fill and making sure I had mine. Rations in the camp had been so meager that I ate several pieces and guzzled down the water, which had a strange taste to me until I thought I may explode. Even after my gluttony, food remained. It seemed to be plentiful, and they didn't care if it was all eaten. Abigail merely closed the lid of the strangely constructed box and stuffed it into the cold box. We spent a bit more time watching the play unfold on the television. As I watched the moving pictures, a wave of melancholy washed over me. Despite these intriguing inventions, I couldn't help but think of my men, my duty, the war I'd left behind. What would become of the revolution without me? And if I returned, how could I possibly explain what I'd seen here? The weight of my displacement in time settled heavily on my shoulders. Before I could dwell on it too much, Abigail yawned and stretched. I'm heading to bed. We probably all should. I found myself exceptionally tired. Also, after the lavish meal, I followed them upstairs, and Gabe pulled back the covers on the bed in the room I'd been in earlier. If you need anything, I'm at the end of the hall, he said with a grin. Don't hesitate to come get me if you need anything. We really should teach him to brush his teeth, Abigail said from the hallway. Maybe tomorrow, Gabe answered as I climbed into the softest bed I'd ever encountered. Good night, Abigail called. Gabe flicked a switch and the room plunged into darkness. He pulled the door slightly closed and disappeared. I shifted around the thick bedspread as I stared up at the ceiling. A strange hum seemed to exist in the air, and I didn't know what it was. I climbed from my bed and tiptoed into the hall. Should I ask Gabe? Instead, I crept to the room where I'd been bandaged. With a flick of the switch on the wall, light blinded me. I stepped to the basin and tugged on the handle. Water spewed out. I stared at it for a long time until I pushed the handle again, and the water stopped. I glanced around at the other things in the room. A bathtub-like object that I'd sat on earlier seemed to have a similar water contraption. I tried it, and sure enough, water flowed. That left the odd water bowl tucked between the bath and the basin. Gabe had explained it earlier, but I still found it odd that there was no outhouse, but rather an indoor area for such needs. It was all too overwhelming. I left the room behind and crawled back into my bed. Exhaustion finally caught up to me, and I drifted off to sleep. When I awoke, pain ravaged me. I wondered if I'd been shot in the gut. I clawed back the covers, searching my stomach for the wound. It took me a moment to realize that not only was I not shot, but that I had not imagined the strange events of earlier. The pain washed over me again, and I gritted my teeth. I wondered if the time travel trip had broken something inside of me. I was certain I was dying. I groaned as nausea bubbled inside me before I doubled over in pain, a cry escaping me. Lights burst, blinding me for a moment. A warm hand rubbed my back. "What's wrong?" Abigail asked. I think I may be dying," I admitted. "I have never felt pain like this before." She gently eased me back into the pillows, pressing a hand against my skin. "Pain in your belly?" "Yes," I said, gritting my teeth. "You're not dying," she answered. "You're just sick from the food. Just a second." She disappeared, leaving me to writhe in pain before she returned with a small cup of pink liquid. "Drink this all down, and you should feel better." I did as she asked, choking on the oddly flavored, thick liquid. She eased onto the edge of the bed, and despite the pain in my gut, I kicked my feet to back away from her. "Oh, please, Miss Abigail, you should not stay. There may be talk." She smiled at me, the type of smile that seemed to be pitying. "You can just call me Abby, and no one's going to talk, but I don't want to upset you, so let's go to the couch. Then I can keep an eye on you without impropriety." She offered me what appeared to be a cheeky grin that made my heart flutter more than it ever had before from a woman. With a tug on my arm, she encouraged me to follow her. I shuffled behind her, my illness not yet improved. We returned to the sofa and settled onto it. "Any better?" she asked. "No, it still hurts terribly." "If you're no better in about 15 minutes, let me know." Sweat beaded on my brow as more pain hit me, along with another wave of nausea. Abigail placed a cool cloth against my head. "Poor thing." Her gentle ministration stirred something within me I hadn't felt before. Her intelligence, her confidence, the easy way she moved through this strange world, it all captivated me. In my time, I'd known many fine women, but none quite like her. As she leaned over me to adjust the cloth on my forehead, a lock of her hair brushed my cheek. The scent of her, clean and floral, so unlike the women of my era, made my heart race in a way that had nothing to do with my illness. I found myself wishing, despite the impropriety of it, that I could reach up and tuck that errant strand behind her ear. After a few moments, the pain seemed to subside a little. Within another 10 minutes, most of it seemed to be gone. "Better?" Abigail asked. "Much," I answered. "That liquid is amazing." She grinned at me before she leaned across me and transformed the couch into a cot. "Now try to get some sleep." Warmth rushed through me as she brushed against me before leaning back and doing the same trick with her own seat. She turned off the light and closed her eyes. I rolled onto my side, eyeing her in the soft moonlight. She had managed my illness with ease. She had not only beauty but brains that made her a skilled doctor, and beyond that, she stirred feelings within me I'd never expected to entertain for a woman of her sort. How could I be this attracted to a woman from another era with such a different background? I fell asleep with that thought rattling through my mind. My dreams were a chaotic blend of past and present. Cannon fire morphed into the strange ringing of the doorbell, and George Washington spoke to me through the magical television. Throughout it all, Abigail's face appeared, a beacon of comfort in the confusing swirl of images. When I finally stirred from my fitful sleep, I was momentarily disoriented. The unfamiliar softness of the couch beneath me a stark reminder of my displacement in time. Abigail opened her eyes next to me as I shifted around. She grinned at me, her big brown eyes dancing. "Good morning. How do you feel?" "Quite good," I admitted, as I realized I had no residual effects of the illness I'd suffered. Gabe rushed into the room a second later, his features panicked. "Oh, there you are! I went to your room and you were missing." Abigail climbed to her feet and stretched. "He was sick overnight." "Oh, that stinks. Are you okay now?" Gabe asked. "Yes, fully recovered," I said as I found the button to make my cot a chair again before climbing to my feet. Good. Gabe shot a glance at his sister, who wandered around in the kitchen. "You can go. I've got it under control. I'm going to get him some breakfast." "You're not going to cook for him, are you?" Gabe sounded concerned. "Nope, don't worry. I won't cook for him, so he'll still be alive when you get back." I shuffled to the seat at the counter and plopped into it as she pulled out a colorful box with a Quaker on it. "Awesome. I'm going to go get those parts to see if we can get you back home, Ben." Gabe clapped me on the shoulder. "Just stay here with Abby, okay?" "Yes, I will," I answered, feeling a sense of duty as the man asked me to protect his sister in his absence. As he disappeared, I wondered if I should retrieve my sword, but I hadn't noticed Gabe carrying one, so I thought it may be safe. Moments after the door slammed shut, I realized my folly. Abigail set about using an odd set of steps to prepare food, using a series of boxes that hooted and hollered. She set a steaming bowl of food in front of me moments later along with a spoon. "Careful, it's hot." As she said it, I spotted movement behind her. A tall man, muscular in form, crept into the kitchen, pressing a finger to his lips as I spotted him. Seconds later, he behaved most inappropriately, his hand connecting with Abigail's backside and causing her to cry out in surprise before he twisted her around and pressed his lips against hers. With my heart thundering in my chest, I leapt from my seat. "Unhand the lady, sir, this instant." I now understood why Gabe had asked me to stay with Abigail. He trusted me to defend his sister, and defend her I would, even if it cost me my life. Chapter 4. Abby. I stared at the man in front of me, a mixture of curiosity and worry coursing through me. This had to be trying to Ben Turner, a man who'd never even seen indoor plumbing, yet at every turn, something new reared its ugly head, determined to break his colonial mind. Life since 1778 had changed considerably, and no amount of explanation would allow him to wrap his head around everything this quickly. But he was doing an admirable job. I had to give him credit for that. He'd had everything ripped away from him in an instant, but he pressed on, determined to survive, determined to move forward. I sucked in breath as his eyes found mine, and for a moment, I felt a connection. I shook it off, assuming it was just my pity for him that drove it. In the next instant, my world changed. A hand hit my backside before strong arms spun me around and lips pressed against mine. I relaxed into my boyfriend's arms, recognizing Leo's cologne immediately. A shout sounded from behind us, the stool scraping against our wood floor. "Unhand the lady, sir, this instant." Leo and I broke apart, and I turned, stunned to find Ben grabbing a knife from our magnetic knife strip and thrusting it forward toward Leo. "Whoa, what the hell, dude?" Leo asked. "Who is this guy?" "Oh gosh, Ben, put that down." "Step away from her, sir, I warn you," he answered. "You serious?" Leo took a threatening step toward him. I pushed back against Leo's chest as he puffed it. I knew it wouldn't end well if I didn't stop it now. Leo had a temper if pushed, and Ben looked both terrified of and angry about the new arrival. "Hey, whoa," I said to Leo. "He's not... Just leave it." Leo screwed up his face. "Just leave it? He pulled a knife on me. Who is this guy?" Ben, a friend of Gabe's." Leo flung a hand in the air. "That explains it. One of your weirdo brother's weird friends." "He's harmless. Just step back," I said. "I am hardly harmless, sir, I assure you. I have killed many a man in the war, and will not hesitate to gut you if you put another hand on Miss Abigail." "Miss Abigail?" Leo chuckled before he shot his gaze to me. "What's with this guy?" "Just let me handle this," I said softly before I turned back to Ben. He waved me closer. "Come toward me. I will protect you from any further assaults." I held my hands in front of me, trying to diffuse the situation. "Ben, he wasn't assaulting me. This is Leo. He's my boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" he asked, his features pinching. "Where was Gabe when I needed him? I had no idea what they called it back in the colonial times." I waved my hands in the air, trying to come up with a way to explain it. I snapped my fingers, my features triumphant. Suitor! My suitor." "Suitor?" he said, his features pinching a little as he flicked his gaze to Leo. "Yep, "Suitor?" Leo asked, his arms crossed as he furrowed his brow. "Shh, just... English isn't his first language," I lied. "Right," Leo said with a shake of his head. I inched closer to Ben, easing the knife from his hands and replacing it on the strip. "It's okay." He glanced at Leo again before he leaned closer, his voice low. "If you are uncomfortable, I am happy to run off this scoundrel." I offered him a soft smile, a burst of warmth radiating through me at his kind offer. "Thank you so much for that, Ben. I appreciate it, but it's perfectly fine." I led him to the couch and eased him onto it before I delivered his oatmeal. "That's right, Benny boy," Leo said as he sauntered closer and slung an arm around me. "She likes me as a scoundrel. Don't you, babe?" He pressed a kiss against my cheek. Ben studied us curiously, and I was certain this sort of amorous behavior didn't occur in his time in the open. I crossed my arms, sliding from under Leo's grasp. "Just cool it, babe." Leo shifted his weight, shoving his hands into his pockets as I strode away. "So, where are you from that you don't know what a boyfriend is?" "Germany," I said quickly before Ben could answer. "He's German. He's from Berlin." "Oh," Leo said as he sprawled into an armchair. "So how long you visiting?" "Open-ended," I answered as I poured a cup of coffee for Leo and myself, handing it off to him as I joined Ben on the couch. "He's working on some projects with Gabe." Leo sipped his coffee. "That science stuff?" "Yeah," I answered with a nod. "Right," he said, taking another sip of his coffee. "Well, hopefully you won't attack me anymore. Seriously, bro, do they not show affection for women in Germany?" "That was hardly a show of affection," Ben argued before I could answer. "It was more like an attack." Leo hooted out a laugh. "An attack? Pretty certain she enjoyed it." "I should not think so, sir. A fine lady like Miss Abigail could never have enjoyed such coarse treatment. A true display of affection would have shown much more restraint and respect." I raised my eyebrows as I stared at him. I'd thought he was a quaint colonial who would treat a woman like his property. It was shocking to me that he sat here lecturing Leo on showing me respect. Leo guffawed at him, his chest shaking as he laughed. "You've never had a girlfriend, have you?" "Stop it," I said with a shake of my head. "While I may be inexperienced in courting, I know that I would treat my beau with much more respect." Leo giggled again, and my jaw firmed. I knew Leo wasn't perfect, but this behavior was uncalled for. "Isn't it about time for you to be getting to work?" "I have some time still," Leo said with a glance at his watch. I rose from my seat and grabbed the coffee mug from his hands, shuttling it to the kitchen. "Well, I don't. I have things to do." "I thought you were off," he called. "I am, which is exactly why I have things to do that I want to get done so I can enjoy my day off." I set my hand on my hip as he climbed from the chair with a sigh and strode closer to me, wrapping an arm around my waist. "You're not seriously mad, are you, babe?" "I'm fine, I just have things to do," I shrugged. "I'll see you tonight?" he asked. I glanced at the floor, feeling oddly uncomfortable suddenly as I noticed Ben staring at us. "I have an early shift tomorrow." Leo's jaws clenched as he sighed. "We're doing karaoke tomorrow night." "Ugh," Leo groaned, letting his head fall between his shoulders. "You know I hate that." "No, I'll see you Thursday night." "Okay," I said. "Come by after work." He glanced at Ben before he shifted his gaze back to me. "I think I'll pass. Swing by my place?" "Yeah," I compromised. Leo and Gabe didn't get along anyway, so it was better for me to visit him. We shared another kiss before we parted, Leo strolling toward the front door. It slammed a moment later, and I twisted to face Ben, plastering a smile across my features. "Sorry about that," I said as I crossed to him to collect his now empty bowl. "I am not certain that I am the one who you should apologize to," Ben answered. I rinsed out the bowl and dumped it in the dishwasher as I crinkled my brow. "What?" "Abigail," he said as I settled on the couch, "is that man truly your suitor?" I shifted on the cushion, pulling my legs under me. "Look, Ben, things are really different in relationships these days, okay?" He arched an eyebrow at me. "I must admit, I'm quite confused." My shoulders slumped as I realized it must be very overwhelming for him. "I know. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at explaining things, am I? There's not this whole impropriety thing happening anymore, you know? Like people kiss and hold hands and stuff. Yet men do not respect women in any way." He shook his head. "But women now bear the same load as men. I'm quite confused. Women seem to have taken several steps forward while also stepping back." "What?" I asked, my features wrinkling. "You are a doctor. You are so confident, assertive, yet that man treated you as property." I shook my head. No, you're just confused. He's just being affectionate." "Perhaps," he said with a nod. I sipped my coffee again, his words rattling around in my head. Leo didn't treat me as property. I was a doctor, but I was also a desirable woman. Leo was just reacting to that. He also loved that I was so successful. Ben just didn't understand. Or did he? A small voice in the back of my mind whispered that maybe Ben had a point. I pushed the thought away, uncomfortable with the idea that this man from the past might have insight into my relationship. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that Ben's words had struck a chord. Was I really as happy with Leo as I tried to convince myself I was? I flipped on the television as a distraction and turned on the show I'd planned to watch before I grabbed my phone and scrolled through my social media. You really enjoy that little device, though I must admit that I still don't fully understand it. I offered him a soft smile. Well, like I said, it's a way to keep up with everything people are doing every day. "Everything?" he asked. I bobbed my head as I shifted closer to him. "Yeah, like, right now, I could post that I'm watching Revenge with my brother's friend Ben, and we could snap a selfie and post it." I pulled up the camera and aimed it at us. His eyes narrowed at it. "That's me." "Yep," I answered. "And me. Smile." I snapped a few pictures, finally getting one of us both smiling. "Now," I said as I selected it and added it to my post, "I'll put this picture of us and say, Revengeathon with Gabe's buddy Ben, #dayoff, #binge-watch, #new friends." He grimaced as I posted it. Now we wait for people to see it and tell us how much they like it. I must confess, I have little to no idea what you're saying. What is a what is it? "Hashtag," I answered. "It's like a way to tell people what the post is about." "Can they not understand that simply by reading it?" I groaned as I tried to make sense of social media's oddities to a man who'd never seen them before. "Never mind. It's not that big of a deal. What's important is that we're having a nice time watching the show, and we've told the whole world that." "And it is very important to share that with the entire world?" Nodding, I settled into the seat next to him, pulling my legs onto the couch in a cross-legged seat. As we watched the show, I found myself sneaking glances at Ben. His reactions to the drama on screen were almost as entertaining as the show itself. His brow would furrow at tense moments, and he'd lean in during action scenes completely engrossed. As silence stretched between us, the television providing the only noise in the room, I slid my gaze sideways, studying Ben's features. It struck me how classically handsome he was. He glanced at me, our eyes locking for a moment. A spark of connection that both thrilled and terrified me sent a warm, fuzzy feeling over me. I shook it off. What was I doing? This man was from another century, stuck here with me because of a strange coincidence with Gabe. My phone rang, shattering the moment like glass. Gabe's name flashed on my screen. Heat rushed into my cheeks as though Gabe had caught us doing something we shouldn't. I bobbled the phone in my hands before I swiped to answer it. Hey, Gabe, what's up? Ben's features twisted, and I held up a hand, whispering, It's Gabe. Abby, we have a problem, Gabe answered, his voice tense. The parts I need to fix the machine, they're out of stock, back-ordered, and no date on when to expect them. They may never be back in stock. What? My blood ran cold as I glanced at Ben, blissfully unaware as he gazed at me. What are you saying? His next words made my heart skip a beat. I'm saying Ben might be stuck here permanently. Chapter 5. Ben. The sounds of the battlefield startled me awake. I opened my eyes, immediately confused by the strange surroundings. As I recalled my odd predicament, I scrambled from the bed, a soft grin on my features. Yesterday I'd spent almost the entire day with Abigail. We'd watched a play on the contraption they called a television. I was surprised at how much lounging seemed appropriate in this era, but Abigail didn't seem to think anything of it. I'd immensely enjoyed the time I'd spent with her, and the conversations we'd engaged in, although she had stared at that little object she called a smartphone. I didn't find anything smart about it, though. It seemed rather dumb to me. Nonetheless, I looked forward to spending another day with her. I hurried into the room labeled the bathroom and used the indoor outhouse before I stared at myself in the mirror over the basin that I had since learned was called the sink. My brow furrowed as I studied myself. I wasn't terribly handsome, though passable. I frowned at myself. Leo, the scoundrel who had all but attacked Abigail in front of me, had a very different look to mine. His jaw was chiseled, his chest broad, and he carried himself with a cocky swagger that I suppose appealed to Abigail. My fingers wrapped around the edge of the cold basin. I'd already grown enamored with Abigail, yet she would never look at a man like me. I scoffed at myself. I wasn't even from this time. What was I thinking? A knock at the door startled me, interrupting my thoughts. I slowly opened the door to find Gabe on the other side. Hey, good morning. He fiddled with one of those smartphones in his hand. Good morning, Gabe. How did you sleep? Very well, thank you. Gabe raised his eyebrows, waving the smartphone in the air. Looks like your day yesterday went very well, too. The device sprang to life and the picture of me with Abigail glowed back at me. I see Abby taught you all of modern life's most important parts, like selfies. Selfies? Pictures of yourself that are posted online. Selfies. He shoved the device into his pocket and shook his head. Never mind. Let's head down for breakfast. All right, Gabe, I said with a nod. He led me downstairs to the kitchen where I found Abigail darting about the room in the odd trousers she'd worn when I met her. With her hair swept up, she looked closer to what women of my era looked like. I could imagine her in a beautiful dress, me in my uniform attending an evening gathering with General Washington. He and Mr. Franklin would be impressed with her tales of modern conveniences. I slid into the stool at the counter, my eyes stuck on her as she poured coffee into an odd mug that said, "Coffee first, then save lives." I assumed it was a reference to her job as a woman doctor. Good morning, she said to me with a bright grin as Gabe shuffled behind her, retrieving the pot filled with coffee to pour his own. How did you sleep? Excellent, Miss Abigail. Thank you. I grinned at her. "Good," she said, that beautiful smile still on her lovely lips. I really ought not have thought of her in such a lascivious way, however, I couldn't stop myself. "Selfies yesterday, Abby?" Gabe asked, sipping his coffee. She shrugged as she put a covering on her mug. "Yeah, well, when in Rome, you know. You're coming to karaoke, right?" I'm not sure that's a good experience for Ben." "I'd like to go," I answered far too quickly. Gabe shoved his hand into his pocket, staring into the dark liquid in his cup. "I don't know." "Come on, Gabe, you'll love it, and you know it. We won't stay long. Besides, it'll be fun for him to see how we have fun." "I guess." Gabe seemed to be reluctant for some reason. "Good," she said with a grin. "Okay, you two behave." "I'll just be working," Gabe answered. "I have a few projects to finish up." Abigail slung a bag over her shoulder before she poked a finger at me. "He loves television." That wasn't true. I didn't fully understand the play we'd viewed yesterday. I had only enjoyed watching it with Abigail. "Are you leaving?" I asked. "Yeah," she said with a nod. "Duty calls." "Woman doctoring," I answered. She giggled at me. "Just doctoring. It's not different because I'm a woman." "See you later, Ben. Have a good day." I wouldn't have as good of a day as I would have if she'd stayed. I found myself disappointed in the turn of events. Gabe set about using the rectangular boxes to make breakfast for us. As we ate, he twisted to face me. "So, Ben, we need to talk." I froze, my spoon halfway between my bowl and my mouth. I knew what this was about. My stomach clenched as I prepared myself for Gabe's lecture about my interest in his sister. I didn't blame him. If Abigail had been my sister, I would have knocked myself off the chair with my salacious thoughts and inappropriate stares. But I didn't have untoward intentions toward her. My heart grew fonder for her with each passing moment. I hoped my explanation would be enough, but I did understand his need and right to protect his sister from unwanted advances. "So I spent the entire day yesterday trying to find the parts that malfunctioned and died on the time machine so I could take you home. But," he blew out a shaky breath, "I can't get some of the parts." "Oh." I wasn't certain what to say. "I'm really sorry, Ben. You're going to be stuck here for a bit until I figure this out." I held back the smile that grew inside my heart. I wasn't ready to go home. Not yet. I wanted to spend more time with Abigail. However, a twinge of guilt accompanied my relief. What of my men, my duties, the war effort I'd left behind? I pushed those thoughts aside, reminding myself that for now, this was my reality. "Well, that's quite all right. Nothing to be done about it. We'll just have to make the best of it." He offered me a soft smile. "Wow, Ben, you're really an awesome guy. It's amazing how well you took that news." "As I said, there's nothing to be done." We returned to eating our breakfast when I posed a topic of my own. "May I ask you a question?" "Of course. What is it? How does a microwave work?" "Oh, cars?" I shook my head, having no idea what he was talking about. "No, I don't mean to pry." "Ask away, Ben. After disrupting your life entirely, the least I can do is share information." I offered him a tight-lipped smile as I bobbed my head. "Right. Well, yesterday..." Gabe winced before I could get the words out. Look, Ben, modern women are probably really different than women in your era." "Oh, no, you misunderstand. Are modern relationships quite different?" "Relationships?" he asked, his brow furrowing as he lifted his coffee cup to his lips. "Yes, you see, shortly after you departed, another gentleman, and I use that term quite loosely, made his way inside and practically attacked Abigail." Gabe heaved a sigh, his eyes sliding closed. "You met Leo?" "Yes," I said with a nod. "Okay, the thing is, I don't like Leo at all. I know Abby likes him, but I don't." I straightened as he skirted around the counter and dumped the bowls into an odd-looking thing. "Why in heaven's name have you not forbidden her to see him?" He burst into laughter before he leaned against the counter across from me. "Ben, in this day and age, no one tells women who they can and cannot see. They make all their own decisions. But Forgive me. Clearly your father is not here, which would leave you in his stead to monitor her courting. Can you not object?" "Oh, I have objected, but it's not like the olden days. Women can do everything on their own now. Own property, have jobs, open bank accounts. Abby wasn't kidding when you first met her. She makes all her own choices, including who she dates. I can tell her I don't like him, but that doesn't mean she'll agree with me." I heaved out a sigh as Gabe led me to the living room. But the man is a scoundrel. I cannot even repeat what happened between them yesterday without embarrassing us both. Gabe collapsed onto the couch, and I eased into a seat next to him. "I understand, believe me, but there's nothing we can do." I frowned as I crossed my arms, disappointed that no one could stop that scamp from pursuing Abigail. Gabe turned on the large play box, and I watched a drama play out where two people fell in love after lying to each other about several things. It made my head ache. Had relationships become nothing but lies? The drama went on for several hours as Gabe sat next to me with a glowing object on his lap that he stared into for the duration. Finally, he snapped it shut and tossed it aside. "Okay, work's done." "Work? That clacking you've been doing is work?" "Uh-huh," he said with a nod. "Did you enjoy the movie?" "Not really," I answered with a frown. "I don't understand why they would lie to each other." Don't think too hard about it. The point is that love conquers all." "That is a statement I can understand." He smiled and clapped me on the shoulder. "We should get dressed for tonight." I brightened at the statement. "Abigail?" "Yeah, we'll go pick her up at work and then head to the bar." "Karaoke is fun. Do they sing in pubs in your time?" "Yes," I smiled. "Perhaps this would be like a slice of home that I could bond with Abigail over." "Cool," he said, though I didn't understand how temperature applied to this situation. Gabe supplied me with some odd-looking trousers and a shirt. Dutifully, I changed into them, my heart pitter-pattering at the idea of seeing Abigail again. Within minutes of my changing, Gabe had me in a strange box on wheels. He leaned across me and tugged a strap around me, snapping it into place. After a brief explanation of what a car was, he pressed a button and it roared to life. I clung to anything I could find as we began to move under no volition of our own. "It's okay," Gabe assured me. "I am in complete control." He clung to a round wheel in front of him, but I didn't believe he was telling the truth. We rolled forward, passing other rolling boxes. My stomach lurched with each acceleration, and I found myself gripping the seat with white knuckles. The world outside blurred past at an alarming speed, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. How could Gabe remain so calm when piloting this metal beast? The car stopped and moved at various spots until a large building came into view. Lights glowed all around it and inside of it. "This is where Abby works," Gabe said as he fiddled around with the car when it came to a stop. He unbuckled the strap around me, and I pried my hands free of whatever they clung to before I exited the car when he opened the door. On shaky legs, I followed him through doors that opened on their own. We strode into an enormous space with people racing around everywhere. A smile crossed my face, and I waved as I spotted Abigail leaning over a desk. She grinned back at me, waving back as we strode to her. "Hey, you made it." "We did," Gabe said. "A little early, but I wasn't sure how he'd like the car." Another man approached us, sliding his arm around Abby. "Please tell me you're going to karaoke tonight." This wasn't Leo. Was he also courting her? "We are. Ian, this is Ben Turner, Gabe's friend. Ben, this is Ian Pierce. I'm training him to be a doctor that saves lives and doesn't screw up." She patted his shoulder as she laughed. "Uh-oh," Gabe said with a chuckle. "Tell me you didn't." "I did. Missed appendicitis 2 days ago, and today mono." She patted his shoulder again. "It's okay, kid. You'll figure it out." I marvel at a woman training a man in his work, and he took it so well. Before the conversation could continue, the strange, self-moving door burst open again, and a horrible scene rolled through it. Several people pushed a bloodied man on a rolling cart. Abigail's features turned concerned in an instant, and she pushed past us, racing to the scene. "What do we have?" They rattled off terms I couldn't keep straight, but apparently Abigail understood. The man she had teased earlier followed her, eyeing her every move. "Let's get him into Trauma 1," she shouted. Everyone scrambled to follow her orders, scurrying around to do things that I couldn't understand. Abigail raced around him, doing various things when chaos broke out. "He's flatlining, Doctor!" Abigail glanced at a glowing screen before she shouted orders. "Push a round of Epi and charge me to 200. I had no idea what she was saying, but people raced around while she grabbed a set of pads and pressed them against the man's chest. He bounced on the table before she stared at the screen and shook her head. "Again? Clear?" She repeated the action, but still seemed disappointed. I gathered the man had passed. Poor fellow. I said a prayer for him. But Abigail seemed insistent to continue to care for him. This was why women shouldn't be doctors, too kind of heart. "Push another epi and charge me to 220. "Doctor," someone said, and she shouted at them, "Do it now!" The woman nodded and fiddled with something before Abigail pressed those paddles against his chest again. He jolted before a persistent beeping sound. "We have sinus rhythm." Abigail's shoulders slumped as she breathed a sigh of relief and shouted more orders to call for someone else as she peeled off her gloves and tossed them into a bin. She slapped her hand against the other man's as they wandered toward us. "Nice job, Abby. You saved his life," Gabe said with a grin. "Yep. Now he's Shepard's case. Let's go before anyone else rolls in here." Gabe wrapped his arm around me and led me to the door. We climbed back into the rolling box with Abigail joining us. Minutes later, we stopped again outside of a large building with a pounding sound coming from it. Abigail led the way inside, smiling and waving at others who raised their drinks to her as we entered. The scene inside was wild, with people singing and dancing, drinking and chattering. Pubs hadn't changed much. We settled into seats. Gabe delivered some sort of ale while Abigail drank a strange-looking pink liquid. "Did you have a nice day?" she shouted over the thumping music. "Not really," I answered. "The play that unfolded was not very good." "Ah, I'm sorry," she said with a wrinkled nose, her hand patting mine. Warmth rushed through me, and I sipped my ale again. As the night wore on, Abigail chatted with many of the others inside the pub, both men and women alike. They used the smartphones to snap selfies almost constantly before they fiddled with them. It seemed the devices were almost never put down. I finished my second ale, and Gabe supplied another. My mind had already dulled, but I took another sip as Abigail left her seat, climbing onto the stage with several other people. She held an object in front of her mouth and sang into it. Her voice seemed to come from everywhere. I watched her as she hopped around, a broad grin on her features. She pumped a fist in the air, leaning closer to the man she taught at the hospital, singing her heart out. With her head thrown back in laughter, she continued to bounce around freely. I couldn't help but notice how carefree and happy she seemed, how full of life. When the music ended, she hugged several of the people before she returned to her seat next to me, still laughing. Someone approached Gabe, and they went onto the stage to sing. I cleared my throat as Abigail fanned herself. "It's hot, huh?" "Yes, it's quite warm, and quite loud," I answered with a bob of my head. My head pounded along with the music. "Do you want to go outside?" "Yes, thank you," I answered. We left our seats, and she led me out into the cool night air, a relief after the stuffy pub. That was a little overwhelming. "Yeah, you look a little overwhelmed." Abigail leaned against the wall, her cheeks still flushed. My eyes blinked slowly as I focused on her. She looked so lovely. Impropriety be damned, I wanted to press my lips against hers. I shook my head. "Abigail," I said, my voice thick from the liquor. "Yeah?" "I believe we should find Gabe. I fear I have imbibed too much in the way of spirits, and I may not be able to stop myself from behaving inappropriately." Her eyebrows shot up, her eyes questioning. Poor lady. She had no idea that indecent thoughts raced through my mind. Thoughts of her in my arms, our lips pressed against each other. The mere idea of it made me want to slap myself. How dare I treat Abigail in such a way? I stepped closer, unable to resist. It was as if some unseen force pulled us together. I leaned in, my mind consumed by the moment. Our lips were mere inches apart when the door swung open, spilling light and noise into the quiet night. I leapt away from her, my cheeks burning as the moment shattered. Gabe stumbled out, calling our names. I offered Abigail a desperate glance, eager to earn her forgiveness for the lapse in judgment, though I assumed she would report this to her brother, and that would be the end of any time I spent with my fair maiden. Chapter 6. Abby. As Ben leaned closer to me, my heart quickened, though I didn't know why. It was hardly my first kiss, but something about the way he looked at me sent my heart fluttering. I must have had way too much to drink. Before his lips brushed against mine, something I found myself curious to experience, the door opened. He jumped back, his breath catching in his throat as Gabe spilled out of the door. "Abby! Ben!" Ben turned red as a lobster, his gaze falling to the ground. I recalled his statement that we needed to find Gabe before he did something inappropriate. His quaint mannerisms were kind of cute. "Yeah, we're here," I said casually. Gabe spotted us and wandered over. "What's up?" "Oh, we were a little hot, and I think it's getting a little overwhelming for Ben with all the noise." "Oh, right," Gabe said with a nod as he sucked in a deep breath. "Well, we can head home." "Yeah," I answered as Ben stood, seemingly still mortified. "I'm pretty tired after my shift. Let's head home." "You want to say anything to them?" Gabe asked. "Nah, I'm good. You good to drive?" "Yeah, I only had one beer way at the start of the night. I'm good." "Awesome. Maybe take it easy, though," I said, leaning closer to Gabe and lowering my voice. "I think Ben's a little buzzed." "Oh, right. Sure. Come on, buddy. Let's go." Gabe wrapped his arm around Ben and led him to the car. I trailed behind them. Ben shot me a guilty glance over his shoulder before he quickly looked away. I felt sorry for the guy. He seemed totally embarrassed that we'd almost kissed. Mortified, actually. I climbed into the back seat and pulled on my seatbelt. Gabe fired the engine and the car lurched backward. Within minutes we were home, and I thanked goodness that Ben held down his dinner during the ride. We shuffled into the house, and I kicked off my shoes and dumped my bag at the door. I'm wiped out. I'm just gonna drink some water and go to bed. Ben, you need like 2 bottles of water at least. I grabbed a few bottles from the refrigerator, sliding 1 to Gabe, 2 to Ben, and keeping 1 for myself. "Drink that down, buddy," Gabe said, "so you don't get a hangover." "What?" "Sick. You don't want to get sick from drinking too much. You need to drink the water to counteract it." He stared at the bottle, his eyes struggling to focus. I twisted the lid off and slid it closer. "Drink." "Thank you, Abigail," he said, softly, never raising his eyes to mine. "Sure thing," I answered as I guzzled down half of my bottle. "I'm heading up. Good night." Gabe waved me off as he drank his water. I climbed the stairs, the near kiss racing through my mind. Why was I still thinking about it? Ben clearly felt guilty. He'd probably been too drunk to be thinking straight. Maybe he thought I was easy because Leo'd kissed me. I shut my door, rolling my eyes at myself as my phone chimed. I checked it to find a text from Leo. "You finished at the Idiot Singing Fest?" I clicked my tongue as I answered. Karaoke was fun, but yes, I'm home. With another sip of my water, I tossed the phone onto the bed and peeled off my clothes, changing into my pajamas. I threw myself onto my bed, grabbed my phone, and curled my legs up in the air as I lay on my belly, swiping into the new message from Leo. "WTH, Abby?" I glanced at the picture that followed, noting a screenshot of his social media feed with the picture of me and Ben. With a cheeky grin, I bit my lower lip and sent a response. "Jealous?" I took another sip of my water as he typed a response. "Of the weird German guy? Hardly. That guy wouldn't know how to show a girl a good time if he had a step-by-step instruction manual." I capped the bottle and tossed it aside. "Then what did you bring it up for? I was just trying to be nice. I felt bad for him. Gabe had to run out and left him here alone." I leapt off the bed and pulled the covers back before I slid under them, leaning back in the pillows with my phone in my hand. "He's still there?" I answered that he was and received another text from Leo. Hey, my place is no good tomorrow, but tell me Heinrich von Himmler will be gone by tomorrow. Your brother's all I can deal with. With a shake of my head, I answered him. He'll be here tomorrow. Don't be rude. We can still hang out here. He responded quickly. Fine, it's just that your brother hates me. I finished most of my water, leaving a little for overnight before I turned off my light. Try to be nice. You two need to get used to each other. Talk to you tomorrow. With my phone on the charger, I shimmied down and closed my eyes. I drifted off to sleep. My dreams filled with cannon fire mixed with karaoke until a soft knocking awoke me. I snapped my eyes open, shifting under the covers before the knocking sounded again. With a groan, I kicked the covers back and padded to the door, tugging it open a slit and peering outside in the dimly lit hall. Abigail! Ben's voice hissed. Ben? I squinted against the nightlight that limned him. Yes, Abigail. Are you sick? I asked, concerned that the alcohol had affected him more than I suspected. Very, he answered. Oh, okay, just a sec, let me get my robe. I hurried back to my bed and pulled my robe on before I met him at the door, pressing a hand against his forehead. You don't feel warm? Let's get you some medicine and some crackers. No, you don't understand, he whispered with a shake of his head. Ben, what is it? Abigail, he said, his voice breaking. I must both apologize and express my gratitude. Thank you for not telling Gabe about my indiscretion. I crinkled my brows as he continued. And please forgive me, I meant no disrespect. I'm terribly ashamed of the way I treated you earlier. I had too much ale and it clouded my thoughts. Oh, you mean the almost kiss? I asked. Yes. You must know I do not behave so brashly on most occasions. I lifted my chin as his eyes pleaded with mine. Ben, really, it's okay. It's fine. I understand. But you should not have to understand, he answered. I feel quite awful. Don't, I whispered. You don't need to feel bad. It's okay. You must think me such a scoundrel. I chuckled softly. No, I don't think that at all. I think you're very sweet. Now go back to bed and get some sleep, okay? He hesitated for a moment, hovering in my doorway. Ben, it's okay. Go back to sleep. All right, he said with a nod. And thank you, Abigail, for being so understanding. It's very much appreciated. Good night, Ben. I closed the door with a soft click, a smile on my features. I shook my head as I returned to bed, peeling my robe off and tossing it at the foot of the bed. I giggled again as I climbed into it, trying to imagine Leo apologizing for almost kissing me. On our first date, he hadn't been shy about kissing me. With another laugh, I covered my mouth with my hands, unable to stop thinking of Leo tossing rocks at my window to apologize for that kiss. I sighed as I settled back in the pillows, my heart going out to the poor man. He'd been through so much, and now he thought he had insulted me? I couldn't imagine living in his time. How did anyone fall in love? I fell asleep wondering that. As I drifted off to sleep, my mind kept replaying my conversation with Ben, his earnest apology. It was so different from what I was used to. I found myself looking forward to more conversations with him, a thought that both excited and unsettled me. The night seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. My alarm blared at me the next morning, and I groaned, the memories of last night still fresh in my mind. As I got ready for my shift, I couldn't help but wonder what new insights Ben might share today. Everyone else was still asleep when I left. I spent hours at the hospital treating all manner of emergencies before I slogged through the door after my shift, kicking off my shoes and dropping my bag at the door before I shuffled into the kitchen. Ben and Gabe sat on the couch. My eyes fell on Ben. His expression pinched as he tried to make sense of whatever Gabe had been playing. He glanced up at me as I dropped into the chair and kicked my feet up. "Abigail, hello," he said tentatively. "Hi," I said with a warm smile. The front door closed a moment later, and Leo strode in, kissing the top of my head. "Hey, babe." "Hey," I said, craning my neck to glance at him as he strode to the refrigerator for a beer. "We order food yet?" "No, I was about to," I answered. We decided on Italian, and I placed the order for all of us before going to shower, change, and settle in before the food arrived. Leo had moved to the couch, leaving a seat between him and Ben, and I squeezed between them. After we ate, we turned on a movie that I only half paid attention to. Instead, I spent most of my time scrolling through social media or playing a game on my phone. Leo and I interjected a few comments here and there between us. As the movie ended, Leo rose. "I've got an early morning. I'm going to head out." I glanced up from my phone with a nod. "Okay." He leaned forward, giving me a kiss. "See you tomorrow?" "Yep," I answered before we shared another kiss, and he left us behind. As the door clicked shut, I glanced up from my screen, shouting at the ceiling. "Gabe, he's gone! You can stop hiding now!" I glanced at Ben next to me, offering him a smile. Gabe had long since abandoned us, uncomfortable around Leo. "He doesn't like Leo," I said before I returned to my social media. "Abigail," Ben said, shifting in his seat next to me, "may I ask you something?" "Sure," I said as I tapped the like button on my friend's meal picture. "Why do you spend so much time on that device?" I flicked my gaze to him, the question hitting me like a physical slap. "Oh, I don't know. Just a time waster, I guess?" "But your beau was sitting right next to you." "Yeah," I said with a shrug. "Wouldn't you have preferred to connect with him? You barely spoke." "Oh, well, I guess we're just both tired from work and stuff." I returned my gaze to my social media feed. "Not too tired to engage with your device?" I puffed out my cheeks as he called me on behavior that most people exhibited these days, but was completely foreign to him. I searched for an excuse as Ben gently tugged the smartphone from my hands. I let it go, though something about doing that felt odd, and I wondered how I'd gotten so attached to it. As he put it on the side table, I stared longingly after it before I snapped my gaze to Ben. Has speaking to the other person in the room fallen out of fashion? As I stared at my phone on the side table, I felt a strange mix of longing and shame. When did I become so dependent on this device? Ben's innocent question had inadvertently held up a mirror to my habits, and I wasn't sure I liked what I saw. Maybe there was something to be said for the more present, engaged interactions of his time. But then again, how would I stay connected to the world without my phone? The thought of giving it up even for a short while made me oddly anxious. "Wow. Guilty," I said as I shifted to face him. "I guess we're all so attached to those that we just, forget to be present in the moment." I certainly would be present in the moment if I was sitting next to my beau. His cheeks reddened a little when he said the words. I chuckled a little, brushing off the comment as I patted the cushion between us. "All right, I'm being present. What do you want to talk about?" He offered me a nervous grin. "Okay, you've been really good at learning about our society." "Well, I did go to Yale." "You went to Yale?" I asked, impressed with the colonial credentials. He nodded with a raise of his chin. "Yes, I am a school teacher, actually." "Wow, okay. So tell me something about life in 1778. I propped my elbow on the back of the couch as I kept my focus on him. It had been ages since I'd had a conversation without distractions. It felt odd to really watch someone think through their response. "I feel as though you may know all about this, perhaps through history books." "Yeah, but knowing it is completely different than hearing someone who lived it." I waved a finger in the air. "Here's an example. You were at Valley Forge, right?" He bobbed his head. "Yes, of course." "Yeah, well, Gabe and I went to Valley Forge a couple of years ago because he's a history nut. He loves the stuff. And while we were on tour there, the guide said, 'Imagine being here in the winter of 1777 to 1778 in the freezing cold.'" I lowered my voice, imitating the guide before I chuckled. "It was a bitter winter." The emotion flashing in his eyes told an entire story to me. "Okay, see, this is my point," I said as I leaned closer, my eyes wide with excitement. "Gabe and I went in the summer. It was so hot, like crazy hot. I was sweating just standing in the shade, and I totally couldn't imagine it. But see, in just 5 words, I get it. You lived it. And there's something about that that's just, I don't know, it transcends time or something. He chuckled before his brow crinkled. Yes, the winter was quite bad. So many soldiers went hungry. I could see the haunted expression in his eyes, and I leaned closer, taking his hand in mine. I'm so sorry. We have everything in such abundance here, I can't even imagine what that must have been like. He offered me a sad smile, and I shifted again on the couch. Okay, new subject. May I broach one? Sure, yeah. I bobbed my head and settled in for the conversation. I'm still quite confused over modern relationships, although I must really apologize again for my lewd behavior when I'd had too much to drink. I assure you I have nothing but the utmost respect for you, Abigail. He offered me a sheepish grin. I chuckled, smiling sweetly as I shook my head. It's nothing to worry about, Ben. I wasn't offended. Well, you should have been, and I hope I didn't frighten you. Frighten me? I laughed a little harder. Of course, you are a woman of slight figure. I could have easily overpowered you. I rolled onto my side, giggling. Why are you laughing? He asked, his lips curving as he struggled not to join in. I could have stopped you any time, buddy, believe me. I gave a few more chuckles as I tried to rein in my laughter. Well, you consider me a weakling, but I assure you I am a very fit soldier. I believe you, but I went to school in the city. I bobbed my head as his brow furrowed. Oh, I'm very good at self-defense. The city can be a dangerous place for a single gal like myself, and I wasn't willing to be a victim. Self-defense? He repeated, his head cocking. Uh-huh, I said with a nod before I climbed off the couch and waved my fingers at him. I'll show you. Come at me. What? His eyebrows pinched. Attack me. Come on. Certainly not, Abigail. I would never harm you. My shoulders slumped as I rolled my eyes. No kidding. I'm not saying come at me with a knife. Just, come at me like you're trying to attack me. I crossed to him and tugged on his arm. He rose reluctantly, his features still pinched. Abigail, no. Okay, I get it. I spun to face away from him, tugging his arm over my shoulder. Here, grab me from behind and hold on to me like you're trying to drag me away. Abigail, come on, I want to show off my skills, prove to you that women can take care of themselves. I felt his warmth as he crept closer. He pressed against my back, his arm tightening around my shoulders. This is a terrible position for any woman to be put in. I feel badly doing it to you, even to prove that I can... I slid my leg between his and hooked it around his calf before I shifted my weight. As we toppled to the floor, I shifted his arm, pulling it into the air as his words cut off. I pressed a knee to a pressure point in his thigh as he gasped. Now one snap, and I break your arm. One drop of my other knee, and I shatter your ankle. I raised my eyebrows, offering him a haughty glance. See, I could have stopped you. I must admit, I am quite shocked and thoroughly impressed. I grinned as I let go of his arm, lifting my weight off of him. As I did, he shifted underneath me, throwing off my balance. Whoa! I tumbled forward, falling into his chest. As I pushed up, my lips parted in surprise. Our eyes met before mine fell to his mouth. As I leaned closer to him, Gabe's voice startled me. Whoa! I pushed off of Ben, scrambling to my feet. Gabe, I was just showing Ben that women today know self-defense, that we can take care of ourselves. Oh, right. Gabe's eyes bounced between the two of us. I swallowed hard as I slid my eyes sideways to Ben. Whatever had just happened between the two of us... No, I couldn't think of that. He wasn't even from this time. Genuine connection or not, I belonged with Leo, not Ben. But as I thought about Leo, I couldn't help but compare him to Ben. Leo's casual affection suddenly seemed less endearing when contrasted with Ben's earnest apology for an almost kiss. And when was the last time Leo and I had a conversation as engaging as the one I just had with Ben? I shook my head, trying to dispel these traitorous thoughts. Leo was fun, uncomplicated. That's what I needed, right? Chapter 7. Ben. As my eyes fluttered open, I found myself disappointed. The object pressed against my chest was a pillow, not Abigail. My mind hadn't been able to stop thinking about the moments from our conversation last night. As if it hadn't been magical enough when Abby had, in her full-of-life way, told me about her visit to Valley Forge, when she'd insisted on showing me how she could take care of herself, she'd pulled me close enough to her that it had almost been like holding her in my arms. In that moment, with her warmth pressed against me, I could think of nothing but how lovely she smelled and the softness of her skin. I imagined whispering words into her ear that told her of my heart's true desire for her. Before things went any further, though, she's flattened me like a soldier struck by a cannonball. And while I'd been shocked, what happened next had left me even more stunned. She fell on top of me, our lips nearly meeting again. And again, Gabe had interrupted us. I slid my eyes closed, realizing I needed to have an honest conversation with him, but I was too frightened that he wouldn't appreciate my intentions. Perhaps I should learn more about modern courting before I said anything. What I'd learned so far wasn't very impressive. Every facet of modern life seemed to be tied to those smartphone devices. People here used them constantly. While we'd been at the pub, they'd always had them in their hands. While Abigail and Leo spent time together, they'd barely spoken, instead staring at the colorful displays. Even when Gabe worked, he'd been glued to a screen, never interacting with anyone. I climbed from my bed, hoping to see Abigail before she darted out the door to save more lives. I hurried downstairs, finding only Gabe in the kitchen. "Good morning," he said as he stared into yet another screen. "Good morning." I climbed onto the stool next to him. "Has Abigail gone to work?" "Yep," he said with a snorted laugh before he shot me a glance. His eyebrow arched. "You okay with that?" "I do not understand what you are asking," I said, though I'd come to learn okay meant all right, but I feigned ignorance, refusing to meet his gaze. Gabe slid off his stool and skirted around the counter, pulling a bowl from the cupboard to make me breakfast. "Sure you don't." I fluttered my eyelashes, stretching my neck as my muscles went more tense. He had surely noticed my hovering over her outside of the pub and our closeness last night. After retrieving all the necessary items to make what they called oatmeal, he slid it into the magical box that heated food quickly and turned it on before he leaned closer to me. "Ben, I have eyes." "I have noticed them, yes, but it seems they are always transfixed on a screen of one kind or another. I've noticed this throughout your culture. Is there anyone who has a genuine connection, or is it all selfies and likes?" Gabe furrowed his brow, staring at me. "Of course there is. We just are connected to a larger world than you were back in your time. You are connected to the entire world, according to Abigail, yet you are so disconnected from the people right in front of you. You have traded genuine connection with the people present right in front of you for tracking the entire world all at once." I shook my head as the heating box hollered. Gabe removed the bowl and slid it toward me, but I shook my head, a frown on my face. I'm no longer hungry. I left the stool behind, climbing the stairs and closing myself in the bedroom. I shuffled to the bed and collapsed on the edge, lamenting my current situation. My mind regressed to my own time, to a Christmas party before the war. My family and friends had gathered in the sitting room with spirits in our glasses and even higher spirits in our souls. We'd sung together, shared stories, and celebrated another year together. Suddenly, an ache burned through my chest. I missed my home. And as much as I enjoyed the moments of connection I'd felt with Abigail, I found myself longing for a society that did not prize tiny pictures on a screen over life. A knock sounded on my door. "Ben?" Gabe called. "Come on, buddy. I understand. You're frustrated, and this society is a lot different than you're used to, but we have some very positive things that go along with these new developments." I can hardly see what they could be, I shouted, my fingers pressing into the soft bedding, my voice quivering with emotion. Come on, man, let me show you how cool some of this can be. There is an upside to this. His voice took on a teasing tone. It involves Abby. With a heavy sigh, I stared at the door before I rose and crossed to it, pulling it open. Gabe grinned at me. I wagged a finger at him, only because I am curious to see the upside. Uh-huh, he said with an amused smile as he motioned for me to follow him. We descended the stairs and settled on the couch in the living room. Now, you were disappointed this morning when you realized you'd missed Abby. Gabe shot me a warning look with a gentle shake of his head. Don't even try to deny it. And believe me, I understand. She's hot. Stop there, I answered, my brows pinching. I fail to understand what her temperature has to do with anything. You made a similar reference the other day that puzzled me. Cool, you said. I am baffled. Oh, yeah. Cool means, awesome or good. And hot, in this case, means Abby is pretty, attractive. Abigail is beautiful, I answered, my voice a little dreamy as I recalled the curve of her face, the soft pink of her lips, and those beautiful brown eyes. As I spoke the words, I felt a warmth spread through my chest, my heart quickening its pace. My palms grew damp, and I found myself fidgeting with the hem of my shirt, a nervous habit I thought I'd long since overcome. It was as if my body was betraying my carefully guarded emotions, reacting to the mere thought of Abigail in ways I couldn't control. Right, that's exactly what I said, and exactly what I was saying before. You think she's beautiful. Heat rose in my cheeks, and my hands turned clammy. Gabe, like I said, I understand. He held up his hands. I think it's pretty obvious you like her. My features twisted as I sought to explain my intentions to him. Oh, Gabe, I far more than like her, but I assure you my intentions are honorable, despite the compromising positions you have found us in on 2 occasions. Gabe chuckled. Oh, you mean the whole thing last night? Yes, I swear to you on my honor that I had no untoward objectives in that. Gabe patted me on the shoulder. It's okay, Ben, but when was the other one? I swallowed hard, licking my lips. Outside of the pub. I had drunk far too much, and I nearly... well, never mind. Whoa, wait! You almost kissed her, didn't you? I leapt from my seat, stalking across the room toward the playbox. Please do not think I'm some sort of rogue. Gabe chuckled, and I spun to face him, confused about his reaction. No, it's fine, Ben. Really. I actually think it's kind of cool. Cool? Good? You think it is good? Gabe shrugged. I really don't like Leo. You'd be a huge improvement over him. I appreciate that, Gabe, although I remain uncertain I would be an improvement. So many things are different here. Try not to think too much about it, Ben. Just let things develop naturally. He waved the phone at me. Now come sit down and let me show you some cool technology. I crossed back to the sofa and eased onto it. Gabe tapped on the rectangle, and a few seconds later, a trilling noise filled the air, followed by Abigail's voice. Gabe, everything okay? Yeah, just trying to show Ben some perks of modern technology. Calling me is definitely one of them, she said with a chuckle. Yeah, but let's show him how really cool this is. Can you hop on video chat for a second? I had no idea what he'd asked her for, but a moment later, Abigail's beautiful face filled the screen. Hi, Ben. She waved, grinning at me. Abigail. I leaned closer to the phone, trying to understand how this magic happened. Yep, I can see you too. Wave. I lifted a hand, a soft smile on my features as I watched her laugh. Convinced the technology is sort of awesome now? I must say this is one of the positives. Hey, I was thinking. Abigail remained on the screen, but the background changed as though she was walking around. We should do a tech-free night tonight. Maybe play a board game together or something. Wow, look at you detoxing from technology, sis, Gabe said with a laugh. Yeah, well, someone super cool taught me to be more present. She winked at me, and my cheeks burned. Ben and I will pick one before you get home. Oh, Is the idiot coming?" Abigail offered Gabe an unimpressed stare. "I'm going to invite the idiot, but he's probably not into games." "Fine," Gabe answered, his voice taut. "See you in a few." "Yep, short shift today. I'll grab dinner on the way home." With a smile, she waved again before she disappeared from my sight. "Abigail?" I called. She hung up. "Hung up?" I questioned. She's gone. She ended the call. It's over. Anyway, see what I mean about technology being cool? You could be anywhere, and you could call Abby and see her." "It is rather incredible," I admitted, though the source of my positivity came more from the idea of sharing the evening with Abigail. "Yep," Gabe said, lifting his chin. "And I think someone likes you." "What?" I asked. Gabe tugged a corner of his lips back. "Abby is going to put her phone aside for a game night. She doesn't even do that for Leo. She must like you." I shifted on the couch to eye him. "Do you believe... Could Abigail ever... Never mind. Could Abby ever be interested in you?" My features scrunched as I tried to make sense of the words, and Gabe rephrased. "You mean, could Abby ever let you court her?" "Yes," I answered with a nod. "Yes, that is what I'm asking." Gabe raised his eyebrows, his shoulders rising too. You do not need to lie to spare my feelings." I let my chin sink to my chest. "I'm not saying no, I don't know, Ben. She seems to like you, but women are a mystery, you know? You're asking the wrong guy. I'm not very popular with the ladies." I patted him on the shoulder. "I have little experience myself. The war began and all my efforts went to it." "No girls from back home you're interested in?" I heaved a sigh. "No one like Abigail." Gabe pressed his lips together in a consoling smile. "Well, then I say enjoy the time here while you have it. Now, I need to get some work done before Abby gets home." He handed me his smartphone. "Here's a list of games we have with descriptions. Read them and pick one." As Gabe set about his work, I found myself replaying Abigail's smile in my mind. The way her eyes had lit up when she suggested the game night. The hours seemed to crawl by, each minute stretching endlessly as I anticipated her return. I busied myself with selecting the game and helping Gabe prepare, all the while stealing glances at the door, hoping to catch the first glimpse of her arrival. My heart fluttered when Abigail finally called to us. "We're home!" Gabe groaned. That means Leo's here." "Hey, gang," Leo said as he stepped into the room, carrying a bag that smelled of food. "I hear we're going old school tonight." "Leave your phones at the door," Abigail said with a grin. "Give me 5 minutes, I want out of these scrubs." "I want you out of them, too," Leo said as he grabbed her and stopped her from leaving. "Stop it," she said with a shake of her head, though she giggled at him. He let her go before stalking to a seat and slouching into it. Gabe unpacked the food and we took our seats. He left one open next to me for Abigail. She hurried in a few minutes later and plopped onto the chair. "Ready!" She glanced at Leo, her features pinching. "Leo, no phones." "Babe, we're hardly in the throes of gameplay here. I think I can check my socials." Abigail sighed as she grabbed her sandwich and bit into it. "Who's first?" "Ladies first," Gabe said with a grin. Abigail reached for the wheel of numbers that Gabe explained to me earlier. "We should spin for it," Leo retorted. "Seriously?" Gabe asked. "You're seriously gonna stop your girlfriend from playing first?" "Fair's fair," Leo said. "I mean, we're playing a game here. I have no loyalties." It was the only statement he'd made that I'd agreed with since I'd met him. The man had no loyalties whatsoever, I was certain. "Fine," Abigail said. "Spin for it." As we spun, Leo leaned forward, a gleam in his eye. "What do you say we make this more interesting?" Gabe rolled his eyes as Abigail responded. "What are you talking about?" "Put a little money on it. Place a few bets." This time, Abigail rolled her eyes. "Let's just play, Leo. Not everything needs to be a competition. Let's just have fun." "The game of life isn't exactly the most exciting thing ever, Abby. I'm just trying to keep it interesting." The point is spending time together, talking, that kind of thing, Gabe said. That's boring too, he answered before he grabbed Abigail's hand. Abby, let's ditch this. Hit a few clubs. I swallowed hard, wondering if my night with Abigail would be ruined. She pulled her hand back. No, I agreed to do a game night. I'm staying. He rose, his chair scraping against the floor. I'm leaving. Abby, let's go. She firmed her features, staring at him with an unyielding expression. No. Seriously? Seriously, she answered, standing her ground. If you don't want to play, go home. We'll go clubbing another night. Whatever, Abby, he said with a shake of his head, rubbing the scruff on his face before he strode from the room. Leo, she called as she hurried from her seat and went after him. Gabe shot me a glance, his displeasure obvious. Low voices murmured in the hall, and I wondered if she'd end up leaving us, but a few minutes later she returned. He's not staying, she answered as she plopped into the chair. Good, Gabe answered. She shot him an unimpressed stare. He's a total drag, Abby. The guy wouldn't know how to have fun if it bit him. He just likes more savvy fun. Board games aren't his style. With every statement she made, I grew more convinced that Leo was the wrong man for Abigail. Look, let's just stop talking about Leo and have fun, huh? Abigail spun the dial, moving her little game piece along the board. Ah, look, I'm a doctor. Again. She grinned at the board before she collected silly little colored papers that represented her money. The gameplay continued around the room, lasting well into the night. We chatted, told stories, and laughed through it all. Abigail seemed to genuinely enjoy herself, and so did I. As I climbed between the sheets, a smile stuck on my face. I wondered if Abigail and I could ever be happy together. I wasn't sure of the answer, but one thing was clear. Every moment with Abigail Thorne made me fall deeper in love with her. Even as my heart soared with these newfound feelings, a weight settled in my stomach. What of my duty? My life back in my own time? The war effort I'd left behind still called to me a distant but insistent voice of responsibility. How could I reconcile my growing love for Abigail with the knowledge that I might soon be torn from her, thrust back into a world where she didn't exist? The conflict between my heart's desire and my sense of duty threatened to overwhelm me, and I had no idea what I'd do about that. Chapter 8. Abby. I pulled my cell phone from my pocket as I strolled from my last patient toward the break room in need of a refresher on my coffee. Covering a yawn with it, I pushed inside and headed straight for the pot of sludge they like to call coffee around here. It didn't matter how awful it was, I needed it to combat my late night. Gabe, Ben, and I had stayed up way too late playing Life, Clue, and other games. I poured the dark brown liquid into my travel mug and snapped on the lid. As I slid onto the couch for a brief respite before the onslaught of more patients, I toggled on my display again. My lips curved as I stared at my new background photo on my lock screen, my mind floating back to the moment I'd taken it. You can't, Ben insisted with a playful wag of his finger. You agreed to no smartphones. I giggled at the way he said the word, always with the emphasis on the first word. Yes, I know, but it's important. I want to remember this. Despite his ardent protests, I'd retrieved my phone and toggled on the camera. With the game board in the background, I'd held my arms up high to capture all of our grinning faces in the frame. With a few photos snapped, we'd continued our gameplay. The chattering, joking, and laughter had gone well into the night, but even after we'd broken up our fun and I'd collapsed into bed, I hadn't been able to stop smiling. I stared at the selfie I'd taken, warmth spreading through me before I'd promptly replaced the lock screen photo, a picture of Leo kissing my cheek, with this one. I stared into space, wondering if I should switch it back. With a hard swallow, I realized it may have been an impulsive decision because I was still raw over the argument I'd had with Leo when he'd left us behind. With a sigh, I pressed my lips together, my hand hovering over the phone as I considered replacing the image. We'd had a minor argument in which Leo had told me he didn't like this sort of dorky thing. I hadn't found it dorky at all. But Leo was all about glitz and glamour. It had been fun at first, going to various clubs, ordering expensive meals. But what if all of that was hiding a lack of connection between us? And what happened when all of that came crashing down? Sometimes I liked to spend a quiet night at home. I liked to go with Gabe on his little historical adventures. These were all things Leo hated. What happened when our personalities finally clashed? I was determined to find out. I'd promised him a night alone tonight after work, and I planned to use it to gauge the depths of our relationship. My brow furrowed as I worried I may find the bottom of it sooner than I hoped. Before I could dwell on it any further or change my background image, the phone rang. Gabe's name appeared on the display. My stomach clenched as I wondered if something had happened with Ben. I swiped to take the call. "Hey, Gabe, everything okay?" "Hey, Abby, yeah, more or less." His voice sounded tense and tired. "Something happened with Ben?" "No, he's okay. Still asleep, actually. I dragged myself out of bed, although I didn't beat you." "Yeah, early shift," I answered, using my shoulder to press the phone to my ear as I fidgeted in my seat. "Kudos to you for making it after last night." My forehead creased. "Gabe, you didn't call me to congratulate me on getting up earlier. What's up?" He heaved a sigh. "You caught me. I'm really getting concerned about finding these parts for the time machine. I'm more than a little worried that Ben is going to be stuck here forever." I pulled my legs up under me, trying to vet through the conversation. "Okay, well, you're trying your best, but what if my best isn't good enough? Abby, he can't stay here. I mean, I told him he may be stuck here for a little while. I didn't tell him forever. And I'm concerned about his response to that if I can't fix this thing." "Well, he's doing pretty well with the whole being tossed into the future thing. He'll be okay." "Abby, he doesn't belong here. It's one thing to be exposed to it for a little while. It's another for him to try and live here. Think about it. What is he going to do for work? How does he even get a job with no social security number, no ID, no nothing?" I pressed my lips together as I tried to sort through everything he was saying. "You have a point. And beyond the logistics of it, what does he do? Does he have any transferable skills that would work in our world? He can't drive a car. He can't use a computer. He can't do anything that would be readily expected of an employee in today's society." I winced as I became fully aware of the challenges Ben would face living in today's society. "Well, for now, our salaries are more than enough to support him. He can just live with us." "I get that, Abby. Clearly, we're not hurting for money, but he can't exist as a dependent on us." "Why not?" "Why not?" Gabe posed, his voice turning incredulous. "Think, Abby. This is a man who comes from a world where men were the breadwinners, where meaning for a man was derived from providing for a family. We can't ask him to just sit around and binge-watch television all day, or worse, become a housewife." "Hey," I shot back, "there's nothing wrong with housewives, first, and second, maybe he'll find a new purpose in life. Look, Gabe, I get that you're worried, I do, but I think right now we need to just play things by ear, okay? We'll figure it out." Gabe sighed in my ear before he agreed. "You're right. I have a few more leads to track down on these parts. Maybe I can find something. Until then, we'll just keep gradually introducing him to modern life in case he needs to get used to it on a permanent basis." "Right," I said with a nod, checking my watch. "Hey, my break's over, so I gotta run. But text me if anything comes up. Oh, and I won't be home for dinner. I'm going to Leo's." "Ugh, good. At least he's not coming here." I rolled my eyes at the statement as I forced myself off the couch. You really need to get used to him. "Hey, I'm not the only one who doesn't like him. I'm pretty sure Ben hates him." "Well, Ben has no idea how modern relationships work, or modern times, period. He calls our microwave the magical heating box, so his opinion is sort of suspect." "Whatever, I'm just saying I have some backup here." "Noted," I answered. "Goodbye, Gabe." As I ended the call, an unexpected wave of emotion washed over me. The thought of Ben potentially leaving forever left me with a strange, hollow feeling in my chest. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just concern for his well-being. But deep down, I knew there was more to it. The idea of never seeing his confused yet endearing reactions to modern life again, or hearing his earnest observations about our world, made me feel a loss I wasn't prepared for. I pushed the feeling aside, focusing instead on the tasks ahead of me. There was no use dwelling on something that might not even happen, right? As I stuffed the phone into my pocket, Gabe's words echoed in my mind. Ben hates him. I wrinkled my nose at Gabe's assessment. Ben didn't understand. He attacked Leo the first day he met him because he thought Leo was assaulting me, but my mind stopped there, unable to come up with an argument to explain why Leo's behavior was acceptable, other than this had become normal in modern relationships. Whatever, I murmured to myself with a shake of my head before I dove back into the steady stream of emergency room visitors. With my hands full until my shift ended, I didn't get a chance to check for any other messages before I headed to Leo's. After I found nothing pressing waiting on my phone, I drove to his place for dinner. The drive to Leo's apartment felt longer than usual, my mind replaying the conversation with Gabe and my conflicting emotions about Ben's situation. As I parked outside Leo's building, I took a deep breath, reminding myself to focus on the present and the relationship I was trying to salvage. With a determined set to my shoulders, I made my way to his door, hoping that tonight would bring some clarity to my jumbled feelings. After knocking at the door, Leo greeted me, leaving the door wide open as he wandered into his apartment without even so much as a glance, let alone a kiss. "Hey, I'm really tired from work today, so I'm just gonna order something if that's okay with you. I know I said I'd cook, but I'm just not feeling it." I dumped my bag in the entry hall of his apartment. "Sure, no problem. What are we getting?" I approached him, sliding my arms around his waist as I peered over his shoulder at his phone, that he quickly toggled off. "I don't know. What do you feel like?" "A proper hello, maybe?" I asked with a coy smile. He grinned at me before he pulled me closer for a kiss. "I wasn't sure. I didn't want any weird German guys popping out with a knife." "He just didn't understand," I assured him before Leo glanced down at his phone again. My frustration grew with his distraction, though I assumed he was merely checking the time. I pulled back. "We should order. How about Mexican? I'm in the mood for something adventurous." "Sure," he said, tapping on his phone. "You want your usual?" "Yeah, tacos would be great," I answered as he nodded, placing the order in a few minutes before we skirted to the couch and collapsed onto it. With his eyes fixed on the phone, he scrolled through his social media feed. "Should be half an hour or so." "Okay," I answered as I eased onto the cushion next to him, dismissing a few notifications. As I cleared my screen, I caught sight of the picture of our game night. My conversation with Ben about being present in the moment echoed in my mind. I toggled off my display, set my phone aside, and twisted to face Leo. "Hey, let's put our phones down for a second and focus on each other, huh?" He glanced at me, wiggling his eyebrows. "Okay," he said with a wicked grin as he pulled me closer for a passionate kiss. No, I said, pulling back with a shake of my head. "Let's just talk." "Talk? Are you serious?" "Yeah. When was the last time we had a conversation?" "Over dinner," he said. "Last week, I took you out to that nice French place, remember?" I bobbed my head. "Yeah, I remember. You stared at your phone until the food got there, and then we ate." "I asked you how your shift was and everything. I think I even asked how Gabe was." My shoulders slumped. That conversation had lasted a grand total of 2 minutes. "I'm serious, Leo. Let's really talk." He heaved a sigh, his features unimpressed. "Fine. What do you want to talk about?" Despite the annoyed expression on his face, I pressed on. "Just stuff, anything. Tell me something interesting." I don't know, babe. Nothing comes to mind." "Okay, I'll start," I said with a smile and a giggle. "Okay, this is funny. Remember how Gabe and I went to Valley Forge last summer?" He shrugged, shaking his head. "Maybe." "I'm pretty sure I told you. Anyway, we went there in the summer, right? and Washington camped there in the winter. And so while we were on tour, the guide said to imagine a bitter cold winter, but it was literally so hot that day that I couldn't even begin to imagine it. I chuckled a little, glancing at him expectantly for a hint of laughter or a follow-up question, maybe asking how the trip had gone otherwise. Instead, his features pinched. Is there a point to this? The question was like a punch to my gut. He couldn't care less about anything I had to say. I slouched back against the couch cushions with a frown. No, just funny anecdote. He grabbed his phone, toggling it on. Really humorous, Abby. Although you know I hate that kind of dorky stuff. I mean, so what? You and Gabe went to see some big field where a bunch of guys slept 1,000,000 years ago? Something important happened there, Leo. Yeah, forever ago. None of that matters now. He shook his head, his eyes transfixed to his screen. I crossed my arms, realizing he wasn't interested in my experiences. Was he even interested in me? Before I could dive deeper into that rabbit hole, my phone rang. I grabbed it and swiped to answer the call, scrambling off the couch and away from Leo. Hey, Gabe, what's up? I found the parts! His voice was off the charts excited. You did? Where? As much as I wanted to get on board with his enthusiasm, something about it bothered me. Okay, that's the bad news part. They're out near Philadelphia. Well, that's not crazy far, I answered. We could totally do it. I'm off tomorrow. We could do a road trip. Really? Gabe asked. Oh, Abby, that would be awesome. Yeah, definitely. Wait, I'll come home now and we can plan it. Aren't you with Leo? He asked. I glanced over my shoulder at the man glued to his phone. I'm not even sure if he'd notice me leaving. It's no big deal. This is important. I'll be home in a few. I ended the call before he could object and crossed to the couch, leaning over the back. I planted a kiss on Leo's cheek and rubbed his shoulder. There's a tiny crisis at home. I gotta run. Talk to you later, okay? Abby? He questioned as I went to the door to collect my bag. What the hell? We're supposed to have dinner. I know, but this is unavoidable, and I need to run out of town, so I won't be around tomorrow. We'll catch up when I get back, okay? I flung my bag over my shoulder and began to pull his door open. Yeah, whatever, he said with a raise of his hands and a shake of his head. Text! I closed the door before he could finish that statement, my heart tearing in two. I'd built a relationship with Leo, but lately, I just couldn't be bothered to nurture it any further. Maybe because I suspected we were at the end of the line. Still, I wasn't giving up. At least, that's what I told myself. As soon as Ben was back home, I'd make an honest effort to settle things with Leo, to create the relationship I wanted with him. We just needed to sort things out with Ben first. Chapter 9. Ben. My features crinkled as yet another new term rattled around in my old-fashioned brain. Road trip? I repeated, not understanding the words at all. Gabe bobbed his head as he spread his arms out to lean against the counter. Yeah, road trip. Abby suggested it, and I think she's right. I do not understand, I answered with a shake of my head, though the mention of Abigail perked up my interest. Gabe sucked in a breath. Well, remember how I told you I was kind of at a standstill with the time machine, and you'd be stuck here a little longer? I recalled the words and my indifference toward them as I realized I could spend more time with Abigail. Yes, I recall. Well, that's because I couldn't find the parts. I was freaking out, actually. I thought you'd be stuck here permanently. Gabe paced the floor in front of me as he spoke, gesturing a few times. I processed the words, ambivalent on how I felt about them. On one hand, I'd be here with Abigail, a woman for whom my feelings grew with each passing second. But on the other, I would never see my men again, never finish what I'd started in my own time. It would be like living an incomplete life in some ways. A wave of conflicting emotions washed over me. The thought of returning to my own time, to my duties and the familiarity of my world, stirred a sense of longing. Yet the idea of leaving this new world, of leaving Abigail, created an unexpected ache in my chest. I found myself torn between my sense of duty and the new feelings blossoming within me. How could I choose between two worlds, two lives that seemed equally important yet impossibly separate? Well, Gabe said before I could reply. I found the parts, but they're pretty far. I see. How many days' ride? Oh, no, not like that. It's about 5 hours away from here. I see, I answered as I rubbed my chin. 5 hours was still a fair amount of time for a horse. We'd need to find an inn somewhere to stay, to water and feed the horses and allow them to rest. Before I could present my plan, the door slammed shut. I'm home, Abigail called. A smile spread across my features, though it quickly faded. A trip like this would be difficult on a lady. I did not wish her to grow too weary from the travel. It appeared our road trip would mean leaving Abigail alone for at least 2 days' time. She hurried into the room with her weird little coffee mug in hand and a grin on her face. Did you tell him the good news? My lips curved downward at her words. She thought my departure was good news, and my heart ached because of it. Yeah, but he doesn't understand. Abigail dumped the mug onto a rack inside the cleaning box and clapped her hands. Road trip, road trip, road trip, road trip, she chanted. Why was she so excited about us leaving, I wondered. Her features turned confused, and she set her hands on her hips. Why are you not excited? Abby, I don't think they did road trips back then. Oh, right, duh, they didn't have roads. Of course we had roads, I answered, and we made several trips on them, but I do not understand the excitement over it. Road trips can be quite taxing. 5 hours' ride is quite a bit for both man and beast. Ah, the way you say road trips is so cute, Abigail said with a grin at me. Also, there's no beast here unless you want to rename my car. Car? I repeated, my features wrinkling. Do you mean that rolling box? Yep, she said with a grin before she looked at Gabe. This is right over by Philly, right? Yeah, he said. Wait just a minute, I interjected. Should we consult a map? Gabe bobbed his head. I did. He showed me a map on his little device. We're here. The parts are there. My eyes went wide. Sir, that is far more than 5 hours' ride. Gabe chuckled at me. Not in a car. Abigail bobbed her head. He's right. It's actually less than 5 hours, plus stops for snacks and whatever. We can do this. We'll get up super early tomorrow, drive out, get there in the morning, get the stuff, drive back. My eyes went wide. This was the problem with women being involved in strategic planning. Abigail, I chided gently, I do not think you understand. We cannot possibly. I'm going to jump in here before you say something you really regret, Gabe said. Abby is right. It'll be like 15 hours max. Between the two of us, we'll be fine. I can nap while she drives and vice versa. We'll be back tomorrow night. My eyes went wide. Surely you do not believe. I could not work out the details in my mind as they did. As I tried to, Abigail's hand found mine. It's not going to take that long to get there, and it'll be fun. We'll all hang out in the car together, just like you like. I stared down at her hand on mine, wanting to wrap my fingers around hers. All right, I would like to experience this road trip. Awesome, she said with a grin. We'll leave tomorrow morning at like 4? What do you think, Gabe? Sounds good to me. That puts us in Philly around 10:30 with stops. 10 if I have my way, she answered, and Gabe clicked his tongue. Yeah, speeding may not be great given our precious cargo here. Abigail playfully rolled her eyes at him. Let's get dinner and head to bed. We want to be up early to make good time before any traffic. During our dinner, both Abigail and Gabe attempted to explain to me the upcoming fun of a road trip. Apparently it consisted of piling into the rolling box, singing songs, and eating. Abigail proudly proclaimed we would do something she termed a sheets run to secure our morning breakfast. I had little idea of what it meant, but Abigail seemed excited and it rubbed off on me. I went to bed excited to be a part of it, but mostly to spend more time with a woman who was quickly earning my admiration. I tossed and turned as I imagined spending the time together, but I couldn't understand most of what we discussed. Instead, I dozed off, dreaming about being on a road trip with Abigail, but in my own time. As we meandered forward on our horses, we chatted and laughed before we stopped for a picnic and to allow the horses to rest. After spreading out a blanket, we chattered and laughed as we ate the cheese and bread. Our lunch came to a close, and instead of rising, I leaned closer to her. Before our lips could press together, I shook all over. "Ben!" Gabe's voice whispered. "Time to get up, buddy." The dream shattered like fragile glass, Abigail's face fading away as I was jolted back to reality. For a moment I lay disoriented, the lines between my dream world and this strange future blurring in my mind. The soft bed beneath me felt alien compared to the grassy picnic spot of my imagination, a stark reminder of my displacement in time. "Come on," he said with a grin. I climbed from my bed and changed my clothes before I headed downstairs. Abigail greeted me with a broad grin. "Good morning," she whispered as she pulled her hair up. "Good morning, Abigail. Are you ready for our road trip?" "Yep," she said with a nod. Within a few moments they ushered me out of the house and into the larger rolling box that was Abigail's. She climbed behind the wheel, with Gabe sitting next to her, and I sat behind her. She flicked her gaze into a mirror, her eyes meeting mine as she fired the engine. "Your first road trip. We should commemorate it." With her smartphone in her hands, she took a selfie of us before she set the box in motion, and we rolled forward. We navigated several roads before we got onto a larger one. I stared up at the lights that lit it before glancing across to see other rolling boxes zipping past us. My hands gripped the seat tightly, my knuckles turning white as we accelerated to speeds I could scarcely comprehend. The landscape blurred past in a dizzying rush, and I felt my stomach lurch with each turn and change of speed. I tried to steady my breathing, reminding myself that Abigail and Gabe seemed perfectly at ease with this method of travel. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were hurtling through space in a manner surely not meant for mortal men. Before long, we turned off the large road to an enormous, sprawling structure with enough lights that it hurt my eyes. Abigail navigated the box to a spot near the well-lit building and turned it off. Both she and Gabe unbuckled the harness around them. I'd learned how to do it too. I pressed the button and let it slide back into its original position before I pulled on the silver handle that opened the door. Abigail met me as I stepped outside and slid her arm through the crook of mine, leading me forward. My chest puffed a little as I escorted her into the building, uncertain as to why her brother did not insist on it. We stepped inside and my senses were immediately overloaded. Bright lights assaulted me, an odd sort of music floated down from above us. I glanced upward but could find no musicians there. When I lowered my eyes again, I had to blink to be certain of what I saw. What appeared to be odd forms of food, as far as the eye could see, filled shelves. "Abigail," I whispered as she navigated forward, "is this food all for the taking?" "Well, not the taking," she said. "You have to purchase it." I searched for a shopkeeper, but found none. Instead, Abigail led me to a flat, colorful rectangle and began to tap on it. "Gabe," she called as he worked at a contraption that looked to be pouring liquid into a cup. "You wanted the muffin with ham, right?" "Yep," he called back. I marveled as she tapped around on the screen, telling the thing that she wanted a muffin with ham, eggs, and some cheese on it. She tapped around again, creating another fake sandwich on the screen. I wondered if this illusion of food would be our only meal. After another moment, she twisted to face me. "Okay, do you want an English muffin, croissant, or biscuit?" "Oh, maybe not the English muffin, huh?" A biscuit would be perfectly fine," I answered, sure I would never see such food. She tapped the picture of the biscuit before she asked, "Do you want bacon, ham, sausage, or none?" "Bacon? There's bacon?" She nodded and tapped on a picture of it. I only wished I would have a real taste of it. She added an egg and some cheese and pressed on the screen a few more times. A slip of strange-looking paper with printed words spit out at us, and she snatched it before we met Gabe at another screen. They waved the cups and paper around in the air before Abigail removed a small rectangular object from her reticule. She waved it around in the air before she returned it to the purse. "All set?" We hadn't any food yet, but we did have some very hot coffee. How we'd purchased it remained beyond me. Abigail dragged me to another location, and we stood there for a while. I wasn't certain why, but while we waited, I asked how Abigail had purchased our coffee. I used my card. When I tapped it against that little screen, it charged my account. She sipped her coffee until someone shouted a number. Abigail darted forward and thanked the woman before accepting a bag. They led me back to the rolling box, and we climbed inside. The scent of food filled the air. Abigail dug into the bag and pulled out a few wrapped objects. Gabe, Ben, and this is mine. They both eagerly unwrapped the sandwiches and started to eat. I did the same, burning the inside of my mouth with the hot food. Ouch! Oops, sorry, I didn't think to warn you that it's pretty hot, Abigail said. Are you okay? Perfectly fine, I assured her. Do you mean to say that you received this food because you tapped about on that window? Yep, she said with a nod before biting into her sandwich. You just tell them what you want and they make it for you. So when you asked if I preferred bacon, ham, or sausage, I could have said sausage and you would have had sausage instead of bacon. My eyes widened. How does it happen? Abigail shrugged. I don't know the specifics, but you just tell them whatever you want to eat and they make it. Cool, right? I stared down at the sandwich in amazement. As I finished eating, Gabe returned to the shop, coming back with sacks of snack food. The overabundance made my head spin. It seemed these people had anything they wished for at their fingertips. It made that winter at Valley Forge look all the worse. Yet, it seemed that they took much of this for granted. I lamented that as we set off again, zipping down the road at what seemed like impossible speeds. I settled back in my seat as we got underway, watching the passing scenery, until suddenly I was thrown forward violently. The harness dug into me, stopping me from pitching too far forward, as a horrid screeching sound filled the air. Abby, what the hell? Gabe shouted. Abigail, however, did not respond. The car raced backward at an alarming rate, shrieking to a stop again as Abigail stared at something on the side of the road. With her eyes wide, she cranked the wheel in front of her, and we turned sideways. Abby, what are you doing? She poked one finger forward at another rolling box. What is Leo's car doing at the Starlight Motel? I wasn't certain what was happening, but it became very apparent Abigail was angry. Her features twisted as she stared at the other rolling box. My stomach twisted into a knot as I wondered what was happening. Chapter 10. Abby. My heart hammered as I spotted the flashy sports car in the cheap motel's parking lot. My throat went dry when I recognized the license plate on it. I slammed on the brakes, coming to a screeching halt in the middle of the deserted highway. Abby, what the hell? Gabe shouted as he flew forward, caught by his seatbelt. I barely heard him. I didn't bother to respond. Instead, I threw the car into reverse and tromped on the accelerator, sending us flying backward before I screeched to a halt again. With my sweaty palms, I whipped the wheel around to turn into the parking lot. Abby, what are you doing? Gabe demanded. I jabbed a finger at the sports car, my heart pounding as a wave of humiliation and anger surged inside me. What is Leo's car doing at the Starlight Motel? I slid into a parking spot next to his car, peering with wide eyes as I spotted the stupid fuzzy dice hanging from the rearview mirror. My lips tugged into a frown as my heart rose into my throat. I'd asked the question, but I was fairly sure of the answer. But I needed to see it for myself. Abby, Gabe started as I slid off my seatbelt before I kicked my door open. Gabe climbed from the car as I approached the building, going to the room with the curtains drawn. Abby, this isn't a good idea. Let's just get back in the car and continue the road trip, okay? My nostrils flared as my jaw tightened. Both Ben and Gabe hovered behind me as I stood in front of room 7's dirty door. My mind flitted between knocking and kicking the door down. Another wave of humiliation and anger crashed over me, drowning out any self-restraint as I curled my fingers into fists. Without giving myself time to second-guess, I lifted my foot and kicked the door hard. The wood splintered, the door flying open with a loud pop. I stormed into the room, allowing my eyes to adjust to the dim light as I spotted exactly what I'd feared I'd find inside. Leo, half naked, scrambled from the bed, his eyes wide with shock and guilt. Next to him, tangled in the sheets, was another woman. My stomach clenched, my chest constricting until it became difficult to breathe. I firmed my jaw, clenching my muscles until they were taut to stop my knees from wobbling. "Abby, what the hell?" Leo stammered, his voice defensive and weak. "Same question, you jackass!" I shouted back. The hurt and betrayal were all too much, but I wanted him to own what he did. He ran a shaky hand through his hair as he glanced at the woman clutching the sheet, her features twisted with disdain at me. How dare she look at me that way when she'd crawled into bed with my boyfriend? "Oh, you want to know? It's you, Abby. You did this." My jaw flopped open as I stared at him. "I did this? I made you sleep with another woman?" He lifted his chin, nodding again. "Yeah, you did. You and your inability to make any time for us." "What?" I asked, my fists tightening. "How dare you? I tried to make time for us earlier. You couldn't stay off your phone." "Oh, come on, Abby. You were a little too eager to run out the door when Gabe called. And now I see why. You ditched me to hang out with your brother and his weird friend." My nostrils flared again. They needed help, and I'm helping them. But I've tried for days to get through to you, and you don't want any part of a real relationship. You just want to go clubbing or make out. Well, I've had it. "Oh," he said, his voice taunting. "Real big threat there, Abby. I'm so upset about losing an uptight, snotty little witch who can't..." He never finished that sentence as Ben, with a roar, rushed toward him and smashed him against the wall before he landed a few blows to Leo's gut. My eyes widened as he pummeled Leo like a prize fighter in a boxing match. Leo took a swing at him, his fist sailing through the air. Ben easily dodged it. Leo's momentum sent him stumbling off balance, crashing into the nightstand. Gabe grabbed Ben with both hands, pulling him back. "Come on, I think it's time to go." "You're a sorry excuse for a man," Ben shouted as Gabe hauled him backward. Leo recovered, stretching his neck as he grimaced at Ben, his disdain apparent. "Yeah, well, at least Abby was interested in me. Too bad for her, she's dull as dirt." The words slapped me in the face, but not as hard as Ben hit Leo. "Abigail is none of those things, sir. She should count herself lucky to be rid of you." He shook Gabe off and charged at him, landing a hard punch against Leo's jaw. Leo wobbled for a moment before his eyes rolled back in his head and he collapsed backward onto the mattress, bouncing against it as his female companion screamed. "Time to go," Gabe said as he grabbed Ben and me and guided us to the door. "Looks like I'll be driving the first shift. Maybe you should sit in the back with Ben." Embarrassment roiled inside of me, and I wished I could melt into the pavement in a puddle, but I crawled into the back of the car, knowing I couldn't drive after this. It wouldn't be long before I was in tears. Whether they were angry or hurt, it didn't matter. I could feel my insides quivering, despite me trying to hold it all in. I ducked into the back seat, sliding next to Ben as Gabe fired the engine. Within minutes, we were back on the road. I slid my gaze to the scenery passing us, my mind going over and over what had happened. As the landscape blurred past, fragments of my relationship with Leo flashed through my mind. The exciting first dates, the gradual distance that had grown between us, the increasing frustration I'd felt but ignored. Had there been signs I'd missed? Or had I simply been too caught up in the idea of having a relationship to see Leo for who he really was? The betrayal stung, but beneath it, I felt a strange sense of relief, as if a weight I hadn't known I was carrying had been lifted. Still, the humiliation of the situation burned, making my cheeks flush with renewed anger and embarrassment. "Abigail," Ben said softly, "are you all right?" I bobbed my head, sliding my gaze sideways, but that wasn't the truth. My lower lip trembled, and I broke down in tears. "Oh, dear Abigail, why are you crying?" "I was so stupid," I squeaked out. "No," Ben said with a shake of his head. "It's Leo who is the fool, not you." I propped my elbow on the door and let my head fall into my hands. "Really? Because I don't feel very smart right now." "Of course, Abigail. He is a fool of a man to have thrown you over for another. You are a special woman, but you are better to be rid of him than stuck with a man who does not have your best interests in his heart and mind." I swallowed hard, trying to stop my tears from flowing. With a shaky sigh, I wiped at my cheeks, nodding. "Yeah." The words didn't help ease my pain very much. I'd spent time building a relationship with Leo, only for him to throw it away, and in the most humiliating way possible. With a lick of my lips, I tried to breathe through it, but it was still painful, and I continued to sob. Ben reached for my hand, his features contorting with pity. I collapsed into his chest, weeping as he held me. "Don't cry, Abigail. He isn't worth even your tears." After a few minutes, my tears slowed. I sniffled before my eyes slid closed. When I fluttered them open again, the sun was already up. I sniffled again, pushing away from Ben as I squinted and glanced around. The events of the night before came rushing back. The motel, Leo's betrayal, Ben's unexpected defense of my honor. It all felt like a bizarre dream. But the lingering ache in my chest confirmed its reality. I'd cried myself to sleep in Ben's arms, finding comfort in his steady presence. Now, in the harsh light of day, I felt a mix of embarrassment at my breakdown and gratitude for Ben's support. The hurt was still there, but it felt more distant, overshadowed by the journey ahead and the man sitting beside me. "Where are we?" "Gettysburg," Gabe said. I pulled the hair tie from my hair and tousled it. "You want me to drive?" Gabe glanced in the rearview mirror. I'm fine," I reported. "I'm over it. He's an idiot." I glanced at Ben, a soft smile on my face. "Thanks." I squeezed his hand as Gabe nodded. "Okay, I'll pull over at the next rest area. We'll switch." With a long exhale, I watched the scenery speed by until we hit a new rest area and Gabe pulled off. After stretching our legs, we swapped, with me climbing behind the wheel and getting us back on the highway. I cleared my throat, turning up the music as I navigated. "So, how have you been enjoying the road trip so far, Ben?" I asked with a cheery grin, desperate to put the horrible events of the morning behind me. "I cannot believe the speed at which we have traveled across the area. This would take several days' journey in 1778. "It's a lot better this way, right?" I asked as we approached an exit sign. In the mirror, Ben's features crinkled. "Valley Forge. That sign said Valley Forge." Uh-huh, I said with a nod. "It's just ahead." His eyebrows pinched together, and a sense of duty nestled in the pit of my stomach. I flicked on my turn signal as the exit came into sight. "What are you doing?" Gabe asked from the passenger seat. "Taking him to Valley Forge," I said as I guided the car off the exit. I followed the signs for the national park and pulled inside, veering away from the visitors center where I was certain Ben wouldn't want to visit. We drove along the green grass dotted with monuments. As we approached the area with wooden huts, recreations of the housing used there, Ben tugged at the door handle. "The huts! Wait, I said as I slid into the parking lot. "Let me park first." As soon as the doors unlocked, he was out of the car and hurrying across the road, nearly getting mowed down by another vehicle as he crossed, oblivious to it. Gabe and I hurried after him as he raced to the huts and entered one. I ducked inside behind him. He stared at the information boards inside, describing living conditions in 1778 and more. No, it was nothing like this. "Ben," Gabe tried. "No," he said with a vehement shake of his head. "No, none of this is right." He left the structures behind and wandered further, searching the park for any trace of his old life. After a while, his chest heaved and he doubled over, his upset obvious. "Ben," Gabe said again. He straightened and shook his head as he stalked forward toward a ridge. "I need a moment." I crossed my arms as he stood in front of us, surveying the land. My heart broke for him. Even this had changed. Once their campsite, it was now a national park, filled with tourists snapping photos for their scrapbooks. I'd been here before, but seeing it through Ben's eyes made it feel different. The manicured lawns and well-maintained paths seemed almost sacrilegious compared to the hardships Ben had described. Tourists milled about, snapping photos with their smartphones, their casual attitudes a stark contrast to the reverence I now felt for this place. I glanced at Ben, noting the mix of recognition and confusion on his face. To him, this wasn't just a historical site. It was a piece of his life, now transformed into something he barely recognized. "Someone should go get him," I said to Gabe. "He said he needed a minute," Gabe said with a shrug, closing his arms over his chest tightly. With a roll of my eyes and a click of my tongue, I strode forward, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Ben?" He twisted to face me, tears shining in my eyes. "Oh, Abigail, I'm very sorry. I have ruined the road trip." "No," I said with a shake of my head. "No, of course you haven't. It's okay." He glanced out across the field again. "Is it? I'm afraid this is not what I expected. My men camped here, almost froze here, starved here, and now it's selfies and social media." I pressed my lips together with a soft sigh. "Well, look at it this way. People come here to learn about what happened and..." I shrugged. "Enjoy the freedom you fought for." He glanced back at the children frolicking, laughing and playing, the cars zipping around, the people walking the trail. "I suppose." "Hey," I said, grabbing his hand with a grin, "why don't you tell me more about what it was really like? Where was your tent?" He brightened a little at my interest. "Oh, quite far from here, closer to the general's headquarters. It would take some time to walk." I pulled him toward the car. "I know where you mean. Come on, it's faster if we drive." We piled back in the car and drove to the parking lot closest to General Washington's headquarters. After a brief walk, Ben grinned at the stone building. "This is the same." "I told you some things didn't change," I said with a smile. He spun in search of the area he sought. "My tent was just there." I patted his shoulder, glad to feel some of the tension gone from them. We spent another hour exploring the site, with Ben chattering away about what things were like in his time. When we'd finished, we piled back in the car, with me at the wheel again, to finish the drive to the shop Gabe found. As Ben and I waited in a nearby parking lot, I glanced at him, a sense of melancholy washing over me. A part of me selfishly wished the parts wouldn't be here, that Gabe wouldn't be able to fix the time machine. I scuffed my foot against the pavement below my feet, guilt bubbling. This poor man just wanted to return home, and I was wishing he'd be stuck here forever. Good going, Abby. Good going. Chapter 11. Ben. I glanced at Abby over my shoulder as she sat in the back seat. My heart swelled at the sight of her. My growing feelings had only surged more as we'd spent time at Valley Forge, a place once so important to me and the entire Continental Army. And now, it had a new meaning, one that I would never forget. It had been the site where I'd fallen hopelessly in love with Abigail Thorne. It had been building since I'd met her, but those simple words of comfort as I'd stood dumbfounded at a place that had been both our refuge and our sorrow had touched my heart. I wanted to reach back and take her hand in mine, but I feared she may pull away. Instead, I shifted around to face the front as the scenery zipped past me. My eyes widened as I stared at the number glowing in front of Gabe. I'd asked him about it before, wondering why it changed at times. I'd noticed that it seemed to vary when we sped or slowed, but it couldn't possibly have been associated with our speed at such an outrageous value. Things in this day and age seem to be so fast-paced. Everyone's zipping around everywhere, and they never stopped looking at those rectangular-shaped devices. Even now, Abigail stared down at her smartphone. She set it aside as Gabe broke the silence in the car. "So, Ben, are you excited to go home if these parts do the trick?" I swallowed hard, my heart tearing in two. I wanted desperately to return to the comfort and familiarity of my own time, and to return to my men, my duty. I couldn't understand what my role would be if I didn't go home, but there, my role was very clear. On the other hand, I did not wish to leave Abigail behind. I'd never fallen in love before. There were several women who I'd consider friends even, but none of them touched my heart as Abigail did. Leaving her behind would be gut-wrenching. I wondered for a moment if I had to choose. With a shake of my head, I realized what a ridiculous idea that was. How would it work exactly? Would I stay here, or would Abigail go back to the past? I glanced sideways at her again, trying to imagine her living in my era. Abigail, so strong and full of life, so committed to proving women could do just as much as men, would likely find it a challenge. Still, I couldn't stop myself from imagining it. We'd settle in a lovely home, have a few children. I imagined picnics by the river, and Abigail greeting me with a kiss as I came home from teaching school. The images curled my lips into a slight smile. "Ben!" Gabe's voice sent me crashing back to earth, shattering my daydreams. My apologies, Gabe. I was still marveling over the speeds at which one travels in this day and age, I fibbed, glancing into the small mirror on the side of the box to see if my cheeks bore the color of a British soldier. "You're doing really well with it," Abigail said from the back seat. "It's kind of nice to travel this quickly, isn't it?" I swallowed hard at the words. They reminded me of how ingrained this lifestyle was for Abigail. Would you dislike me immensely if I said no? I glanced over my shoulder to assess her response. With her features pinched, she studied me. After a moment, she chuckled. "No, I just want to know why you think that." "Well," I said, processing my thoughts, "it is incredibly convenient to travel so quickly." "If you think this is fast, you ought to try flying," Gabe said with a laugh. "Flying?" I answered, my shoulders shaking as I tittered over the ridiculous notion. What a fantastical notion, although I highly doubt you would get anyone interested in such a method of travel. Gabe shot his sister a glance in the mirror, and they grinned at each other. "Hate to tell you, buddy," Gabe said, his eyes still forward on the road, "but people fly every day. It's incredibly convenient and quick, and outside of minor inconveniences, most people enjoy it." "Flying. In the air," I repeated, trying to wrap my head around the notion. Gabe guided the rolling box to the side, bringing the thing to a rest near several others. We climbed out of it, and he pointed up to the sky. "See that little thing up there, leaving a white trail behind it?" "Yes, quite a large bird." "Not a bird. An airplane. You sit inside of it and fly through the air from one place to the next." "How do you get up there?" I cried, imagining all sorts of horrible ways to reach the sky. "Oh, they are on the ground, and you get inside, then they take off and fly into the air," Gabe explained. I glanced at Abigail, trying to see if he was playing a prank on me. Some practical joke on the poor, quaint man who'd come from the past. Is he joking? Abigail shook her head. "No, we fly all the time." My eyes widened. "You have been," I poked a finger skyward. "Up there?" "Uh-huh," she answered. I glanced at the thing in the sky, but it had already passed us. "Where has it gone?" "It's gone now," Gabe said. "They're fast." "Faster than we are barreling in that rolling box?" Abigail bobbed her head. A lot faster, actually. Flying from home to where we were, she shrugged, her lips turning downward as she calculated it in her head. 45 minutes? No! My eyes widened and I glanced to Gabe for confirmation that she hadn't, in fact, incorrectly figured. Yeah, Gabe answered. It's fast. I collapsed back into the seat as I tried to comprehend the speed and how anyone would enjoy it. Is it very uncomfortable? I asked once we were back on the road and rolling along at a good pace. The seats stink, and they don't give you much legroom, Abigail said as she opened a bag of some sort of food and dug inside. But other than that, no. I think he means the speed, Gabe said. Yes, I answered with a nod. It must be terribly gut-wrenching to be hurled through the air like that. Abigail shook her head as she waved the bag at me. Chip? No, it's not. You don't even feel it. It's like sitting on your couch. I couldn't fathom the idea, though. It once again made me acutely aware that I did not belong here. Sadly, though, it appeared Abigail did. She had no issue with these fantastic methods of travel. I chewed on my lower lip, my fingers curling into fists as my mind and my heart worked overtime to process my unique situation. As I sought to parse through my thoughts, Abigail shimmied closer to me, holding the smartphone in front of me. Here's a video of a plane taking off. I watched in amazement and horror as the thing sped down some sort of road before it lifted into the air. She tapped on the screen and pulled up another image of the inside. I felt more and more out of my depth with each passing moment, and suddenly I hoped Gabe could fix his contraption and take me back to a place where sanity still reigned. You never did tell me why you don't like the convenience of traveling this quickly, Abigail said as she continued to eat the strange little bits of food she called chips. I really don't get it. Who would want to take days to get from our place to Philadelphia when you can do it in hours? Well, as I stated, the convenience is certainly something, though everyone here always seems in such a rush. Sometimes time is of the essence. Clearly, in battle, for example, sending messages quickly is vital. But must all travel be so frenzied? Gabe shrugged. It's not frenzied to us. He has a point, though, Abigail said. The GPS makes me just want to beat the time that's listed so I feel like I've won something. It's like we're always in competition mode. Gabe wrinkled his nose as though he didn't agree, but Abigail's insight brought a smile to my face, although I had no idea what a GPS was. I'm not trying to beat the GPS, Gabe shot back. Yes, you are. You're driving 5 miles over the speed limit because you want to get home and tinker with your toy. We slowed down at her words as Gabe glanced at the glowing number in front of him. It's not a toy, he shot back. This is important. Although, come to think of it, you never answered about if you're excited to go home. My jaw involuntarily tightened at the topic I'd thought I'd dodged earlier. My eyes slid to Abigail without my wanting them to, and she offered me a soft smile. He probably doesn't want to jinx it, she said as she winked at me. Quite right, I said, spinning to face forward. I shouldn't wish to put any pressure on you, nor to make you feel inadequate should these parts fail. Thanks, but I will feel pretty bad if we can't get you back home soon. I suppose I shall return to my time when the moment is right, I answered. That's a really good attitude, Ben, Abigail said as she flicked her gaze out the window. I lifted my chin at her words as we continued to buzz along, hurtling toward home. I asked about the GPS mentioned earlier, and Abigail explained to me that the image on a screen in front of us was a map that followed us about. I peered at it, wondering how it knew where we were. Gabe tried to explain, but the concept was altogether over my head. Finally, after many hours and a large amount of ground covered, we arrived at Gabe and Abigail's home. As we pulled into the driveway, the tension that had been building inside me during the journey reached a crescendo. This familiar house now felt like the stage for a pivotal moment in my life. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I knew I had to do. The comfortable camaraderie of the car ride faded, replaced by a nervous energy that thrummed through my veins. Gabe hurried from the car, grabbing the boxes of items he'd purchased and disappearing from my sight. Tired? Abigail asked as we shuffled inside. The truth was, I couldn't sleep if I tried. I would only lay awake and wonder if soon Gabe would triumphantly tell me I could return to my spot in time and rip me away from my precious Abigail. The weight of my decision pressed down on me. On one side, my duty, my men, the familiarity of my own time called to me. On the other, the possibility of a life with Abigail in this strange new world that both frightened and fascinated me. Could I truly abandon everything I'd known for love? Or would returning home mean leaving a piece of my heart behind forever? The conflict tore at me, but I knew I couldn't make a choice without first knowing if Abigail reciprocated my feelings. I had to face this sooner rather than later. I had to know if Abigail shared my feelings. Not really, I answered. Me either, she said with a shrug. Want to watch some TV? All right, but are there other plays we can select? Gabe continues to pick plays that do not make much sense. She screwed up her face as she waved the small box at the play box. A knowing expression came over her features. Oh, he's been making you watch Hallmark movies. I don't understand. You know, guy meets girl, guy falls for girl, girl falls for guy, and magically they decide to get married. I winced a little as I realized she'd described what I hoped would happen between us. Is that so terrible? No, she said with a shrug. But you said they don't make sense. Oh, merely because most of the time the woman and the man do not care for each other at all. Then suddenly, after a series of odd things happening, they are in love. Right. Yeah, that's popular, but I get it. It doesn't make much sense. Let's watch something else. She found a different sort of play, and we settled in to view it. I continued to brace myself for broaching the subject with her about my feelings, but I couldn't manage it. Every time I tried, my palms turned sweaty, and my heart hammered so hard in my chest I thought it would pop out. I glanced sideways again, finding her staring into her device. From the angle at which I sat, I could clearly see an image of Leo and Abigail smiling together. My heart sank. She still thought of him. Why? Finally, I found my voice. Abigail? She asked, pulling her eyes away from her phone a few seconds later. I stared down at the smartphone. Leo is not the man for you. She quickly tucked the device away, turning off the screen. Yeah, I know. Despite her nonchalance, I could see the upset still floating in her eyes. Perhaps she worried what would become of her with no husband. Or perhaps she still had some feelings for the man, despite all his flaws. I knew not, but I pressed on with my offer despite the frenetic beat of my heart. He is not good enough for you, Abigail. You deserve much better. She offered me a soft smile. Thanks. A lump formed in my throat, and suddenly I felt lightheaded. My palms grew damp with sweat, and I could feel my heart pounding so hard I was certain Abigail could hear it. My mouth went dry, making it difficult to speak, but I pressed on, driven by the overwhelming need to express my feelings. May I humbly offer an alternative solution? She gave me a dubious look. Stay single? No, I said with a shake of my head. And you likely deserve far better than this, too, but... With a trembling hand, I reached forward and took hold of her delicate fingers. Abigail, I am in love with you. Her eyes went wide, her features turning unreadable. Oh, Ben. The way she said my name struck terror into my heart. Did she not feel the same way, or was she stunned? I wasn't certain, but I pressed on in hopes of winning her heart. It's true. I have never felt anything like this, and while I do not pretend to be worthy of your affection, I would work diligently to ensure your happiness. And I understand there are complications that must be discussed, but I must know if there is even a chance that you feel the same way about me. She sat stunned for a few breaths as I waited for her answer. Her features pinched, and she offered me a look that made my heart sink. Ben, that's very sweet. But I think you're confused. I am not confused. I know my heart, I insisted. What I mean is, I think this whole time travel thing really threw you, and you're just overwhelmed, and you think... No, Abigail, I said with a firm shake of my head. No, I am not overwhelmed or confused. This is not a reaction to being thrust into a new time. I love you. And perhaps you do not feel the same draw to me as I to you, but many a marriage is made upon less, and I... Marriage? She said, her voice turning incredulous as she shook her head. Whoa! Well, yes, of course, it is a natural next step, though I do understand if you'd prefer to extend our courtship until you've become more certain of me. She stared at me with a stunned, almost disgusted expression that sliced at me like a knife. No. This can't happen. Ben, you're from another time. I mean, how would this even work? I fully admitted there were complications, but... Love finds a way? My voice turned questioning as I offered her a pleading glance. She licked her lips, her gaze falling to our clasped hands before she offered me a pitying smile. I think you're a really sweet guy, Ben. I do. But we can't work. I'm sorry. The room spun around in a dizzying fashion as she politely declined my offer and butchered my heart. To make matters worse, she tugged her hand from mine and rose, taking a few steps away. Abigail! I exclaimed as I rose from my seat, my chest tight with the anguish of rejection. She glanced at me, her features a mask of upset, as she shook her head. I'm sorry, Ben, I can't do this. She spun on a heel and raced from the room before I could stop her. Wait, I called. Please, Abigail, wait! Her footsteps pounded up the stairs, and a door slammed a moment later. I stood, my features twisted with heartbreak, as another door banged shut behind me. Ben! Gabe called. I didn't answer, frozen from shock and anguish from Abigail's response. Ben! Gabe said, his voice closer. I twisted to face him, trying to dislodge the lump in my throat. He must not have noticed anything off about my behavior because he grinned at me. It's fixed, Ben. You can go home. His excitement was clear, while mine was overshadowed by heartache and pain. Isn't that great? Gabe asked. Yes, I said, my voice not conveying any enthusiasm whatsoever. I twisted to glance over my shoulder. I should dress in my uniform when you are ready. Gabe, almost giddy, clapped his hands together. I'm ready now! The words gutted me. I didn't want to go, but there was no reason to stay. Abigail had been clear, and I had no reason to stay. Still, there were things I wanted to say. Then I will change immediately. And Gabe, might I have a quill and paper? I would like to pen a letter to Abigail. Gabe screwed up his face. Isn't she upstairs? Just knock on her door. I'm afraid that is not possible, I said, my lips tugging into a frown. I'm afraid I've done something very foolish. Any trace of a smile vanished from his face. You told her you like her. I've said a great deal more than that, I admitted, and was soundly rejected. Ben, Gabe winced. Maybe if you... No, I said with a shake of my head. No. She made it very clear, I'm afraid. But I would like to leave her a letter. Are you sure you don't want to talk to her in person? Say goodbye? I nodded. I am certain. Gabe skirted the kitchen counter and tugged open a drawer, producing paper and an odd-looking quill. I'll be in the barn whenever you're ready. I accepted both before I climbed the stairs with a heavy heart. Within minutes, I had returned to my uniform and sat down at the small writing desk in my room. I poured out my heart onto the paper before I read it over again, then signed my name. Tears stung my eyes as I folded the letter and scrawled her name on the front. With trembling hands, I carried it to her door and slid it underneath for her to find when she was ready. I hovered there for a moment before I turned on my heel and forced myself away from her door, away from Abigail herself. I descended the stairs, left the house, and crossed to the barn in the back. I stepped inside, eyeing the machine lit and humming. My lower lip trembled, but I lifted my chin. I am ready to return. Chapter 12. Abby. With my stomach rolling and my heart pounding, I pushed the door closed, twisting the lock with shaky fingers before I collapsed against the wood barrier. I pressed a hand to my stomach as I struggled to breathe after what had just happened. I closed my eyes, a sob escaping me, but I didn't know why. With a lump in my throat, I staggered to the bed and collapsed on it, curling into a ball. I could barely parse through the mix of emotions swirling within me. Mostly what I felt was upset for poor Ben. He'd said things that couldn't be true. He couldn't love me. He was just confused after time traveling. Attached to me, maybe. Gabe and I were his only friends here. Of course, it would mean he'd grow close to us. But he didn't love Gabe. He only thought he loved me because I was a woman. I covered my face with my hands as I sorted through the rest of the mess in my mind. Poor Ben. How did he even think this could work? Was he going to stay here, or was I supposed to go to the colonial times? I forced out a laugh as I imagined myself wandering through the world in that era, angering men with my progressive ideas, like women reading and writing, even worse, learning medicine. Yeah, right, I murmured with a shake of my head. It's never going to work. I turned onto my side. What was he thinking? My mind fought to justify my response to Ben. Guilt roiled inside me, tearing me apart. Had I been too short with him? Maybe I shouldn't have left him alone. He had no one in this world outside of me and Gabe. But I couldn't face him after he'd told me his feelings. His supposed feelings, I reminded myself. He couldn't possibly love me. He was just under the illusion that he loved me, I reminded myself. My features twisted again as I recalled him saying marriage was the next logical step. Marriage? Is he even serious? I whispered. And he thinks Hallmark movies don't make sense? This makes even worse sense than two people fighting over a Christmas tree and falling in love. With a hard swallow, I forced myself to consider his question about my feelings. Perhaps you don't feel the same draw to me as I to you. What did I feel toward Ben? I liked him. I thought he was sweet. Was I in love with him? I scoffed at the idea. But something made me frown. In the 2 times we'd almost kissed, I'd felt a draw to him. I'd even wished the parts wouldn't work so he couldn't go home. And in those moments, in the wee hours of this morning, when he'd attacked Leo for his betrayal, I'd been grateful. But love? No, I said with a shake of my head, no. Before I could drive myself crazy with going over every tiny moment between us and what I'd felt during them, my phone chimed. I grabbed it, grateful for the distraction. A message from Leo awaited. Abby, you home? My stomach turned over as I frowned. Leo was the last person I wanted to hear from. With a sigh, I pressed the phone against my chest as I considered my response when another message came through. Please, Abby, we need to talk. I want to apologize. At least give me that. My mind automatically began to compare and contrast Leo and Ben. Leo's brash arrogance versus Ben's sweet kindness. Leo's inability to be present in the moment versus Ben's focus on whoever he was with. It brought tears to my eyes. But Ben and I couldn't work. I didn't think Leo and I could work either, but maybe I should hear what he had to say. My stomach twisted into a tight knot, and my mind churned as I desperately tried to make a decision. After what I'd heard from Ben, it felt like I couldn't think clearly. Finally, I typed back to Leo and let him know I was home and willing to talk. He answered immediately. I'm outside your door. I heaved a sigh, hoping I wouldn't run into Ben on my way down to the door. The last thing I wanted or needed was another confrontation with him. Why? Was it because I didn't want to hurt him again? Or because I was afraid I would admit to something I wasn't ready to face? I typed a text to Leo. "Front door's open, come up to my room." My heart fluttered as I set the phone aside when the front door slammed shut. Footsteps pounded on the steps before my door handle twisted. "Abby," Leo's voice called. I scrambled from the bed and crossed to unlock the door, pulling it open. He strode inside, his features serious and grim. "Abby." I crossed my arms, embarrassment still swirling within me over the entire matter. "Leo, did you tear yourself away from your other girlfriend to be here?" His shoulders slumped as he glanced at his shoes with a sigh. "I guess I deserved that." "You deserve a heck of a lot more than that." He twisted his head, poking a finger at a bruise on his face. "I'm pretty sure I got it, courtesy of your weird little friend." I didn't bite on the topic, though the mention of Ben made my heart ache a little. "You said you wanted to apologize." "I do," Leo said with a nod. "Abby, I was messed up." "You got that right," I said with a scoff. "I'm serious. I screwed up big time. When you left that night, baby, I was just reeling." I huffed out a sharp laugh. "You were reeling? Do you actually expect me to believe that?" Leo screwed up his face, staring at me incredulously. "Yes, Abby, you walked out on me, and I knew exactly where you were going." "Leo," I said, dropping my arms to my sides, "you were barely paying attention to me." He huffed out a breath. "Oh, I'm sorry. I was tired from working all day and didn't feel up to playing your game, Abby. But unless it's your way, you walk out on me?" "Wow," I said, raising my eyebrows. "Seriously? Unless it's my way, I walk out? Well, unless it's your way, you cheat. There's a major difference between me leaving to help Gabe with something and you climbing into bed with whatever woman you happen to stumble upon in the bar you managed to find the strength to get to." "I didn't go out," he argued. My features went blank as I pulled my chin back. Oh, that's great. So, what? You found the strength to call the first woman in your contact list, or did you scroll a little bit further to find the sluttiest one?" "That's low," Leo shot back. "Not as low as climbing into bed with someone else because you were mad that I came home to help Gabe." I crossed the room to stare out the window, my fingers curled into fists as I focused on the lights glowing in the barn, wondering if Gabe had fixed the time machine yet. Gabe or Ben? I twisted to face him. "What?" "You heard me. Did you race home to help your brother, or your brother's friend who seemed pretty attached to you?" "You don't know what you're talking about." "Don't I?" Leo shot back, closing the distance between us. "I'm a man. I know how men behave. Men who don't have a stake don't wail on someone the way he did on me." "Because you were being a pig," I retorted. "Ben happens to be a gentleman. Doesn't mean anything outside of he's a nice guy who was trying to protect me." "Oh, really? Just a nice guy, huh? And did this nice guy kiss you yet?" "What?" I screwed up my face, refusing to make eye contact with him. "Do you think I didn't see that picture on your phone? Do you think I didn't feel threatened by this guy who basically threw down the gauntlet the first day I met him?" Leo stretched his arms to the side. "Come on, Abby. I was jealous and hurt. I reacted badly, admittedly. Very badly. But still, I didn't mean to hurt you." I didn't answer, still refusing to look at him as visions of Ben's gentle, sweet declaration of love danced in my mind. Leo closed the gap between us, sliding his arms around me to pull me closer. "Abby, please, I need another chance. I know what I did was really bad, but I swear to you, it'll never happen again." My jaw worked overtime as it flexed and loosened. Ben's words echoed in my mind. "You deserve better, Abigail." "Come on, Abby," Leo said, tipping my chin up before he pressed a kiss to my forehead, then softly to my lips. "We're great together. You know that. I think we just needed a little kick in the pants to really commit to each other." Commit? Ben's almost marriage proposal flitted through my mind, and I wondered if it was something in the water. Was Leo about to propose too? What, like marriage? He chuckled, sliding a curl behind my ear. "Let's not get crazy, huh? I mean, no need to race down the aisle, Abby. Instead, let's just focus on, taking our relationship to the next level. No, I don't know, I said with a shake of my head. We were pretty committed, Leo. We weren't seeing other people, at least I didn't think we were. Okay, well, I mean, maybe spend a weekend with me or something. Nothing crazy. I don't even think we should move in together yet because it's too much. Let's just slow down. Slow down, but commit. You make no sense. Come on, Abby, you're just doing this to punish me. I broke free from his arms, annoyance building inside of me. No, I'm not. I want you to leave, Leo. What? Seriously? Leo scoffed. Yes, seriously. I don't want to commit on your terms. I want you to leave. He stared at me, his features pinched for a second. I can't believe this, Abby. I can't believe you're acting like this. You slept with someone else, I shouted. One time, I screwed up, and you just can't let it go. It's a big deal, I said, my features twisting with incredulity. Now get out. He huffed out a breath and shook his head. Fine. Leo stormed across the room, glancing down at his feet as he reached the door, his eyes narrowing. He grabbed a folded piece of paper and held it up. Now I see why you're asking me to leave. Looks like a love note from your not-so-secret admirer. I raced across the room and snatched the paper from him. Get out! With pleasure. Enjoy boring life with Mr. Upstanding. He yanked my door open and stepped into the hall, slamming it behind him. I startled as it shut, my fingers tightening on the paper as I crossed back to the bed and threw myself on it, tears streaming down my cheeks. How had I not seen what an idiot Leo was? Or had Ben opened my eyes? I pressed my lips together, willing myself to stop crying, but a few more tears fell as I absent-mindedly traced the folded paper. After a moment, I studied the writing. It looked old-fashioned. My heart skipped a beat as I read the word, Abigail. This was from Ben. With trembling fingers, I gently unfolded it, sniffling as I read the note. My dearest Abigail, I'm writing because our conversation was cut short and may now remain unfinished. But I could not leave without saying certain things. First, I do love you most assuredly. While you assume my feelings are from some misguided attraction attributed only to my amazing travel through time, this is untrue. I have never met a woman who has garnered this reaction from me, whose presence only makes me crave more, whose face I cannot gaze upon enough, and who makes my heart nearly ready to burst with only her smile. You are my first thought at the start of each day, and my last thought before I sleep. And while I will respect your wishes, please know that I am certain my love is not a mere product of my circumstances, but is true, strong, and undying. I love you, Abigail Thorne, and always will unto my dying breath. My heart is heavy as I return to my own time, but I also leave a better man for having known you. Eternally yours, Benjamin Turner. His words brought tears to my eyes, and I pressed a hand over my lips as I read the beautifully written expression of his feelings. My heart raced, and I felt a warmth spread through my chest. My hands trembled as I held the letter, and I found myself leaning closer to the paper, as if I could somehow absorb Ben's presence through his words. Each sentence sent a new wave of emotion through me, regret, tenderness, a growing realization that our conversation was unfinished. But when I hit the last line, my heart stopped. Return, I whispered. The word leave smacked me in the face too. With a trembling of my insides, I scrambled off my bed and raced to the window. A strange light glowed from inside the barn. No! I shouted, the letter clutched against my chest. I folded it hastily as I ran, shoving it into my pocket. My mind was a whirl of emotions and half-formed thoughts as I flew down the stairs. The house seemed to stretch endlessly before me, each step feeling like an eternity. As I burst through the back door, the cool night air hit my face, shocking me back to reality. The barn loomed before me, its ordinary appearance belying the extraordinary events unfolding inside. With each pounding step against the yard, I felt like I was running towards a crossroads in my life, a moment that would change everything. My eyes adjusted to the dim light. The air crackled with energy, and an eerie blue glow emanated from the far corner. The time machine stood there, a hulking mass of metal and wires humming with power. Its door was slowly closing like a gaping mouth about to swallow Ben forever. My heart leaped into my throat as I realized I had mere seconds to act. Was I too late? Had he already gone? I spotted the time machine glowing to life across the room. The door wasn't yet closed on it. My breath caught in my throat as I ran toward it, sliding through the door as it started to close. "Abigail?" Ben called, strapped into his seat. I struggled to catch my breath as 1,000 thoughts shot through me. "Ben, I got your letter." I wanted to say something profound, but nothing came to mind, and I wasn't even sure what I wanted to get across other than to find some closure between us. My features pinched as Gabe glanced over his shoulder, his eyes going wide. "Abby, you can't be in here." "Well, I can't get out now," I said, waving to the locked and sealed door. "But Abby—" "Ben," I started, shaking my head as I pressed my lips together. Before I could continue, the machine whirred around me, shaking beneath my feet. I struggled to stay upright, grabbing onto anything I could to steady myself. "Oh, no," Gabe hissed. "Abby, hold on." Before I knew it, a pressure like none other I'd ever experienced made it difficult to stand. I cried out, squeezing my eyes closed as I stumbled back, smacking my head against something. A sharp pain shot through me before I felt my knees buckle, and I slid to the floor, blackness taking over the world. Chapter 13. Ben. As Gabe ushered me into the time machine, strapping me into the seat, I eyed the gentle glow of the machinery around me. The soft hum of the equipment made my heart flutter faster. As Gabe ensured my harness was tight, I fought the urge to tear it off and run back to the house. I wanted desperately to throw my arms around Abigail, to tell her again how I felt, to press my lips against hers as I'd seen so many couples do in those ridiculous plays Gabe made me watch. I wanted to ensure she remained by my side, to fight for her, but in all of the plays I viewed, none of the men had ever been rejected by the woman. The women had thrown their arms around the men's necks and grinned, pleased at the attention. Abigail had not been pleased with my affection. Her words still stung me. I hoped my letter made my love clear to her despite our impending separation. It was the only thing that gave me any solace. When I thought of her, which I inevitably would once I returned, at least I would know I had confessed everything to her. Gabe straightened, his lips pressed together in a thin line. "Ben, are you sure you don't want to say goodbye to Abby in person?" I glanced down at my uniform, running a hand over my jacket. It would only remind her of how far apart our worlds were. She would reject me again, and I wasn't certain my heart could survive it. I slowly shook my head. "No, Gabe. Abigail has made it clear that she does not reciprocate my feelings or wish to speak to me." I swallowed hard, the words difficult to say, let alone face. "She just got through a really bad breakup. Maybe—" "I should return to my own time, my men. It's the natural order of things, Gabe." Gabe bobbed his head. "Hey, if this works, we can always come back and visit you. Maybe you should leave your address or something." I offered him a fleeting smile. I had no illusions that Abigail would return to visit, but perhaps Gabe could carry word of her to me. Of course. "Okay," Gabe said as he slid into his seat. "Then I guess I'll get this going. Hey, once I start this, it's going to go automatically, so I won't be able to stop it." I understand. He was giving me one last chance to back out, but I couldn't. My place was with my men, my family, in my time. I had nothing here. As the hum of the machine grew louder as Gabe clacked on keys, tears filled my eyes. I glanced around, my breath catching in my throat. I would miss some of the fantastical things here that I still didn't understand. although mostly I would miss Abigail. I would miss her sweet face, her lively laughter, her beautiful smile. I would miss her. I swallowed hard as a lump formed in my throat when a distant shout sounded. I twisted my head toward the still open door, my heart hammering. The door began to close when a blur of a woman skirted inside. "Abigail?" I cried in disbelief. She pulled for breath. "Ben, I got your letter." My heart skipped a beat, and suddenly I regretted my misguided choice to return home, a choice born out of my own heartache. Gabe twisted, his eyes going wide as he caught sight of his sister. "Abby, you can't be in here." The door finished its movement, closing entirely with a hiss. "Well, I can't get out now," she said as she motioned toward it. "But Abby," he said when she interrupted. "Ben?" She pressed her lips together, her features pinched. The machine whirred around us, shaking and humming so loud my ears hurt. Abigail tried to steady herself, grabbing at the machine, but it didn't help. "Oh, no," Gabe breathed. "Abby, hold on!" Pressure pressed against my chest, making it difficult to breathe. Abigail stumbled in front of me, smacking her head hard against the metal side and slumping to the floor. My heart stopped for a moment as I spotted her limp form. "Abigail!" I fought against the harness but could not escape. The shaking and whirring died down a second later, and Gabe, his chest heaving, spun to face me. "We're here!" I managed to free myself from the harness and dove forward, pulling a listless Abigail into my arms. "Abigail!" I patted her cheeks before I looked at Gabe. "She's not waking." The door to the time machine released with a loud hiss before it began to retract on its own. Cool air rushed inside, contrasting the heat of the machine. I swept Abigail into my arms, carrying her outside and laying her on the ground under the trees. A gasp escaped me as I spotted the blood caked on the corner of her forehead. "Oh no, Abigail. Gabe, she's hurt!" I had seen many a wound on the battlefield, but none struck me as deeply as the sight of the woman I loved, limp before me. Gabe raced out of the machine behind me, dropping to his knees next to Abigail. He pressed 2 fingers to her throat. "Strong pulse. She's just knocked out." "But she's bleeding," I answered, a trembling finger poking at her forehead. "I'll grab the first aid kit." Gabe rose and hurried back inside the time machine. I pulled Abigail into my arms, holding her closely. "Gabe is getting help, Abigail. Please be okay." A whirring noise sounded behind me. I twisted to find the time machine glowing as the door began to slide shut. "No!" Gabe shouted from within. His hand poked out, pressing against the door, but failed to stop its progression. Instead, he tugged it back inside before the door sealed shut. The machine shook all over as I knelt on the ground with Abigail in my lap. Within seconds, it disappeared completely, leaving us alone in the woods. I stared into the space where it had sat only seconds ago, stunned, before I shifted my eyes down to the woman unconscious in my arms. Abigail was stuck here. Stuck in my time. At least, I assumed it was my time. Based on the sights and sounds surrounding me, I believed myself to be close to when I'd disappeared. I recognized the clearing as the one near my hometown. It was exactly as I'd remembered it. The familiar scent of pine and damp earth filled my nostrils. Sunlight filtered through the canopy of leaves above, dappling the forest floor with patches of golden light. In the distance, I could hear the faint sound of a woodpecker and the rustle of small animals scurrying through the underbrush. The trees stood tall and untouched, a stark contrast to the manicured landscapes of Abigail's time. Everything around us spoke of a wilderness untamed by modern hands. I could run to the town to find out, but I dare not leave Abigail. I shifted her closer to me, staring down at her as I swallowed hard. A mixture of emotions swirled inside of me. While I remained concerned over her unconscious state, I could not help but be overjoyed that she was here with me, and wouldn't be leaving any time soon. Perhaps now we could be together. She'd come to me, saying she had received my letter. Had she undergone a change of heart? I desperately hoped so. "Oh, Abigail, please wake up," I said as I rubbed her cheek. She moaned, her head lolling to the side as her forehead pinched. Her hand lifted, pressing against her forehead as her eyes finally fluttered open. "Abigail," I said softly as I kept a firm hold on her. "Abigail, how do you feel?" Her brown eyes fixed on me, her forehead creasing. "Ben?" "Yes," I said, pleased she recognized me. She groaned again, squeezing her eyes shut as her fingers found the gash on her forehead. "Ouch! What happened?" She pulled her hand back, eyeing the blood on them. "I'm afraid you entered the time machine at the wrong moment. When we were whisked back to my time, you hit your head. You have only just awoken." I chuckled, after scaring the wits out of me. Abigail blinked rapidly, her eyes darting around as if trying to piece together her surroundings. I could see the moment when confusion gave way to realization, her body tensing in my arms. Her breath quickened, and I braced myself for the flood of questions I knew was coming. "Time traveled?" she said, her eyes searching the woods around us. "We're in the 1700s?" 1778, to be exact, as near as I can tell, anyway. I glanced around, growing more and more certain that I was in the right place. She struggled against me to try to push up to sit. "Easy, Abigail. You have just been unwell. You must rest." "Where's Gabe?" She flicked her brown eyes to me. The question struck me like a physical slap. This was the part I didn't want to explain. I licked my lips, my insides quivering. "That's rather a difficult thing to answer." "What?" She shimmied again, trying to push me away, but I held firm. "Ben, why won't you let me sit up? Where is Gabe? What aren't you telling me?" I raised my eyebrows, trying to keep my features neutral. "Nothing. Nothing at all. I just believe you should rest. You were unconscious for several minutes. I was quite worried." "Why wasn't Gabe worried? Where is Gabe? Is he getting help or what?" "In a manner of speaking," I said. Her eyes narrowed at me as she wagged a finger at me. "You are lying to me, Ben Turner. What aren't you telling me?" She finally managed to wriggle from my embrace, pushing up to sit as she glanced around before she twisted to stare behind her. "Where's the time machine?" "Well," I began as I rose, my hand subconsciously finding my sword's hilt and wrapping tightly around it until my knuckles turned white. She spun back toward me, scrambling to her feet, her eyes wide and her lips parted. "Ben, where is the time machine?" I swallowed hard and winced. Funny thing, it disappeared. Her eyes went even wider, her voice turning shrill. "What? What do you mean, it disappeared?" "Well," I explained, dancing from foot to foot as my sword wiggled at my side. When we arrived, you were unconscious, and the moment the door opened, I rushed to get you into the fresh air. That's when I noticed the cut on your forehead." She pressed her fingers to the wound, wincing again as she sucked in a breath. "I was beside myself, obviously, and very worried that you had injured yourself gravely. I shouted to Gabe, and he assessed your wound, saying you were merely unconscious, but that he would tend to your wound. He disappeared into the time machine in search of something to tend you, when suddenly it disappeared." I chuckled a little, trying to bring levity to the situation. The wide-eyed terror on Abigail's face looked anything but light. "What? Gabe left in the time machine without me?" "I'm not certain if 'left' is the correct term, but it disappeared. I assume it malfunctioned in the same way it did when it whisked me to your time." Abigail pressed both of her palms against her forehead as a whimper escaped her. No, this can't be happening." I gave her a moment to collect herself, but that did not seem to happen. Instead, she only seemed to devolve into more upset. "How is this happening?" she growled at me, her features twisting with upset. "Oh my goodness, no!" She shook her head as she paced back and forth in the clearing. "No, this is not happening. This is just... It's a dream. A bad dream, that's all. I'm going to wake up any minute now and be home in my own bed." She chuckled at herself. And I'm going to say, Abby, you are so silly. It was all just a dream. Her head bobbed up and down as she made a desperate attempt to agree with herself. Just a dream. Any minute, Abby. Her hand swung forward and back as she slapped her palms together over and over. Any minute now. Wake up, Abby. Abigail, I tried. Nope, she said with a shake of her head, wiggling a finger back and forth at me. No. Don't say anything. Just be quiet. I obliged her, giving her another moment as I shifted my weight. I glanced into the sky, trying to assess the time of day. It looked to be mid-afternoon. I wanted to get her settled before nightfall, but we had some time, so I allowed her to come around to the idea slowly. Why am I not waking up? Her features pinched before she thrust an arm out toward me. Pinch me. What? Pinch me, she repeated. Abigail, no, I'm not going to pinch you. This is silly. Do it, she said, her eyes wide and her jaw clenched. I fluttered my eyelashes before I reached out and gently pinched the flesh on her arm. Ouch, she shouted, tugging her arm away from me as she rubbed the red mark. That hurt. Well, I'm sorry, Abigail, but you insisted against my wishes. She stared down at the mark on her arm before her features twisted into a frown. I'm not sleeping, am I? This isn't just a dream. I cocked a hip, shifting my weapon as I shook my head. No. Her lower lip trembled as she stared at me. Then, I'm stuck here? The horror dancing in her eyes shredded my heart like a bayonet to the chest. What I'd considered good news, Abigail saw as anything but. What of our relationship if she was this upset within the first few minutes in my own time? My mind raced with the challenges that lay ahead. How would Abigail, a woman accustomed to modern conveniences and freedoms, adapt to the constraints of my era? I imagined her struggling with the heavy dresses, the lack of indoor plumbing, the limited roles available to women. Yet a part of me hoped that her strength and adaptability, qualities I so admired, would see her through. Perhaps, in time, she might even come to appreciate the simpler life of my world. But for now, the panic in her eyes told me we had a long and difficult road ahead. Chapter 14. Abby. My jaw fell open as I tried to wrap my head around the idea that I, a modern woman with modern sensibilities, values, and rights, was stuck in the Revolutionary War. This couldn't be. How in the world was I supposed to deal with this? Panic bubbled inside me as I tried to face my new reality. My features wrinkled with disdain, imagining myself fetching water and trying to cook, washing clothes in a river on a scrub board, and hauling the basket on my hip in mounds of clothing. Gone were all of my conveniences. No, I whispered, clapping a hand over my mouth. No, Ben, this can't happen. I grabbed him by the lapels and shook him. No, no, no! Abigail. No, I warned, my eyes wide. No, this is horrible. How am I supposed to function here? There are no cell phones, no cars, no electricity. I hiccuped as I realized all that entailed. No refrigerators, no dishwashers, no microwave. I'd starve to death. Ben, I can't cook. I can't even boil water. Not that that matters. I don't have a stove to boil water on anyway. Oh my goodness. I'll have to cook over a fire like a cave woman, and I can barely handle the microwave instructions on most meals. Abigail, please, Oh no. My eyes went wider as I stared at him, shock tightening my chest. There's no indoor plumbing. The realization made my knees wobble and my stomach churn. I clung to Ben as I nearly toppled over. He grabbed hold of me, steadying me before he pressed me closer to him. Abigail, please do not upset yourself more than is necessary. More than is necessary? I questioned as I pushed back, my eyes searching his. Ben, this is a disaster! His features softened as he reached to cup my cheek. Perhaps you could consider it a happy accident. My muscles tightened as I stared at him. His letter raced through my mind, the admission of his feelings, the love he claimed to have for me. You're not even upset by this, are you? You're happy." His features pinched a little as he struggled to choke out an answer. I pushed him away. "I can't believe this. You're happy about this. Ben!" "I am not upset over it," he admitted with a wince. "I do enjoy your company, and perhaps you will come to enjoy mine." "Come to enjoy yours? I've come to enjoy my sink and my microwave and my right to vote and own property and men thinking that I have worth and value beyond simply popping out babies." "I believe you have worth and value. But all you want to do is get married and have kids with me, right?" "I certainly wouldn't say no. It's an honorable vocation, that of wife and mother." "Unbelievable!" I shouted as I paced around the clearing, my mind whirling as I tried to think through some solution to this situation. "Is it?" he asked, his voice growing sharper. "Is it more unbelievable that a man who would cherish you would ask to spend his entire life with you? To care for you, comfort you, provide for you, rather than to simply make demands on your time with no intention of committing his life to you?" I shot him an unimpressed glance, my blood boiling at the comment directed at my relationship with Leo. "It's unbelievable that you expect me to accept this. I have lost everything." He stiffened. "I hardly think that's true." "Really?" I asked, my voice low and incredulous with upset. "Perhaps you have forgotten the moments before we traveled here?" I raised my eyebrows, drawing my chin back to my chest. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You raced into the time machine, Abigail, intent on speaking after finding my letter." I curled my fingers into fists. "I wanted to say a proper goodbye, not come back to ancient times and marry you so I could have your children. I'm a doctor, Ben. My life already had meaning." "Your life could have meaning here," he countered. I shook my head. "No, no!" I plopped down in the middle of the thicket. "I'm just going to stay here and wait for Gabe. He should be back any minute. He wouldn't leave me here." "You cannot stay here, Abigail," he said, shuffling closer to me. "I can, and I will. You're not the boss of me." I crossed my arms, determined to assert my independence despite the lack of rights women enjoyed in this time. "No, I am not," he answered, "and I do not intend to be. But Abigail, it is dangerous here. There are redcoats patrolling, patriots sneaking about, and animals. I cannot, in good conscience, leave you here." "Gabe will come back. I'm surprised he's not back already." "Abigail, the last time Gabe came to this time, he returned to his own unexpectedly with me in tow, and the machine remained inoperable for several days." I hadn't wanted to face that fact, but he'd just shoved it in my face. My features pinched as my lower lip began to tremble. If that stupid time machine broke again, I may be stuck here forever. I broke down, sobs shaking my shoulders as I wept. After a few seconds, a warm hand slid onto my shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Abigail, please." "Stop it," I said, shaking him off. "I'm not going with you." He didn't answer, instead scooping me into his arms. "I will not leave you here." I kicked my feet. "Put me down! I'm not yours to take!" Coming to a stop, he set his jaw. "Abigail, I will not leave you here. You said yourself you cannot survive in this time. I will make certain you are fed, clothed, warm, and well taken care of. Now stop this nonsense at once." "Nonsense!" I cried, kicking my feet more. "Wanting to be treated like a valuable member of society is hardly nonsense." He set me on the ground. "Fine. I will oblige you. I will leave you here to tend to your own needs. How do you propose to do that?" I arched an eyebrow. "I'll eat berries, and—" I puffed out my cheeks as I lifted a shoulder. "Drink dirty, disgusting, bacteria-filled stream water, and I will find a cave to sleep in." "Or you could take up residence in a warm home with a cook and a housekeeper and real food. If you would only stop with this ridiculous streak of independence that will get you killed." I crossed my arms as I chewed the inside of my lower lip. Ben crossed toward me. "I have no desire to crush your autonomy, Abigail, but I do wish to protect you. You did as much for me when I arrived in your time." "That's different," I answered softly. He tucked a lock of hair behind my ear. "It's not. I have the utmost respect for you, Abigail. I would not have poured my heart out to you otherwise." "Ben, this can't work. You just don't understand." I shook my head. "Perhaps we can come to a better understanding through this experience," he answered. I slid my eyes closed as I tried to accept my predicament and the solution that presented itself. Before I could come to terms with it, a twig snapped in the distance. I cut my gaze in the direction of the noise, but before I could spot anything, Ben clamped a hand over my mouth and tugged me away to hide behind a large tree trunk. With a shake of my head, I yanked his hand away. "What are—" He pressed his hand over my mouth again, raising a finger to his lips. "Shh." Cautiously, he peered around the tree over my shoulder before a curse escaped him. The tightening of his features and worry in his eyes made my heart skip a beat. His eyes went wide, and I pulled at his hand again. He shot me a warning glance, reminding me to remain quiet. I nodded, and he slowly lowered his hand. "What is it?" I whispered. "Redcoats. Scouts, most likely. Sweeping the woods for militia." "What?" My voice turned shrill as I twisted to catch sight of them, but Ben shoved me back against the tree. "Shh!" he whispered. "I won't let anything happen to you." My heart hammered in my chest as footsteps grew closer to us. "Ben!" I hissed. He pressed closer to me, shifting us around to keep the tree trunk shielding us as the soldiers passed close by. I clung to him, my fingers digging into his uniform as I sought anything to keep me tethered to reality without my knees buckling. The soldiers passed directly on the other side of the tree behind which we hid. I held my breath, struggling not to gulp in a frightened breath and give away our location. Ben tugged me closer, pressing me against him as his fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. His jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing as he assessed their movements. My heart beat so hard, I worried the British soldiers would hear it and find us. I'd been trained in self-defense, but I was more than aware after watching hours and hours of Revolutionary War documentaries with Gabe that I didn't want to endure a musket shot anywhere because I'd likely die or end up with an amputated limb. Ben inched us sideways as they continued past us, chattering as they went. The sound of their voices died down, and Ben's chest finally deflated as he puffed out a breath, letting go of the sword. I blew out a shaky breath, collapsing against the tree and squeezing my eyes closed. When I opened them, I found Ben in front of me. "Now do you understand, Abigail? I cannot leave you out here, and Gabe doesn't seem to be coming back any time soon." Tears stung my eyes, and I nodded. "But when he does come back, I won't be here." "He'll know to look for you. He'll understand," Ben said. I pressed my lips together, resigning myself to the fact that I couldn't stay here. I couldn't wait for Gabe to return. A tear slid down my cheek, and I quickly wiped it away. "Okay." I glanced at him as he took a step closer, pressing his forehead against mine. "It will be all right, Abigail. I will make certain just as you did for me." I slid my eyes closed as my hand wrapped around his, and I tried to take solace in his promise. When I opened my eyes, we were dangerously close. My heart thudded dully against my ribs, and I quickly stepped back, wiping at my cheeks. "I guess we should go." "Yes," he answered, clearing his throat. "I'll need to find you some clothes. You cannot go to town wearing those trousers." I glanced down at my normal-looking outfit before I bobbed my head. "Right, I need a dress and whatever." Exhaustion coursed through me as I imagined the tedium of life here. Hopefully Gabe would fix the machine soon and return for me. "I have a friend. She can help," Ben said as he wrapped an arm around me and led me away from our hiding spot. My eyebrows shot up. "A friend? A female friend?" "Yes," he answered with a nod as we strode through the trees. "A girlfriend?" I pushed. "No, Abigail, not a girlfriend." I shrugged. "But she's your friend, and she's a girl." His features tugged into an amused smile. "That's very humorous, Abigail." I grinned at him, wondering if maybe I could redirect his attention toward this woman. Maybe he'd friend-zoned her prematurely. Maybe I'd come back here for this very reason. It seemed Ben thought he'd fallen in love with me, but I couldn't stay here with him. I was a lost cause, but maybe this woman wasn't. A twinge of something, maybe jealousy, fluttered in my chest at the thought of Ben with another woman. I quickly squashed it down. This was good, wasn't it? If Ben found someone else, he'd stop pursuing me, and I could focus on figuring out how to get back home. But why did the idea leave me feeling so unsettled? I chalked it up to the stress of the situation. After all, Ben was my only ally in this strange world. Of course I'd feel possessive of his attention. As we walked, the dense forest gradually thinned out. The uneven forest floor gave way to a well-worn path, and I could see patches of open sky above. In the distance, I spotted the weathered wood of a structure. A barn, I realized as we drew closer. The sight of it, so familiar yet so alien in this context, made my heart race. This was my first real step into Ben's world. I hesitated for a moment, my feet suddenly feeling like lead. Ben must have sensed my reluctance because he gave my hand a reassuring squeeze before gently guiding me forward. We reached a barn at the edge of the trees, and Ben tugged the door open and led me inside. He guided me to a dimly lit back corner. "What are you doing?" I asked as he started stacking bales of hay in front of me. "Hiding you," he grunted with effort as he stacked another in front of me. "What?" My voice went an octave higher as panic built within me. "Wait, I thought you weren't leaving me because you had to protect me and feed me and stuff." "And I will when you are properly dressed. You will wait here until I can retrieve proper clothing for you. Do not move. Do not leave." His features pinched for a moment. "Unless the barn is on fire, then you should leave. Other than that, do not move from this spot until I return. Do you understand?" "Yes," I said, annoyance creeping into my voice as I set my hands on my hips. "I'm not a child, Ben. You don't have to talk to me like I'm 5. He lifted another bale, letting it dangle from his fingers with a sigh. "Abigail, when I first arrived in your time, you very clearly explained to me not to stick my fingers into that little socket. Big no-no, you said. And when Gabe told you I wasn't a child, you said I may as well be. You explained things like I was a child because I did not understand the things of your time. You are now in the same position. It has little to do with my assessment of your intelligence and more to do with my deep desire to protect you from a world you do not understand." I frowned at his words, my frustration building. "Stay here, Abigail. I will not be long." He piled the last bale in front of me, cutting off my view. A moment later, the door creaked before it banged shut. As the light dimmed even more, I settled on the hay-strewn floor, tears filling my eyes again as I pulled my knees close to my chest, wrapping my arms around them. The musty scent of old hay filled my nostrils, mingling with the earthy smell of damp wood. Dust motes danced in the thin shafts of light that penetrated the cracks between the hay bales. The rough wooden planks beneath me creaked with every slight movement, and I could hear the soft rustling of small animals, probably mice, scurrying in the darker corners. The air was thick and heavy, carrying a chill that made me shiver despite the relative warmth of the day outside. I struggled not to cry, but I couldn't hold back the waterworks. Ben was correct. I was about to delve into a world I didn't fully understand, and I was certain I would hate. How would I survive any of this? Chapter 15. Ben. My heart filled with a mixture of both excitement and trepidation as I walked away from the barn. I hadn't wanted to leave Abigail behind for several reasons, though I had to. But leaving her wasn't my only source of pain. Her reaction to her newest predicament had been far worse than I'd hoped. She clearly wanted no parts of the world I lived in, and that fact sliced at me like a knife to my gut. I'd hoped to convince her that we could share a life together, but instead, we'd only managed to argue twice over her new situation. She seemed determined not to give me a chance. When she'd raced into the time machine saying she'd read the letter, I had assumed she'd had a change of heart, that my words had moved her in some way. My lips tugged into a frown as my boots pounded against the moist spring ground on my way toward town. According to Abigail, she'd come only to say a proper goodbye. Those words stung as much as her strong desire to have no parts of my world. My chest tightened, and I felt a weight settle in my stomach. Each step forward felt heavier than the last, as if my body was physically resisting the painful reality of Abby's rejection. I clenched my jaw, trying to maintain my composure, but I could feel a slight tremor in my hands, a physical manifestation of the turmoil within. The trees surrounding the barn gave way to the barer lands, and the buildings of our small town of Briarwood came into view. My stomach churned as I imagined bringing Abby into it. I pictured her nose wrinkling at what she would call quaint buildings in the dusty streets. Briarwood wasn't New York or Philadelphia. She'd hate it here. The thoughts echoed in my mind as I frowned. "Ben Turner, is that you?" a voice with a light Irish lilt called. I'd been so lost in thought I had nearly passed up the location I'd sought. I twisted to find Maggie Murphy running toward me from her inn. "It is you," she said with a grin. "You've had us worried half sick. Your poor mother and father thought you lost in the battle." "Maggie," I said with a grin as she closed the distance between us. "What? That's it? No explanation, then?" I do have an explanation, but may I give it to you whilst you provide me with some assistance?" Her eyes traveled down my uniform, finding it intact. "Are you hurt?" "No, It's difficult to explain, but I need some clothing." She stared at me for a moment, her eyes questioning before she said, "I have some of Liam's things from before he, well, you know. They should fit. May need a touch of tailoring, but I can handle that." "No," I said with a shake of my head. "No, I need clothes for a lady." Her eyebrows arched high on her head as she stared at me. "Ben Turner, just what have you got yourself into?" "You probably won't believe me," I answered, "but I really should tell you, to prepare you. I'm certain I am also going to need your help with what goes where, you see." Her lips parted as her forehead crinkled. "You are planning to wear ladies' clothing. May I ask the reason?" "No, I am not going to wear them," I shook my head. "This is best discussed in private, and quickly." I scanned the horizon, my nerves on edge with every moment spent apart from Abigail. "Of course, Ben," she answered, her tone turning more serious as she noticed my agitation. We ducked into her inn, a business she now kept running after her husband's death at the Battle of Lexington. She motioned for me to follow her upstairs, and I hovered in the doorway as she pushed into her room and opened her chest. "If you want to talk privately, you'll have to chance ruining my reputation and close the door behind you," she teased. I pressed my lips together and shook my head as I shuffled into the room and closed the door. "Now," she said as she showcased 2 gowns, "do you prefer the plain or are you attending a party?" "I am not doing anything," I reminded her, "and could I trouble you for both? I will repay you to replace them." She waved a dismissive hand at me as she carefully folded the party gown. "You said you'd explain, and I am still waiting and wondering what is to become of my gowns." I licked my lips as I shifted my weight from foot to foot. "I hate to be indelicate, but I will also need the things that go underneath them, and shoes. As for the reason, it relates to the time I spent missing." She stopped folding the dress, her concerned eyes turning to me. "Oh, Ben, what happened? Were you captured?" "Not by the British," I said slowly. Her features pinched. "What does that mean?" "Maggie, if I tell you something, you must promise to keep it between us and not to laugh." She finished folding the fancier dress and dug into the chest for the underthings. "All right." In the middle of the last charge, we were heavily outnumbered. My men and I fought valiantly, but we were driven back. 2 British soldiers chased me. I ran as they fired at me, but I tripped. Her features went pale as she stared at me, a hand pressed to her stomach. I fell into some sort of contraption, and I was whisked to the future, some 240+ years. Maggie, it was incredible. The things they have there, I cannot even begin to tell you. The future, she said, and I could tell from her tone that she did not believe me. Yes, I answered with a solemn nod, and then the gentleman who invented the time-traveling machine brought me back. However, well, his sister has become stuck here with me, and I must protect her. I must take her to my father's home while I return to the front. But you see, she is in modern clothing. I cannot possibly explain to anyone but you. She stared at me, her lips frowning with concern. You don't believe me, do you? I asked. She set aside the underthings as she crossed to me, studying my face as she caressed my cheek. Ben, I believe you think you saw the future. But in the heat of battle, perhaps you hit your head. No, Maggie, I saw it. And Abigail is here with me. She can tell you. You will see for yourself when you see her clothing. She stood in front of me for a moment before she nodded. Well, I suppose if Abigail is here from the future, she will need more than merely dresses and underthings. She will need a nightgown. She pulled one from her drawer and added it to the pile. And a friend. I broke into a grateful smile. Thank you, Maggie. I can always count on you. We packaged up the belongings, and despite my offer to pay her, she waved my funds away. I compromised by leaving them on her dresser when she wasn't looking. We need to go to the old barn. Abigail is waiting there. For a moment, I worried that we'd travel there and find it empty. Maggie would then assume me mad. I could tell already that she didn't believe my story, assuming the war had taken a toll and I'd had a fantastical dream after a frightening experience. As we walked, silence stretching between us, she glanced at me. So, tell me your tale of the future. What fantastical things do they have there? Is the war over? Did we win? I shook my head. Perhaps I shouldn't tell you. I can tell you don't believe me. Ben, it's a rather outlandish claim. Fine, I said with a nod. They have outhouses in their homes. Lights bloom with a flick of your finger. Food becomes magically heated in minutes inside a box. I glanced sideways at Maggie to find her covering her mouth as she chuckled. I rolled my eyes as the barn came into sight. You'll see. Abigail will confirm everything I said. And how can I know that you haven't told Abigail these tall tales to repeat to me? You will know from her clothing alone, and... I glanced at her, my features playful. Abigail is a doctor. What? Maggie asked with a laugh. It's true. She is a doctor, and men follow her orders. She has her own job, owns property, and votes. What sort of utopia did you go to? She meant it jokingly, but I became introspective over the comment. While there had been so many advances, in some ways, things had gone backward in my view. I thought of the constant rush in Abby's world, the way people seemed more connected to their devices than to each other. Yet I couldn't deny the marvels I'd seen. From the medical advances that could save countless lives to the freedoms women enjoyed, it was a world of contradictions, just as mine was. Perhaps the challenge wasn't about one time being better than the other, but about finding a way to bridge the gap between them. Still, I wondered if Abby could ever see the value in my simpler, slower-paced world. Maggie likely couldn't understand my view unless she went to the future too. As we walked, I could feel Maggie's skeptical gaze on me. I knew my tale sounded fantastical, but I hoped that seeing Abby would convince her. The familiar path to the barn seemed different now, charged with a new significance. Each step brought us closer to the moment of truth. Would Abby be there, proving my story, or would I be revealed as a madman? The uncertainty made the short journey feel like an eternity. Finally, we reached the barn, saving me an answer, and I pulled the door open and ushered Maggie inside first. With the door closed behind me, I called out, "Abigail?" At first she didn't answer. My stomach turned over as silence stretched. Maggie arched an eyebrow, giving me a pitying look. "Abigail, it's all right. It's me. I crossed to the hay I'd stacked as a rustling sounded. "Ben?" Maggie's face sobered quickly as her voice sounded. I shot her a brash glance as I pulled the hay bale away, my heart settling into a normal rhythm as I spotted her. She heaved what looked to be a sigh of relief before she caught sight of Maggie. "Oh, hi," she said with a wave. "Abigail, this is my friend Maggie. Maggie, this is Abigail Thorne, from the future." Abigail wrinkled her nose. "You told her?" "Yes, Maggie is a good friend, and I thought you may need some assistance with the attire from this time." I hauled another stack of hay away before I reached a hand in to help Abigail climb over the remaining bale. I didn't miss the wide-eyed expression on Maggie's face when she stared at Abigail's odd outfit. "I told you," I said with a knowing smile. "So, is this the girl who's a friend who is not your girlfriend?" Abigail asked as she crossed her arms and flicked her gaze between us. "What is she saying?" Maggie asked, still collecting herself. "Oh, girlfriends and boyfriends are what they call suitors or beaux in the future," I answered. "Now, I will leave you with Maggie to dress." Wait, Abigail said, grabbing hold of my arm. "There's no way I can go in these clothes, right?" "Not unless you want to be hanged as a witch," Maggie joked. Abigail's eyes went wide as she stared at her before sliding her terrified gaze to me. "Is she serious? Do they still do that in this time?" "No, Abigail, but I would not recommend wearing those trousers unless you wish to be branded, well, something else unkind." I smiled at Maggie as I strode to the door and left the women behind. As I waited outside, my heart in my throat, I wondered if perhaps Maggie could help me. Would she be able to give Abigail some sort of insight into a woman's place in this world, and how she could still find some autonomy and happiness? Or was I doomed to pine for a woman who would always resent me? Chapter 16. Abby. I stared at the brunette in front of me as she held the clothes pressed against her chest. With her hair pulled up and an ankle-length dress, she was exactly what I expected from this era, exactly what I was about to be turned into. My stomach churned at the idea of trading all the freedoms of my era for the repression I'd face in this one. But I didn't seem to have much choice. I couldn't live in the woods until Gabe fixed the time machine and came back for me. If he could fix it, I reminded myself. Worry threatened to make my knees buckle as more questions than answers poured into my mind. What if he fixed it and came back and couldn't find me? When would he return? Did the passage of time in my time and this one move at the same rate? I could have slapped myself for not having paid attention more when Gabe talked about this stuff, but I hadn't actually thought he'd invent time travel. Nor that when he did, he'd accidentally leave me in the middle of the revolution with a man I barely knew. "Well, I suppose we should get those rather interesting clothes off ya," she said, an Irish accent apparent. "Irish?" I asked as she stepped forward and set the clothes on a bale of hay. "Aye," she said with a nod. "Both me mother and me father." "That explains the accent," I said as she handed me something that looked like a thin dress. My eyes went wide as I stared down at the garment. "Put that on first," she said. "First?" I asked. "Aye, then the corset and petticoat, stockings, then the dress." I let my head fall back between my shoulders. "Can't I be an enterprising gal and wear pants?" I wrinkled my nose as I looked at her again. "I'm going to kill my brother when I get back." She wiggled her eyebrows as she swallowed hard. "Ben says you're from the future, but I cannot believe it." "I am," I answered as I shifted behind a stack of hay to pull on the slip thing she'd given me. "My brother, the idiot that he is, invented a time machine. Then he accidentally took Ben to our time, and the darn thing broke. After he fixed it, he accidentally left me back here." I shimmied out of all my clothes and folded them up. "Where should I put these?" "Probably we should burn 'em," she recommended. I tugged them back toward me. "I need them for when I go home." "Oh, well, I'm sure Ben will know what to do with them." She held out the corset. "Now this." "You've got to be kidding me," I said with a sigh as she wrapped it around me and tightened it. "Ow, this thing hurts." "They aren't comfortable," she admitted. "I'd love to try your time where it seems clothing for women is a bit more relaxed." "Everything for women is a bit more relaxed," I said before I gasped in a breath as she finished tightening the corset. "Now your petticoat." I pulled on the skirt and tightened it around my waist. I hope I remember all of this the next time I have to get dressed. She held out another thing I didn't recognize. "I brought pockets if you'd like." I stared at them. Wow, even in this time, women didn't have pockets. With a shake of my head, I tied them around me, and then she passed me the stockings. As I sat down to pull them on, I crinkled my brow. Wait, I think we're missing something." "Not so far," Maggie said with a shake of her head. I swallowed hard, feeling oddly underdressed, despite the layers of clothing I already wore. Are you sure? Maybe, underpants or something?" "What? Panties? Underwear, Her features twisted with confusion. "No, I assure you, I have not skipped anything. Shift, stay, petticoat, pockets, stockings, and then we'll get your dress." "No underwear, that's—" I puffed out my cheeks as I shifted and tugged on the knee-length stockings. "May I ask you something?" "Sure," I said as I tugged up the stockings to my knees. "Ben says in the future there are many new contraptions, and that women have as many rights as men." "Oh, yeah," I said with a nod as I finished with my second stocking and stood. "I can do all the same things my brother can. Now I'm stuck here with 0 rights and 10 pounds of clothing and no microwave." I let out a frustrated groan as she readied the dress. "And what is a microwave?" she asked. "Oh, it's a thing that you put your food into and it makes it hot in a few minutes." I glanced at her to find her eyes wide. I chuckled before I spoke again. "Ben used to call it the magical heating box." "That sounds like Ben," she answered as she helped me fasten the dress. "Yeah," I said, a soft smile on my face as I glanced at the door before I twisted back to face her. "So, you and Ben are friends, huh?" "We are, since he was just a wee boy in the village." "Aw, I bet you're close." She continued her work on my dress. "Close, yes. Romantic? No." I tugged my lips into a wince. I didn't mean to pry. "Yes, you did. You want to know if there's anything between us. I can say, without a doubt, there is not." I lifted a shoulder, trying to play a little coy. "Well, I mean, there could be, right? Lots of romances start as friends. Maybe, he just needs, like, a signal from you or something. We are friends, and nothing more." I arched an eyebrow. She seemed adamant. I started to wonder if there was something wrong with him. My eyes wandered to the barn door again. Was he crazy or something? "If you're wondering if there is some question of his character, there is not." "Oh, I wasn't, but you were, Abigail, and that's a reasonable question. Ben is obviously smitten." Heat rose in my cheeks as I stared at her. She locked her gaze on me. "Don't break his heart." My shoulders slumped. I think I've already done that. Here's the thing. I'm from 200 and some odd years in the future. I don't belong here. Yet here you are. Maybe that's a sign. I groaned as she finished and patted my arms to signal I was done. I wish everyone would quit saying I'm here for a reason, and then acting like the reason is because I'm supposed to marry Ben. I'm not supposed to marry Ben. I'm not supposed to live in the 1700s. I can't even boil water, Maggie. She grimaced at me. "Do you have servants at home?" "No, I told you. Things are completely different in the future. There are machines that do everything for you. I don't even clean my house because a little robot runs around and vacuums for me." "What?" I shook my head, my features pinching. "Never mind. The point is, I'm not supposed to be here. I don't even know if I'll survive the few days I'm trapped here before my brother comes. And what if he doesn't?" The possibility hit me like a physical blow. What if Gabe couldn't fix the machine? What if I was truly stuck here, forever cut off from everything and everyone I knew? The thought of never seeing my family again, never returning to my career, never even using a smartphone or watching Netflix. It was almost too much to bear. I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me as the full weight of my situation sank in. This wasn't just a temporary inconvenience. It could be my new reality. Forever. My stomach clenched at the words, and I wagged a finger at her, my eyes wide. Don't say that. It's something to consider. Abigail, you are here in our world now, and you may be stuck here. You have to consider that. You have to consider your future. I smashed a palm against my forehead. Okay, fine. But I'm not going to lead Ben on just so I have an easier time while I'm here. Well, I admire you for that, and I'll certainly do all I can to help you. Thank you, I said, squeezing her hands. Hopefully Ben will just dump me in a hotel room somewhere and I can hide from people. Maggie looked at me with confused features. He's taking you to his father's house. What? I exclaimed. No, this is a terrible idea. I paced the floor, my palm pressed against my forehead, my other hand on my hip. Horrible idea. Ben! Hey, Ben! The door opened a crack. Did you call, Abigail? Yes, I called. Get in here. I set my hands on my hips as I waited, tapping my foot on the floor in the uncomfortable shoes Maggie had provided. He slipped inside, a smile spreading across his features. Abigail, you look lovely. Don't lovely me, I said with a wag of my finger. Where are you taking me? To my home, he said, shifting his weight as he laid a hand on the hilt of his sword. I crossed my arms. Who else lives there? His eyes slid to Maggie, who shrugged. You may as well tell her, Ben. She's going to find out. Ben cleared his throat. My parents. It is the best place for you to be, Abigail. It is the worst place I can be. Where am I supposed to say I'm from? The future? He shook his head. I wouldn't. Oh, okay. So how do we explain my American accent, or my odd mannerisms, or why I don't know how to cook a side of beef in a hearth? Maggie screwed up her face as she stared at me. Abigail, no, I murmured to myself. I can't go with you. I have to stay here. I'll wait in the barn. You can bring me bread and cheese. It'll be fine. Ben crossed to me, gently placing his hands on my shoulders. Abigail, you cannot stay in the barn. You must come into the village. I shot a pleading glance to Maggie. I'll stay with her. 2 gals on our own. She can give me bread and cheese. Maggie lifted her gaze, offering Ben an amused smile. Ben's jaw clenched as he swallowed hard, licking his lips before he answered me. Abigail, that is not a safe option. People will ask more questions of a young single woman appearing suddenly with no explanation, particularly in these times of unrest. I let my gaze fall to the hay strewn at my feet, as I imagined myself suddenly thrown into a prison for being a spy. It sent a shiver down my spine. Fine. But when your parents start asking questions, you're answering them, not me. Fine, he answered with a raise of his eyebrows. Now we should go before it becomes too dark. With a sigh and a jittery stomach, I allowed him to lead me from the barn with the other borrowed dress in my hands. Ben walked next to me, his hands clasped behind his back as we wandered down a dirt road. My mind whirled as I tried to imagine meeting Ben's parents. Maybe they wouldn't be so bad, or maybe they'd be horrible. What if they hated me? My nose wrinkled as I imagined trying to live there with his mother hovering over me, shocked that I couldn't boil an egg. He certainly couldn't pass me off as a cousin or a relative. Clearly, his parents would know I'm not their kin. As we left the barn behind, the reality of my situation began to sink in. Each step took me further from the familiar and deeper into this alien world. The dirt road beneath my feet felt strange compared to the paved streets I was used to, and the weight of the unfamiliar clothes served as a constant reminder of my displacement. I tried to take in my surroundings, noting the simple wooden buildings and the lack of modern conveniences. It was like walking through a living history museum, except this was all too real. The closer we got to town, the more my anxiety grew. How was I supposed to fit into this world? We arrived in town, and Maggie offered me a soft wish of good luck before she stepped into an inn. I scoffed as I glanced at the building. She lives in an inn? Why can't I live in an inn? Abigail, we discussed this, Ben said with a shake of his head. Please stop assuming I am doing the worst thing for you. I'm not, I said, my voice turning whiny. I just think this is a really bad idea because I don't understand how you're going to suddenly explain who I am. Before he could explain any further, a woman's voice called out as we approached a stately home. Ben? Mama! Papa! Ben's home! Oh, great, I murmured as the woman raced toward Ben, throwing her arms around his neck. Ben, where have you been? We assumed you dead. Not dead, Bee. 2 other people, both older, rushed out of the house, exclamations of surprise and joy coming out of them as they swarmed him, showering him with affection. I took a few steps back, shifting my weight as my stomach tied in a tight knot. I felt like an intruder on the intimate family scene. My heart raced, and I could feel a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. My hands, clutching the borrowed dress, trembled slightly, and I had to consciously remind myself to breathe. The corset, already uncomfortable, now felt suffocating as anxiety tightened my chest. I shifted my weight from foot to foot, fighting the urge to turn and run back to the relative safety of the barn. Oh, Ben, we thought the worst after news came of the battle, the woman who I assumed was his mother said. No, Mama, I'm perfectly fine. Only a tiny scratch. I was missing for several days, but managed to make my way home. Thank the Lord, his mother said, tears shining in her eyes. Yes, and one other, he said with a soft smile. My eyes went wide as he reached toward me and pulled me closer. Mama, Papa, Bee, I'd like you to meet Abigail, my wife. My lips parted, and I felt lightheaded as he introduced me as his spouse. It was bad enough to have to stay in their home given my circumstances, but this was a really bad move. Chapter 17. Ben. With my heart hammering in my chest, I proudly pulled Abigail closer to me, acutely aware of the shocked expression on her beautiful features as she stared at me with wide eyes. I hadn't told her about this little fib, but it made perfect sense. I couldn't introduce her as a friend. There would be too many questions, not to mention the scandal of it. I didn't want that for my sweet Abigail. Aside from Abigail's approval, I also desperately sought my parents' acceptance. They had assumed I had married without their knowledge, and I did not wish for them to dislike Abigail because of it. The shocked looks on their faces told me they did not approve. Finally, my mother forced a fleeting smile onto her face. Oh, well, this is quite a surprise. She swallowed hard as her eyes flickered from me to Abigail. She reached a shaky hand forward to take Abigail's. Welcome, Abigail, to our family. I let out the breath I'd been holding for that uncomfortable moment as Abigail gave her a stifled, "Thank you." Well, my father said, we should go inside and celebrate. I'd say a drink is in order. Ben has returned to us, and with a wife, no less. My grin broadened at the suggestion, and I followed behind my father, who guided both my mother and my sister into the house. Abigail shot me a glare as we walked to the house, and I tried my best to ignore her obvious ire. While I was certain I'd get an earful later, I was determined my course of action had been correct. I needed to protect Abigail, and this was the best way to do it. She'd thank me for it later. After the maid took Abigail's things, we settled into the sitting room, and I eased Abigail into an armchair with a warm smile. She offered me a smile that didn't look genuine in any way as she fluttered her eyelashes. I took a moment to observe our surroundings, hoping Abigail would find some comfort in the familiar elegance of my family home. There had been a time when I'd been with Gabe and Abigail that I had wondered if I'd ever see this place again. The sitting room, with its high ceilings and ornate moldings, spoke of generations of prosperity. Delicate china teacups sat atop the polished mahogany side table, while a portrait of my great-grandfather watched over us from above the fireplace. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the richly patterned wallpaper, creating an almost ethereal atmosphere. I wondered how Abigail's modern sensibilities would react to this snapshot of 18th century refinement. "Well," my father said, delivering us all sherry, "how did this come about?" "Oh, can we wait for Caleb?" Bea asked as she rubbed her belly. "He has just run out for the midwife. I'm feeling a little off." As I prepared to ask if she was about to go into labor, Abigail choked on her sherry. "You're drinking sherry while you're pregnant?" All eyes turned to her, and my father offered her a shocked expression. "Is there something wrong with that?" Abigail said before she winced and glanced at me. "I have heard it's not healthy for the baby." "Should you be drinking it then?" Bea asked. "Why couldn't I—" Her voice cut off, and she shot me an angry glance. "Oh, no. Abigail and I are not in the family way," I assured them with a nervous chuckle. "Well, with such a sudden wedding, one can't be too sure," Bea said, deliberately taking a sip of her sherry. I shifted my weight as my insides twisted into a knot. This wasn't going as well as I'd hoped. I'd never hear the end of it from Abigail. She would insist that she didn't belong here, bolstered by my family's less-than-warm reception of her. "I should have stayed at the inn," she'd tell me, her hands on her hips and that one eyebrow arched that could strike terror into my heart. "But Abigail," I would try, but I wouldn't get a comment in edgewise. My father paced the floor. "How long does it take to fetch a midwife?" "I'm certain he will be back at any moment," my mother said sweetly. "I would like some answers, is all." "Well, Bea can always recount it to him later. Ben, why don't you regale us with the tale of how this sudden marriage came about?" my mother said with a polite smile. "Yes, Ben, why don't you tell your parents how we ended up married?" Abigail arched that eyebrow, and my heart pounded against my ribs. "Well," I began, shifting my weight as I swallowed hard. My fingers curled into fists as I tried to think of a tale that would explain how I disappeared in battle and returned home married. Before I could, my sister doubled over, crying out in pain. "Oh dear, Bea!" I set my sherry down and raced to her side. "What is it? Is it the child?" "Oh!" Bea cried as she grabbed at her stomach, panting hard for breath. "She's in labor," Abigail said, her voice authoritative. "We need to get her comfortable, and we need water and clean cloths." "Are you a midwife?" my father asked. "No, I'm a doc—" Abigail hesitated, swallowing hard as she shot me a glance. "My father was a doctor. I know how to deliver a baby and much more." The disappointment in her eyes at having to hide her credentials made my heart sink. "That isn't exactly true," I answered as my mother and I helped Bea stand from the chair. "Abigail is actually a doctor." My father scoffed at the words as Caleb hurried inside with a midwife. "Oh, good. The midwife is here. She's in labor, we believe." Suddenly the weight against me lifted as Bea pulled away from me, collapsing to the floor with a shriek. I had heard many a man wail in the throes of war injuries, but none of them came close to this cry. "Bea, come on," my mother said, tugging at her arm. "We must move you." Bea collapsed onto her side, rolling onto her back as she shrieked. The midwife hurried to her side. "There is no time for that now. It appears the baby is coming." I hurried back to Abigail's side and put my arm around her waist. "Something's wrong," Bea cried. "The pain, it's like my insides are coming out." "Which is what every woman goes through before the miracle of birth," the midwife assured her. "Now let me take a look. Oh yes, it's time. You'll want to push on the next wave of pain." "Wait," Abigail said as she pulled away from me. "If she says something's wrong, something's wrong." "There is nothing to be concerned about. I'm an old hand at this," the midwife said, brushing off Abigail's comment. Bea screamed again, leaning forward to push. I can't, she cried. Something's not right. It's pulling. Well, of course it is, the midwife said. Keep going. No, Abigail said, her voice the strongest I'd heard it since we returned to this time. Stop pushing. Don't you listen to her. You must do the work your body is telling you to do. No, Abigail said, kneeling next to the midwife with a shake of her head. No, if she feels a pulling, the cord could be wrapped around the baby's neck. Pushing will strangle him. What? Bee cried, her features twisting with concern. Do not listen to her, Bee. Your body knows what to do. And I am a doctor, and I also know what to do, Abigail said. Now move out of my way and let me check that baby's neck. My father drew his chin back to his chest as Abigail asserted herself. The midwife glanced at Caleb, then my mother. Perhaps you ought to pull your wife back, son, my father whispered in my ear. She is causing Bee such distress. I shook my head but charged forward. Instead of grabbing Abigail, though, I dragged the midwife away. I offered Abigail a nod, and she returned the gesture before she knelt on the floor in front of Bee. Okay now, Bee. I know you want to push, but please don't. She slid her hands under Bee's dress, her eyelashes fluttering as she felt blindly for whatever she searched for. She pulled her hands back. Okay, the cord is around the baby's neck. I need to free it before you push. I know it's hard, but Bee, do not push, okay? My mother clutched my sister's hand as Abigail set to work. Sweat beaded on both her and my sister's brow as she worked to save the unborn child. Bee shrieked, tears running down her cheeks as she struggled with the pain. After a moment, Abigail bobbed her head. Okay, the cord's free. Now on the next contraction, push as hard as you can, okay? Bee bobbed her head as another wave shot through her and she yelped while she worked. Good, that's good, Bee, Abigail said. Another good push should do it. Bee wept a few times before she tried again. Baby's out, Abigail said. You have a boy. The midwife stepped forward, finally out of her shock, to remove the cord before she shook her head. Oh, no. My heart stopped as I stared down at the unmoving child. What is it? Bee cried as Caleb hung his head. A cry escaped my mother, and my father rushed to comfort her, but Abigail did not seem upset. She hurried across the room with the baby, laying the limp child on the table in front of the fireplace. Abigail, I questioned. We need to clean his face. Ben, get a towel. She pressed 2 fingers against the tiny baby's chest and pushed rhythmically. What is she doing with my baby? Bee cried. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Thompson, but the cord strangled it. He's stillborn. No! Bee cried. I stood stunned until she spoke again. Ben, get a towel. This baby is not dying on my watch. I stumbled backward, grabbing a cloth from the midwife and hurrying back to Abigail, kneeling next to her. Clean his face, she said. We need to get him breathing. I carefully wiped the child's nose and mouth, my heart hammering as I wondered if the time travel had caused Abigail to snap. Good, Ben. Keep going. She continued the little pumps against the baby's breast. Come on, buddy. I know you're there. Tense silence filled the room as Abigail worked. Seconds seemed like hours, before finally a loud wail filled the room. A collective sigh was breathed as the baby curled his tiny fists and screamed again. Abigail stopped her pumping as she slumped backward, puffing out of breath. She scooped the baby up in her arms and carried him to Bee, laying the child in her arms. Congratulations, you have a son. The baby opened his eyes, squirming in my sister's arms. Caleb rubbed the dark hair on his head with a soft smile. My sister raised her eyes to Abigail, tears shining in them. Thank you. Yes, my mother said. I have never seen anything like that. Abigail straightened as I crossed to her and slid an arm around her shoulders. You are very welcome. My chest swelled with pride as I pulled her closer to me. Abigail reminded me why I had fallen in love with her. Her bravery and quick actions in a crisis had deeply impressed me. And despite her rough entry into my family's life, I hoped my parents now understand why I married her. Except, as my mind reminded me, I did not marry her. It was a falsehood. The weight of my deception settled heavily upon me. What would happen when the truth inevitably came to light? Would my family's newfound admiration for Abigail turn to disappointment and anger? And Abigail herself, would this lie drive an even greater wedge between us, destroying any chance of a real relationship? The potential consequences of my hasty decision threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced myself to focus on the present. For now, at least, Abigail was safe and accepted. I would have to deal with the fallout when the time came. And it would come, because Abigail wanted no parts of me. The thought ripped through my heart with as much pain as Bea had been shouting about only moments earlier. My mother rose from the floor and crossed to us, pulling Abigail into a tight embrace. "How fortunate we are that you have come into this family. Now, I know it's terribly rude of me, but I should help Bea get situated." "Of course," Abigail said with a warm smile. "I understand. I'm exhausted, so I think I'll just turn in." "How kind you are. Ben has chosen well," my mother said before she kissed my cheek. My father stepped forward as Caleb scooped Bea, baby and all, into his arms to carry her upstairs. "That was quite a trick, Abigail. I must say even I am impressed." "Thank you." She smiled at him before he followed after my mother. As the excitement of the birth subsided and my family dispersed, the atmosphere in the room suddenly shifted. The palpable tension of the medical emergency gave way to an awkward quiet, leaving Abigail and me standing alone amidst the aftermath. The weight of our pretend marriage and the events of the evening hung heavily between us. I could sense Abigail's exhaustion and knew we needed to address our situation, but in the privacy of our room. "Why don't we go upstairs?" With my heart thudding, I gently guided her upstairs to my room. As the door clicked behind me, I plastered on a smile. "Well, that isn't exactly how I expected the evening to go, but you performed excellently, Abigail." "Yeah, not exactly how I expected it to go either," she answered, crossing her arms as she spun to face me. "Despite all of that excitement, you're not off the hook for the whole marriage charade." I shifted my weight, clasping my hands behind my back so she didn't see them trembling. "It was the best way to proceed. I couldn't introduce you as a friend without risking your reputation." "You could have warned me," she said, her voice sharper. I winced as I glanced down at the floorboards. "You would have objected." Yeah," she said, "because now your family thinks we're married." "They seemed quite pleased, particularly after you saved Bea's child." "Thank you, by the way. I'm an uncle because of your quick thinking." "Yeah, well, it's my job, Ben. Well, it was until I landed in the middle of colonial times where it's illegal for me to have a job." "It's not illegal," I said with a slight roll of my eyes, "and your skills were most appreciated." She arched that eyebrow, giving me a frightening glance. "Stop changing the subject. Your family thinks we're married. How are you going to explain it when I disappear later?" "Bad luck with women?" I answered with a shrug and a wrinkled nose. She clicked her tongue, shaking her head. "I'm going to bed, and that's if I can get out of the 10 pounds of clothes I'm wearing." "Oh," I said as I raised a hand with a smile, grabbing her things from the dresser next to me where the maid had delivered them. "Maggie sent a nightgown for you." "Gee, thanks," she said as she snatched it from my hand. "Can't wait to sleep on the straw mattress." "Obviously we are not actually married," I said as I twisted to face the door, "so I will sleep on the floor. I am not attempting to use this situation to take advantage of you." "I can take you down, remember?" Abigail said. I twisted just enough to see a smile on her features as she worked to unfasten her dress. "I have not forgotten." "You can sleep in the bed," she answered. "I trust you, except for, decisions like telling people we're married." I heaved a soft sigh. I would never live this down. Ever. "It'll only be another hour before we can go to bed," she teased. "Abigail," I said, my voice tentative. "Yeah?" she asked. and I noted the easiness returning to her voice. "You understand why I did what I did?" "Yep," she answered. "Being a woman is illegal, so you had to lie for me." I fluttered my eyelashes at her assessment. "I get it, Ben. I'm not sure you get it, but I get it," she added. A hand landed on my shoulder gently, and she spun me to face her, now in her nightgown. "Thank you." I offered her a fleeting smile, averting my eyes from her before I did something foolish that would get me slapped, like press my lips against hers. "You should go to bed." "Right," she said with a nod before she crossed to the bed and climbed under the sheets. I blew out the candle in the room before I changed, feeling awkward as I climbed into the bed next to her in the darkness. She shifted next to me, rolling onto her back and sending my heart hammering as I realized she hadn't fallen asleep. "Hey, Ben?" "Yes, Abigail?" I asked as I closed my eyes. "Thanks for taking care of me." I smiled to myself at the words. "You're welcome, Abigail." A few minutes passed before her voice sounded again. "Ben?" "Yes?" "I think your dad is really upset about me being a doctor. I can see it in his eyes. He's not cool with it." I huffed out a small breath. "Go to sleep, Abigail." "Yeah, I need to get some rest. Don't want to be too tired to churn butter with your mom in the morning." I shook my head as I stared at the ceiling, but my lips curled into an amused smile. "We do not churn butter." "Oh, well, I guess a long day of stirring soup over the open fire." I held back a laugh, but it bubbled to the surface. Next to me, the bed shook as Abigail giggled, too. She groaned out another laugh. "Oh, you know I'm just going to be terrible at life here, right? Your reputation is going to suffer, Ben." Heat shot through me as her hand found mine and squeezed it. I swallowed hard, realizing in an instant that my reputation mattered less to me than she did. I cared about her staying with me, being my wife. I cared about building a life together. But I feared it would be unattainable, and I worried she would disappear from my life, leaving a gaping hole. Chapter 18. Abby. Sun hit my eyes way before I was ready to wake up. An annoying ache in my back made me shift around trying to get comfortable. I couldn't recall a time when my bed had felt this uncomfortable. I'd sprung for one of those memory foam mattresses that was supposed to mold perfectly to my body. The stupid thing felt like a stiff board underneath me. With a sigh, I flopped around, stretching as I tugged the pillow down. The fabric scratched against my face, and I wondered what was wrong with my silk pillowcase. Must be time for a new one, I assumed, planning to order it today before I went to work. I sighed as I threw an arm over my eyes. I must have forgotten to close my room-darkening shade last night. Although, why hadn't my alarm gone off yet? Had I forgotten to set it? Panic shot through me as I worried I'd overslept. Was that why my hip was nearly numb? With my eyes still closed, I rolled over and flung my hand to my nightstand to feel for my clock. Instead of an empty mattress and the curved edge of my night table, I hit a soft, warm body. My breath caught in my throat, and I pushed back, a scream building as I opened my eyes. Nothing looked familiar, and I gasped, a whimper escaping from me. My eyes went to the spot I'd just felt a moment ago before they widened. Ben slept soundly next to me. I tugged the scratchy covers closer, lamenting their thread count, which was no match to my 1,000-count bamboo sheets. My gaze shot around the rest of the room, but I didn't recognize a thing in it. I squeezed my eyes closed. "I must be dreaming," I whispered as I ran a shaky hand through my hair. "Breathe, Abby. You're asleep." Next to me, Ben stirred, and I snapped my eyes open. He glanced at me, a sleepy smile on his face. "Awake already, Abigail?" "What?" Memories began to float back to me. I recalled waking up with Ben in his uniform, realizing I was stuck in colonial times, him telling his family we were married. Ben's features turned concerned, and he pushed to sitting. "Abigail, are you all right?" I smacked a palm against my forehead. "Nope, definitely not." "Did you not sleep well?" "I slept well enough that I forgot I somehow ended up in the 1700s. Ugh!" I twisted to face him. "Hey, do you think we can go out and see if Gabe came back yet?" "I will check today, yes." "You will check?" I asked, my voice incredulous. "Are you joking? What am I going to be doing while you're checking?" "Staying safe here?" Ben said, his voice questioning. "Staying safe here?" My voice turned sharper as I clutched the sheets tighter in my fist. "Are you serious, Ben? I can't stay here with your family. They're going to recognize that I'm a fraud the moment your mother makes me do needlepoint or whatever it is that women do in this time." "Abigail," Ben said, his voice a gentle warning, "I do not want you roaming those woods." "I thought you were going to protect me," I said as I balanced my head in my palm and my elbow on my knee. "I am, which is why you will stay here while I go into the woods to check for Gabe. Now," he said, throwing back the covers, "will you please turn around so I can dress?" With a heavy sigh, I flopped onto my side, scrunching the horrible pillow underneath me. "Fine, but if Gabe is here, you'd better come and get me. Post-haste, or however you people say fast." We don't say post-haste in general, so perhaps avoid that phrase in conversation. "Right," I answered, my lips forming a pout. "Perhaps you could visit with Maggie." "Oh," I said with a nod, "that's a good idea. She knows the truth, so I don't have to pretend to be an expert candle maker." "I have no doubt that you could pull it off if you really put your mind to it." "All right, I'm finished." I sat up and twisted to face him. "I will go to the woods now to search for Gabe. You should dress and go downstairs for breakfast." "Or I could hide up here." "Go downstairs and eat, Abigail." I winced at the words, imagining me at breakfast with his family, trying to explain something I shouldn't. Maybe you should stay and eat breakfast too? Go look for Gabe later?" "I would prefer—" "Listen," I interrupted with a wag of my finger. "When you first came, I didn't leave you on your own for breakfast. I made your oatmeal and let you watch television." "Fine," he said. "I will go after breakfast, while you do your needlepoint." I pressed my lips together with a shake of my head, but I couldn't stop the smile from spreading across my face at his joke. "That's funny. They will definitely know I'm not normal if I have to make one of those pillows or whatever it is." I threw back the sheets and wrinkled my nose at the clothes I had to put on. "Oh gosh, it'll take me the rest of the morning to remember how to get dressed. Why was it so complicated?" "I don't find it so," he answered. I glanced over my shoulder, finding him sitting on the bed, facing away from me. I smiled at how respectful he was, as I let my bare feet touch the cold floorboards. "You're not wearing 18 different skirts," I shot back, pulling on the slip. "Why are there so many? I'm going to ask Maggie." "Sounds like a lovely conversation." "Yeah, it's probably the only allowable conversation between women in this time," I retorted, as I put the stupid corset around me and tried to tighten it. When I got home, I promised myself to eat nothing but salads for a week. "You know, Abigail, women don't have it so terribly here. My mother and sister seem to like it." I pulled on the petticoat and fastened it before I added the pockets. "Your mother and sister don't know anything else." He sighed audibly as I sat down to tug on my stockings. "My thoughts exactly," I answered. "Almost. Just one more layer to go." "You are doing an admirable job. May I ask you something?" "Sure," I answered, as I shimmied into my ankle-length dress and started to fasten it. "Last night, when I asked if you understood why I introduced you as my wife, you said yes. But then you said you didn't think I understood. What did you mean?" I froze as I continued fastening myself, before I finally, hurriedly finished and skirted the bed to face him. He rose to stand, his eyes probing mine for an answer. You told your parents that we're married. To protect you, he interrupted, his features pinching as he desperately tried to excuse his actions. But Ben, everyone thinks you're married to me, and then I'm just going to disappear. He let his gaze fall to his feet. You understand why this is a problem, right? You do not wish your reputation to be sullied, as it will appear that you have abandoned your husband. My shoulders slumped. That's not it at all. I could give a fig about what colonials 200+ years before I was born think, Ben. It's you I'm worried about. Now, suddenly everyone will think you got married for all the wrong reasons, or you were fooled into a marriage with someone. I just think that it puts you in a really bad position coming out of this. He finally raised his gaze to me. Perhaps there is another solution. Don't do that, I answered with a shake of my head. What? That, I waved a finger at his face. That look, that pleading, why don't you just stay look. I don't belong here, Ben, I don't. But Abigail, no, I said with a firm shake of my head. Don't but Abigail me. I don't belong here. He pressed his lips together, clearly unhappy with my answer. I curled the corners of my lips, arching an eyebrow. But you know who does belong here? He didn't answer, and I playfully poked at him until he sighed out, who? Maggie, I grinned at him as he snapped his gaze to me. There is nothing between us. I don't know why not. She's nice, and she's pretty, and she's got her stuff together right, and most importantly, she's okay with living in the Stone Age. Ben, she's perfect for you. Why are you not interested in her? His jaw tightened, an unidentified emotion floating in his eyes as he shook his head. Let's go to breakfast. Wait, oh my gosh, is there a story here? Did something happen? What is it? Did you ask her out and she turned you down? No, Abigail, I did not. There is no story other than we are friends and not romantically involved and never will be. You can stop trying to distract me with other women when you know exactly how I feel about you. He pushed past me with a stomp of his boots. I am going to breakfast. Are you coming? Hey, I twisted to face him, but he was already gone. My lips pulled into a frown as I tried to justify my own actions after having upset him terribly. I was only trying to help, I murmured as I shuffled across the room in the borrowed shoes that left a lot to be desired in the way of comfort and descended the stairs. I wondered how breakfast would go over with Ben and I fighting. I peered into the dining room where I found Ben kissing his mother on the cheek before he offered me a tentative smile and held out a chair for me. Still a gentleman, even when we're arguing. I stepped into the room that was bathed in soft morning light filtering through lace curtains. The scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the aroma of coffee, creating an inviting atmosphere. The gentle clink of silverware against china plates and the quiet rustle of fabric as people shifted in their seats filled the air. I couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between this serene, formal breakfast setting and my usual rushed morning routine of grabbing coffee on the go. I offered him a slight smile before I pulled my napkin onto my lap, wondering what they'd feed me. "Coffee, madam?" a maid asked. Yes, thank you," I said with a chuckle. "I'm a bear without my coffee." His mother offered me a sour smile, and I fidgeted in my chair. I guessed being impressed with my skills to save her grandchild had already worn off. "I noticed, Ben, that your uniform had a tear last night. I almost retrieved it to mend this morning, but then I recalled that you have Abigail now." She offered me a grin that bordered on a challenge. "I shall take care of it, Mother," he answered with a sip of his coffee. "Nonsense! If Abigail is unwilling or unable—" "I'm perfectly willing and able," I retorted. "Nobody was going to tell me I didn't know how to be a wife. Even if I didn't know anything about being a wife in colonial times." "Oh, well, that is your duty, dear." I offered her a tight-lipped smile as I chuckled, irritation roiling inside me as I slid my foot sideways to kick Ben. He responded by pushing my foot back into its normal position. I'll just take it on over to Maggie's and knit it there. Knit it? His mother's brow furrowed. Merely a joke, Mother. Abigail knows the difference between knitting and sewing, don't you, dear? Of course I do. Who doesn't? I hoped she didn't ask because I had no idea what the difference was. But if I could stitch someone back together, I could manage sewing Ben's uniform. I finished the soft-boiled egg I'd been given before we all rose from the table. Abigail, the sewing box is in the hall's closet. Edna can show you. Thanks, I said as Ben guided me out of the room, retrieving the sewing materials on our way. I will take care of this when we return, he whispered as we strode to the front door. I'll do it, I said, snatching the materials from him. No one's going to accuse me of not doing my wifely duty. He arched an eyebrow as I mounted the stairs to find his uniform. He followed behind me. Abigail, there is no need for this. Obviously there is. Your mother nearly broke down our door to retrieve your uniform that needed to be knitted. Sewn, he answered. Whatever, I said as I pushed into the bedroom and searched for the uniform. He closed the door behind us. Abigail, please stop. This is not necessary. I'll do it, I said with a huff as I found the blue jacket. Just go see if Gabe is here. So you can abandon all your wifely duties? Let's not fight again, okay? I'm sorry about before. Really I am, but I care about you, and not enough to stay, though. Ben, I don't belong here. Period. The end. His chest heaved as his fingers curled into fists. Come on. You have to know that. And you don't belong in the future either. You were miserable there. I crossed to him. Come on. Let's just try to make the best of this while I'm stuck here. He swallowed hard before he opened the door and motioned for me to precede him. We descended the stairs again, pushing out into the bright sunshine of the spring day. As we walked through the quiet streets towards Maggie's Inn, I found myself hyper-aware of my surroundings. The unpaved roads, the lack of cars, the simple utilitarian architecture of the buildings, it all served as a constant reminder of how far from home I truly was. I felt like an imposter in costume, playing a role I wasn't prepared for. The familiar sight of Maggie's Inn ahead brought a small measure of relief. At least there I could be myself without fear of saying the wrong thing. Ben opened the inn's door for me, and we entered as he called for Maggie. She hurried to the front, wiping her hands on an apron. Oh, Ben, Abigail. She looked me up and down. I see you've survived your first night in our little hamlet. I did, and now I need to do some knitting. Sewing, Ben corrected. Right, that, I said. How are you planning to sew if you don't even know the difference between knitting and sewing? Maggie asked. I raised my eyebrows. I'm a doctor. If I can stitch people's wounds, I should be able to do this. Is it all right if I leave her with you? Mama is still getting used to her. I'll bet, Maggie replied before he nodded. She can stay here. You can help with laundry. Come on. Ben pushed me forward a little, encouraging me to follow her. I won't be long. Okay, I'll be here knitting, sewing. I'll be here fixing this and doing laundry. I pumped a fist in the air in mock excitement. Ben turned on a heel and left me behind. I hesitated a moment, the sadness in his eyes sticking with me for longer than I wanted it to, before I followed Maggie outside to the backyard. She tossed something at me, and it struck me in the face before I pulled it away. You wash, I'll hang. She wandered to a basket and pulled things out to hang on a clothesline. Okay, where's the washer? She arched an eyebrow at me before she poked a finger at me. Right there. What? I wrinkled my features. She dropped the petticoat in her basket and snatched the slip from me. She dunked it into a large metal tub before she rubbed it against a scrub board. Then she wrung it out and dropped it in the basket. Have you never washed clothes in your time?" Yeah," I said as I set Ben's uniform aside and grabbed something from the basket. "It's a lot different." "How so?" Maggie asked. "Well, you just throw the laundry into the washer and you put some soap in and you press a few buttons and it washes it for you." Maggie set her hands on her hips. "You're joking." "I'm not. And this," I pointed at the hanging clothes. "Yeah, no, we have dryers. In an hour the clothes are completely dry." "No," she said with a shake of her head. "Yep, the only thing it doesn't do is fold and put away, and I barely do that part of it." I rubbed the slip against the scrub board before I wrung it out. "This is for the birds. Ugh, I really hope Ben finds Gabe." "Sadly, I don't think Ben hopes for that," she said as she hung another item on the line, and I washed something else. "I know. We got into another argument this morning about it." I shook my head as I rubbed the clothes against the scrub board. And that was after I birthed his sister's child and saved his life. Tough crowd, these Turners. "Bea had the baby?" she asked. "Yep," I said as I did more laundry, feeling like a pioneer. Gabe would never believe this. Cord was around his neck. I caught it at the last minute. "Oh, I'll have to pop by and say hello." "Can I ask you something?" I asked as she continued to hang the clothes. "Of course." "Both you and Ben are really touchy when I bring up the subject of you two as a couple. I mean, he nearly took my head off this morning." "Why?" She smirked at me, a scoff escaping her. "Are people really this obtuse in the future?" "I'm not obtuse. I'm a doctor. I'm smart." "Maybe smart in some things, but not very bright in others," Maggie said with a shake of her head. "Ben is in love with you, Abigail, not me." "Yeah, but why? You're a pretty lady, smart, tough, and of no interest to him," Maggie said. "There's nothing strange about it, and we have no salacious tales to regale you with. We simply do not love each other." "Does that matter? I mean, you still could be a good couple, right?" I asked. "If you have to ask that question, I'd bet you'd never been in love." "That's a big leap," I said as I gave up on the washing and plopped onto the ground. "I've been in love." "Was it with someone other than yourself?" "Hey," I said, my voice turning sharp. "That wasn't nice. I'm not in love with myself." "Well," she said with a groan as she stood on her tiptoes to slide pins onto a sheet she'd hung. "Then maybe you ought to think a bit about Ben. I've never seen him so enamored. You're going to break his heart." "That's not my fault," I said, grabbing his jacket and searching the sleeve for the hole. "I didn't ask him to fall in love with me, and I've been very clear that this can't work." "Can't or won't?" she asked. "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked as I stuck the needle in my mouth and unraveled the thread. "It means that Ben did not have to do what he did for you, either. He did it because he loves ya. I can see it in his eyes, and when you leave, he'll be the talk of the town, and people will whisper, 'There goes Ben. His wife left him, you know, ran off with some other man.' I did not. No, but that's the word that will get around, and he well knows it. But he did it anyway, for you, because he thinks that highly of you. He sacrificed his future because he loves you. I didn't ask him to do that." I said the words, but guilt roiled inside of me. "You didn't have to, no. But if you care about him at all, think about it at least." I frowned down at the uniform as I tried to sew it, poking my finger and drawing blood. I cursed under my breath as I stuck my finger into my mouth. Why should I feel guilty because Ben risked his future for me? I didn't ask for this. And I shouldn't have to stay here just because Ben was a nice guy. Love was unrequited lots of times. Although I couldn't deny the growing feeling I had for him. From the experiences we'd had in my time to the few shared ones we'd had here, I felt a connection. I shook my head. Connections weren't enough. I couldn't stay in this time. I had to go home, no matter what I felt for Ben Turner. Chapter 19. Ben. Trees replaced buildings as I hurried to the location where we'd last seen Gabe. I'd left Abigail at the inn with Maggie, so I was reasonably certain she'd be safe for the time being. At least Maggie knew who she was. She wouldn't have to pretend to be a woman she couldn't stand to be. My fingers curled into fists as the realization hit me harder than I wanted it to. In her time, things had been difficult enough, but Abigail had been full of life and laughter. Here, we argued, almost constantly. The few breaks I'd seen, like our shared laughter last night, were peaks of sunshine in what seemed to be an endless storm. But those peaks had sent my heart soaring, making these moments, the ones where we argued and disagreed, even more gut-wrenching for me. I wondered if I'd find Gabe in the clearing, and if that would be for the best, though most of me hoped I'd find nothing but trees and grass. I wanted more time with her. As selfish as that was, I wasn't ready to let Abigail go. The notion made guilt boil under my surface. She hated it here so much, and I was growing concerned she wasn't much fonder of me. That made my heart ache. Even if she wanted to leave my time behind, knowing that she cared for me even slightly would have made all the difference. I scoffed at myself as I continued through the woods. Who was I kidding? I didn't want to know she cared and then watch her leave. I wanted her to stay. I wanted the lie that I'd told to be real. Abigail Thorne was the love of my life, and I wanted to build a life with her. But with each passing moment, I saw that dream slip further and further away. The clearing came into view, appearing to be empty, but I strode into it, spinning in a slow circle to search for any evidence that Gabe had been here. I saw none. Poor Abigail was my first thought. She would be so disappointed and likely feel abandoned by her brother, although I doubted he had done this on purpose. But a part of me was secretly delighted. Another day with Abigail. My nose wrinkled. Probably another argument, but maybe another sweet moment as we fell asleep together, too. I sucked in a deep breath before I began my trek back to the town. I wondered what I would find when I arrived at the inn. Would Maggie have been able to help Abigail adjust at all, or would I find her chasing my fake wife around with a fireplace poker? I quickened my pace as I tried to think of a way to spend the day with Abigail. Keeping her out of the house was likely a good idea before she sparred with Mama again. My mother could sense something was off, particularly after I blurted out that Abigail was a doctor. Now she was concerned I'd chosen a wife poorly. Riding, I murmured to myself as I passed the barn. With a grin, I nodded, pleased with my idea to expose Abigail to more of my lifestyle in a way that would give us an experience to bond over and keep her away from my family. The last thing I needed was her frustration boiling over and her blurting out that she was from the future. I imagined Mama fading dead away while Papa poked a finger at her and called her a witch. As I reached town, I went straight to the inn, letting myself inside and crossing to the backyard near the kitchen. I found Abigail on the ground, almost finished with the mending. With her features pinched, it looked like it had taken everything in her. "Hi, Ben," Maggie said as she hung another sheet from the line. "Did you find anything?" Abigail snapped her gaze up to me. I offered her a soft shake of my head, and her shoulders slumped. "Sadly nothing, not a trace of him." "Oh well," Abigail said as she put the final touches on my uniform. "There, done. Look at me doing the whole sewing thing." Maggie crossed to her and eyed her work. "That's not bad, Abigail. Much better than your laundry." "I told you," Abigail said with a coy smile as she climbed to her feet. "In the future, the machine does it. This scrub thingy is too hard." "This scrub thingy is the only way we have, and laundry needs done whether you're tired or not." "You want me to get you a seat on the next ride to the future so you can use my washer?" She grinned at Maggie. "Look, Ben, I did it." Her smile broadened as she thrust my jacket toward me. "Now your mom can stop saying I'm a bad wife." "She didn't say that exactly," I answered, clearing my throat as I accepted the jacket. Maggie, may I leave this with you and pick it up before we return home?" "Going out?" Maggie asked, a coy expression on her features as she eyed me. "I have a surprise for Abigail." "Oh boy," Abigail murmured. "What is it, milking cows?" "Not quite," I answered, "and it's something I think you'll enjoy. Also, none of my family milks cows." "Well, have fun," Maggie said as she grabbed my jacket. "I'll keep this for you." I offered Abigail my arm, and she slid her hand around my elbow. I led her away through the inn to the streets beyond, making my way to the stables where our horses were kept. "Did you have a nice morning with Maggie?" I asked as we walked. I guess. She's sort of mean, but nice." "I have never known Maggie to be mean," I answered. "Did she say something that bothered you?" Abigail shrugged as we walked toward the stables. "No, just, I didn't expect her to be such a straight shooter, you know? She really says it like it is." My eyebrows raised as I wondered what she'd said to Abigail. Before I could ask, we reached the stables. I led her inside, and Abigail glanced around. "Please tell me we don't have to clean these." "No," I said with a chuckle. "I wanted to teach you to ride." "Oh," she said, her eyes lighting a little as though she may enjoy it. My grin broadened. "Does it appeal to you?" "Sure beats scrubbing laundry with that horrid soap on the scrub board. And I get to change, right?" She bit her lower lip, grinning at me. "No," I said with a shake of my head. "What do you mean, no?" "I mean this dress is appropriate for riding." I grabbed a saddle from the wall and proceeded to ready a horse. "You expect me to climb up on that thing in this dress?" "Of course," I answered as I fitted the saddle. "All the other women do it, and I know you are eager to prove you can, too." "Eager is a stretch, but fine. Beats churning butter." I clicked my tongue, a grin forming on my face again. "For the last time, we do not churn our own butter." "Are you sure?" She chuckled as she crossed her arms as she eyed me, tightening the saddle. "I am certain. I have never churned butter in my life." "I have," Abigail said with a coy expression. My eyes narrowed at her. "No, you have not." "Yes, I have. Once I went to this old-fashioned village with Gabe, and I churned butter for like 2 seconds before I got bored. Gabe took a picture of me, so I have proof." She grinned. "A selfie?" I said. "No. Selfies are when you take them of yourself. The rest are just pictures." "Right. Got it." I finished with the saddle and led the horse out of the stable into the adjacent field, where the ground was softer for mounting practice. Recent rains had left patches of mud scattered about, but I paid them little mind, focused as I was on helping Abigail. The horse's hooves made soft sucking sounds as we walked through the damp grass, and I could feel the give of the earth beneath my feet. "Now I will demonstrate." I stuck my foot in the stirrup and mounted the steed before I cantered around her. "Just like this, you see?" "Oh, do I get to ride with one leg on each side, or is that illegal for girls?" I dismounted from the horse and brought it over to her. "No, it is not. Would you like to try?" She glanced up at the beast, swallowing hard. "Here, get to know her." I took her hand and guided it to rub the horse's nose. She smiled at the animal. "It's soft." "Hi, girl." A smile tugged at my lips as I watched Abigail with the animal, finally having a moment that wasn't miserable. I tilted my head as I gently pressed a hand against her back. "Try to ride. I'll keep her steady." She winced but nodded. "All right, I'll try." "Now put your foot in the stirrup and swing your leg over." "Right," she said, hiking her skirt a little to stick her foot in. I held the reins tightly, pressing my other hand against her back to steady her. She grabbed the pommel of the saddle and rose up before she fell right back down. "That's higher than it looks." "Take your time," I encouraged, enjoying the moment we shared. The leather of the saddle creaked under her grip, and I could smell the distinct mix of horse, hay, and leather that permeated the air around us. A light breeze carried the scent of fresh grass and wildflowers from the nearby fields, a stark contrast to the earthy smell of the horse and stable. The horse stomped her feet, neighing softly as Abigail tried again, but failed. "Give it a little more oomph," I tried. You give it oomph with 10 layers of clothes on." She offered me a playfully cross look before she grabbed hold of the pommel again and vaulted upward. She overshot it this time and toppled over the top of the horse, landing on the opposite side on her back in a large patch of mud. The squelch of her body hitting the wet earth was followed by the pungent smell of damp soil and decaying vegetation. My eyes went wide, my heart stopping. "Abigail!" She groaned as she covered her face with her hands. Her body shook as she sobbed. I dropped to my knees in the muck next to her. The cold, slick mud seeped through my clothes as I knelt beside her, the texture both gritty and smooth against my skin. "Abigail? Abigail, where does it hurt?" She didn't answer, continuing to sob. When she pulled her hands away, her face now dotted with wet, gray mud, I noticed she was not sobbing, but laughing. My pride. My features twisted before they softened, and I joined in with her laughter. She continued to chuckle as she groaned, "Oh, I really stink at this, don't I?" "You leave something to be desired when it comes to certain tasks," I agreed, as I offered a hand to pull her up. She took it, but between her slippery skin and the pull of the muck, I ended up in a heap next to her, also covered in mud. Her features went slack, her jaw opening before she started to giggle again. I laughed too, both of us covered in mud as I rolled to my side and pushed up to rest on my elbow. As our chuckling died down, she stared up at me. Even with the mud spattered across her face, she looked so beautiful. Her eyes fell to my lips, and in a spontaneous moment, we closed the distance between us, our lips pressing together. Her hands, cold with mud, cupped my cheeks as she deepened the kiss. Time seemed to stand still. The world around us faded away. The mud, the horse, even the time that separated us. None of it mattered in this perfect moment. I could feel her warmth despite the cold mud, taste the sweetness of her lips, and in that instant, I was certain that this was where I belonged, with Abigail, forever. My heart soared with hope and joy, a feeling so intense it was almost painful. I wrapped my arms around her, tugging her closer to me when she suddenly pushed back. "Abigail?" I whispered, my heart racing with excitement over our newfound connection. Her features pinched. "I can't do this." She pushed me away from her, struggling to escape from the mud. "No, wait!" I said as I reached for her. My mud-covered hand slipped off of her slick dress. She escaped from our predicament and raced away, tears glistening as she disappeared. "Abigail!" I called, my voice breaking with disappointment. I had felt such a strong connection to her in that moment, and I thought she'd felt it too. The way she'd leaned toward me, the way she'd caressed my face, all of it had led me to believe what I'd felt was mutual. But when she pushed me away and ran as fast as she could, it broke my heart. Was I destined to always feel heartache? Chapter 20. Abby. I wrung my hands as I sat on the edge of the bed in my nightgown, the coldness of the mud still seeming to press against my skin despite my having cleaned it off. I chewed my lower lip as conflicting emotions fought for dominance inside of me. My fingers fiddled with the edge of the wrap Maggie had given me to keep warm while she laundered my things. "Do I want to ask what happened?" she'd said when I'd shown up covered in mud with a face streaked in tears. "No," I said with a sniffle. She hadn't pushed me, instead simply wordlessly helping me out of the wet things. With a robe wrapped around me, she'd sneaked me back into Ben's parents' house and taken me straight to the bedroom. "Stay here. I'll bring you another dress while this one is laundered." I'd grabbed her hand, squeezing it. "Thank you." She bobbed her head. I couldn't tell if she was angry with me or simply resigned to the extra work I'd thrust upon her. "Maggie, I'll find some way to repay you. I'll do all of your washing tomorrow." "No need to worry about it. You clearly need the help." With a second glance at me, she nodded and left me alone where I'd sat, still sorting through everything that had happened. Why had I kissed Ben? After telling him we couldn't work, after bucking against everything he'd said, after telling him I couldn't stay in this time, I foolishly went and kissed him. What had I been thinking? You weren't, I murmured to myself. The moment flashed in my mind again. The shock of falling in the mud, Ben's concern, our laughter over how awful I was at everything in this time. And then, suddenly, I was in his arms. It wasn't one-sided. I'd wanted to kiss him, but I couldn't accept what I was feeling. How could I be falling in love with a man from another century? My eyes rose to the ceiling. This isn't going to end well, Abby. I blew out a long breath, shoving my feelings down inside. I couldn't stay here. I repeated the mantra over and over in my head. When Gabe came, I had to go back with him. I had to forget all about this. It was stupid and foolish. I needed to live in my own time. I would find someone there. Someone who understood my need for microwavable dinners, for washing machines, and whose mother didn't expect me to sew their clothes. But that person wouldn't be Ben. My nose wrinkled at that rough idea that crept into my head. Stop it, Abby. Get yourself together. You're a doctor, successful, smart, and this is so stupid. I wiped at a tear that fell onto my cheek as footsteps sounded on the stairs. My heart rose into my throat, and I found myself hoping it was Maggie with my laundered things. The steps closed in on the bedroom, hovering outside for a moment, before a quiet knock sounded and the door creaked open. "Abigail?" Ben's voice called. I twisted to face away from the door, not wanting him to see my red-rimmed eyes. "Yeah, I'm here." His boots echoed off the walls as he stepped inside and gently closed the door behind him. "I see you managed to get your muddy things off." "Yeah," I said with a nod as I stared into my lap. "Maggie helped me." "Did you get cleaned up?" I glanced over my shoulder at him, viewing him from the corner of my eye. "Mostly," he answered. "That's good." I cleared my throat, licking my lips as I shifted on the mattress. "We should get some sleep." "Abigail, please, may we talk about this?" His voice shook a little as he said the words. My lower lip trembled before I bit into it. "I don't think we should." "Please, Abigail. I don't understand what happened. Did I do something wrong?" "No," I said a little too quickly. "No, I did. That kiss. Ben, it was a mistake." "But it felt like anything but a mistake to me," he said, his voice soft as the mattress shifted underneath me. His hand slid onto my shoulder, and my breath caught in my throat. "Ben, please. I'm sorry, okay? It just happened, but it shouldn't have. I can't stay here. You know that. Now, I'm sorry that it happened at all, but I need you to understand." His hand pulled away from me, leaving my skin burning where he'd touched me. I adjusted the wrap around me as he stood. A moment of silence stretched between us before he spoke again. "I do understand, Abigail. Which is why, tomorrow morning, I will return to the front." My heart stopped for an instant at the words, my elbows knitting tightly as I leapt from the bed and whipped around to face him. "What?" I searched his face for the lie, but I couldn't find it. Instead, he simply kept his gaze trained on the floorboards. "Ben, you can't leave me here." "I must," he said, finally raising his gaze to mine, his eyes and jaw set. My lips parted as I stared at him. Was this some sort of punishment? Was he trying to frighten me? If so, it was working. I'd be alone here, completely alone. "Ben?" I tried to come up with something to say, but my words failed me. Instead, he pulled off his jacket. "Would you mind turning around?" "Yes, I would," I said as I stormed around the bed. He tossed his jacket to the side, his face set. Ben, you can't do this. I know you disagree about our relationship, but you can't leave me here like this." My eyes pleaded with him, silently begging him to stay. "You will be perfectly safe here, Abigail, and you may check for Gabe daily. Maggie knows where the clearing is, and she will take you there once per day to check for any sign of your brother." I stared at him, horrified by his unilateral decision. "I can't believe you're doing this." "It is my duty, Abigail," he said, his words cold and his features almost stony. "Your duty?" I spat back. "Yes, my duty. I disappeared from a battle, left my men behind, and abandoned the army when they needed me most. I must return, and given our difference of opinion on our relationship, I think it best that we take some time apart." "Difference of opinion?" I said, my voice swelling with a sob. "So that's what this is about. You're punishing me." "That is not at all what this is," he insisted. "You had no intention on going back." "I had every intention, Abigail," he said, his voice sharper than I expected. "Right, and of course you just decided, and that's it. This is exactly why I can't stay here." I shook my head as I stalked across the room, my arms crossed tightly. "Should I have consulted you? Are we making decisions together now? Because I seem to have forgotten the conversation where we discussed you leaving to return with Gabe." "That's not fair," I shot back, my features taut. "Isn't it? So it's fine when you make a unilateral decision, but it's not fine when I do it. Is that it? Is it illegal, as you so often like to put it, for men to make one-sided decisions?" My features twisted as our argument ensued, and I struggled not to cry as my predicament and all it entailed caught up to me. He crossed to me, and for a moment I thought he may kiss me again. Instead, he merely said, "This is not a punishment, Abigail, but I am a soldier fighting for a cause close to my heart, and though it pains me to leave you behind, I must. It will be better this way when you disappear from my life. Please try to understand, as you so often have asked me to do." The words smacked me like a physical slap as he walked to the door, grabbing his nightclothes as he went. "Where are you going?" "I will sleep elsewhere tonight." The door closed quietly behind him, and I stood in the silent solitude, wrapping my arms around myself as a sob escaped me. I collapsed on the edge of the bed as tears streamed down my face before I collapsed against the pillow and cried myself to sleep. The night passed in fitful bursts of sleep, interrupted by moments of wakefulness where I replayed our argument over and over in my head. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw Ben's hurt expression, heard the finality in his voice as he declared his intention to leave. By the time dawn began to break, I finally dozed off, exhausted from my nighttime vigil. When I finally awoke the next morning, sun already streamed through the thick glass of the windows. The room was filled with the scent of wood smoke from the recently lit fireplace downstairs, mixed with the aroma of fresh bread baking. Outside, I could hear the clatter of horse hooves on cobblestones and the distant crowing of a rooster. The rough texture of the linen sheets against my skin reminded me once again that I was far from the comfort of my modern bed. I rose and stretched when voices rose to me. As I squinted to peer out the window, I spotted Ben in his uniform with his horse next to him. "Ben?" His parents, sister and brother-in-law, and Maggie grouped around him. "No!" I shouted as I grabbed my things to get dressed. With a groan, I realized I'd never get all of the layers on before he rode away. With a growl, I tightened the robe around me and raced from the room and down the stairs, bursting through the front door. "Ben!" He sucked in a deep breath as I crossed to him. "May God be with you, Ben," his mother said before she wrapped her arms around Bee and guided her back into the house. I watched them go before I turned back to him. "Please don't do this." "Abigail, I have told you I must. You will be fine here." "No," I said with a shake of my head. No, I won't be fine, Ben. I can't do anything right here. You are quite capable, he told me. Ben, please, I said, my features pinching. I know I hurt you, but I have already told you it has nothing to do with that. My lower lip trembled as he stood his ground. Nothing I could say would change his mind. I'd pushed him too far. Ben adjusted something on his horse before he stuck his foot in the stirrup, twisting my stomach into a tight knot. He hesitated for a moment before he pulled his foot out and turned back to me. He cupped my face in his hands and kissed me, his lips gentle but insistent. I love you, Abigail. His words hit me like a physical force, leaving me breathless. Love? How could he love me when I'd done nothing but resist everything about this time, about him? And yet, the sincerity in his eyes, the tenderness in his touch, it all spoke of a depth of feeling I hadn't allowed myself to acknowledge. In that moment, I realized with startling clarity that I might be falling in love with him too. And the thought terrified me more than anything else in this strange, unfamiliar world. He released me, and I stumbled back a step as he mounted his horse and set it in motion. I stared after him as dust clouded around the hooves, stunned as the weight of my situation pressed down around me. Maggie slid an arm around me, steadying me as my knees threatened to buckle. "No!" I called after him. "No, he can't go. He doesn't have a choice, Abigail. But he can't leave me." "Shh, there. Maggie, why didn't you stop him? Why did you let him go?" I cried. Maggie rubbed my arm. "He is a soldier, Abigail. It is his duty." "But," I said, a sob escaping me, "he's leaving because he's upset with me." "Aye," she said with a nod. "He was very upset. But he is leaving because he is a soldier. Now let's get you dressed. We should check for your brother before we get on with the day's tasks." I resisted as she tried to lead me into the house. "No, Maggie, I can't do this." "Yes, you can. And you will. You'll do what needs to be done until he returns, because that's all you can do." She patted my arm as she led me into the house. I swallowed hard as the dimmer light enveloped me. I was alone here, in a foreign place. If Gabe didn't come soon, I wasn't certain I'd survive. Chapter 21. Ben. I rode hard away from Briarwood, my heart hammering against my ribs as I forced myself not to look back. Abigail's upset this morning had torn my heart in two, but I needed to return to the front, and she needed time. We both did. I wasn't certain how things would work out, or if they would. Every step we moved forward sent Abigail scrambling 10 steps back. My fingers tightened on the reins as I recalled our argument last night. Her words echoed in my mind as the horse's hooves pounded against the ground. Our kiss was a mistake. I heaved out a sigh as I slowed the horse from a full-out run to a gallop. She'd seen my departure as a punishment, though it truly hadn't been. I'd seen no reason to stay, and every reason to go. I couldn't continue to pour my heart out to her only to have her staunchly refuse me. If she wanted to return home, she could. But I wasn't certain I could be there to witness her go. Night fell as I approached the camp. I dismounted, leading my horse toward the tents as I desperately tried to push my troubles at home from my mind. I tied my horse at the post before I removed her saddle and set it aside before I crept between 2 tents in the camp and headed for mine. Once I arrived, I bypassed my flap, not ducking into it immediately, but instead continuing forward to a group of men huddled around a fire. As they chattered, laughing and slapping their thighs as they told stories, I crept up behind them, keeping to the shadows. When silence stretched between them, I said, "Whatever happened to Ben Turner?" "Oh," Patrick, my second-in-command, said, raising a tin cup to the air. Poor Ben, missing in action. To Ben. To Ben, the men said, raising their cups in the air. But what if he came back? I asked, disguising my voice. Came back? Boy, it'd be a miracle, Patrick said. Or a ghost, William said, earning a chuckle from everyone. I grinned as I stepped closer, allowing the flames to light my face. Say hello to your first ghost. Jaws dropped open as Patrick climbed from his seat and tackled me to the ground. Benny! Wherever have you been? You wouldn't believe it if I told you, but for the past day I have been in Briarwood. Briarwood? He asked, familiar with our mutual hometown. You cheeky fella. You've been at home eating good food and drinking good wine. Now, I defended myself from the playful jabs, only for a brief period and for a very good reason. Oh, what is it? For a moment I considered telling them about Abigail, but the uncertainty in my heart stopped me. I had no idea if she'd be waiting for me when I got home. I pushed Patrick off me. Never mind. You'll find out when I'm ready to tell. Now, what have I missed? The men regaled me with tales of their latest adventures as we grouped around the fire. I enjoyed listening to the latest recounts of their battles or scouting missions, though I found my mind continually drifting back to Abigail. Where was she? Was she still in this time? Had Gabe returned and whisked her away? My heart ached as I considered her departure, but I'd done all I could. As I settled in my tent for the night, I found myself staring at the side, the stark contrast of my cot pitting itself against the bed I'd slept in only last night. And 2 nights ago, I'd fallen asleep with Abigail's hand firmly held within mine. But even then, when we had been so close, we had been worlds apart. And it seemed our differences were insurmountable. I fell asleep to the depressing thought, only to be awoken before the sunrise by Patrick. He pressed a finger to his lips as he motioned for me to rise and dress. What is it? What's happened? I asked as I hurried to don my uniform. The general has requested we do a sweep of the woods outside of Briarwood. There's rumor of a sizable British force gathering near there. My heart stopped as I worried about the town being overrun. If Abigail was still there, she could be caught in the crossfire. We must go at once. When I was there only days ago, I spotted a search party of redcoats. Patrick raised his eyebrows. So is that where you were, boyo? Special reconnaissance mission from the general himself? Not quite. Look, Patrick, I shifted my weight as I debated on telling my best friend about Abigail. I imagined how the conversation might go, and when I got to the part where he doubled over in laughter, I let the idea fizzle. Never mind. We should go. We ducked out of the tent and strode across the camp. I've already had the horses saddled. 5 of us going. The crisp morning air bit at my cheeks as we mounted our horses. The leather of the saddle creaked beneath me, and the familiar scent of horse and damp earth filled my nostrils. As we rode, the rhythmic thud of hooves against the ground and the jingle of tack created a backdrop to our journey. The forest around us was alive, with the sounds of birds awakening and small animals scurrying through the underbrush. I knew the route well, so my mind became easily distracted with thoughts of Abigail. I found my heart aching over being away from her. I couldn't imagine how I would feel once I'd learned she was gone. My mind created excuses for me to venture further than the others, to sneak to Maggie's inn and ask if Abigail remained safely tucked in my parents' home. But what if she was with Maggie? Could I take another encounter? Her tearful goodbye yesterday had nearly made me disregard my duty to the army entirely. Riding away from her had been the hardest thing I'd ever done, and I wasn't certain I could do it again. I swallowed hard, blinking away the tears that tried to form in my eyes as Patrick smacked me across the back, almost dislodging them and sending them spilling down my cheeks. "What's wrong with you, Benny?" "Nothing," I said as I cleared my throat and regained my composure. He eyed the other 3 men in front of us, slowing his horse and reaching for my reins to slow mine. With some distance between us, he set his probing gaze on me. "What's wrong?" "I told you, nothing." I gave him my most convincing smile. "You're going to lie to your best friend. That hurts." He pressed a hand against his heart as he doubled over. I rolled my eyes at the exaggerated gesture. "Very funny, Patrick. You almost told me something in the tent this morning. Something's on your mind. What is it? What happened when you were gone?" I shifted in my saddle, staring straight ahead. "Did those Brit bastards get a hold of you?" "No," I answered with a shake of my head. "No, it's not that. He raised his eyebrows, concern etched into every line of his face. I slid him a sideways glance, licking my lips as I considered telling him. If he happened to run into Maggie or Bea during his time off, though, he'd hear about it. I should tell him. "There is a woman." "Oh, ho, ho, ho," he said with a chuckle, clapping me on the shoulder. "There's a woman! There's finally a woman! And what sort of woman is she? Is she a fine, upstanding woman who you will introduce to your parents? Or perhaps another sort?" I pressed my lips together, shaking my head at the words about to come out. We are married." He pulled his horse to a stop, his features going blank. "What?" I tugged my horse to a stop, turning her around. "Come on, let's go, we're wasting time." "No, no, no," he said with a shake of his head. "You got married, and you didn't tell anyone? Not even me?" "It all happened very quickly," I answered. His features turned giddy with amusement. "Uh-oh." "No," I said with a shake of my head. No, it's not that. And certainly don't say that in front of her, or she will become very angry with me." Patrick set his horse in motion again, and we resumed our journey. "How did this even happen? When did you have time?" Patrick, I'd rather not discuss it, all right? It was very fast, and..." "You're regretting it. Were you drunk? Too much in the way of spirits, and now you're hitched to an angry woman, eh?" "No, I heaved a sigh. "I am afraid she is going to leave." "Already? Gosh, Ben, what have you done to her?" "Don't ask. It's an incredibly complex situation. You have no idea how difficult this has become in such a short time. This is why I have avoided women for so long. They are maddening, so frustrating." I twisted to find him grinning at me. "This one's really got a hold of you." I clicked my tongue. It doesn't matter what she's got. Unfortunately, I have not got her. "What's her name?" Patrick asked as we closed in on our target. "Abigail," I answered, her name stirring a mix of admiration and upset as they left my lips. "She is the most delightfully maddening woman I have ever met." Now, let's spread out and do our sweep. We parted ways, each of us riding into a specific direction to search for the enemy or any encampments of them. We made a quick sweep before we came together again, no one finding anything. "We should check the clearing," I said, wanting to search for any sign of Gabe whisking away Abigail. "I passed by there earlier. Didn't see anything," William said. "That is precisely where I spotted the scouting party several days ago. We should check it," I insisted. The perk of being the captain of this unit was they had to follow my orders. We rode to the clearing, and I dismounted. My heart thudded hard against my ribs as I searched the area for some definitive sign of whether or not Abigail remained with us. "Nothing here, Ben," Patrick said, still on his horse. I barely heard him, consumed with my own thoughts about Abigail. The clearing was deceptively peaceful, dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves overhead. The sudden crack of gunfire shattered the calm, the acrid smell of gunpowder filling the air. I felt the hot rush of air as the bullet whizzed past me, followed by the searing pain as another found its mark. The metallic taste of blood filled my mouth as I hit the ground, the world around me exploding into chaos. Pain shot through me as I fell back onto the soft, damp ground. Patrick dismounted and raced to me. "Ben!" I pulled my fingers away, finding them slick with blood. I knew in that instant I'd likely die. A gut shot was not something one recovered from in most instances. I flicked a fearful gaze to Patrick, whose expression confirmed my alarm. "Patrick, easy, Benny. We'll get you help." William hurried to us, dropping to his knees. "Tom and Josh are off after the last one. We got the others. Ben's shot. Put him on a horse. I'll take him back to camp." "He won't make it that far," Patrick said with a shake of his head. "Abigail," I said. "Patrick, tell Abigail. Tell her I—" "You can tell her yourself in Briarwood. That's where you're going." "Patrick!" William shouted as Patrick hauled me up. "It's closest, and he can say goodbye to his family." As he tossed me over the horse, belly down, I groaned in pain, the feeling making me lose consciousness. The journey back to Briarwood passed in a blur of pain and semi-consciousness. Each jolt of the horse sent waves of agony through me, and I drifted in and out of awareness. Snatches of worried conversation between Patrick and William reached my ears, but I couldn't focus enough to make sense of their words. The familiar sights of my hometown swam in and out of view as we approached, a surreal backdrop to my dire situation. When we arrived outside of my family's home, my vision hazy from the pain, Patrick pulled me from the horse. He and William carried me inside, where the town doctor already waited. My mother shrieked when she saw me, burying her face in my father's chest. Bea did not react much better. The doctor poked at me after they laid me on the dining room table. "I'm very sorry," he began when the front door banged open. A moment later, Abigail raced in with Maggie behind her. Her eyes went wide as she spotted me. "Ben?" My heart leapt at the sight of her, even through the haze of pain. She was still here, still in my time. Despite the dire circumstances, a warmth spread through me at the realization. Her presence was both a comfort and a new source of anguish. I didn't want her to see me like this, didn't want our potential last moments together to be filled with such pain and sorrow. Yet selfishly, I was grateful she was still here, grateful for the chance to see her beautiful face one last time. She crossed to me, taking my face in her hands, tears glistening in her eyes. "What happened?" "Took a shot to the gut, ma'am." Patrick offered her a respectful nod. "I suppose you're his wife?" "Yes," she said as she clawed at my uniform, pulling the fabric away to assess the wound before she looked at the doctor. "Why aren't you removing the bullet?" "There is nothing to be done," the doctor said quietly. "Nothing to be done?" Abigail's features turned incredulous. "What kind of cop-out is that?" The doctor stared at the floorboards. I knew he couldn't do anything. This shot was a death sentence. But at least I had seen my beloved Abigail one last time. "Fine, I'll do it," Abigail said as she crossed the room and grabbed his bag. "I need alcohol, the clearer the better, sewing kit and, towels and a wooden spoon." No one moved, and she offered them an incredulous glance. "Now!" My mother and sister scrambled for the supplies as my father offered her a decanter of whiskey. "Mrs. Turner," Patrick began, but she didn't give him the chance to speak further. "Hold him down." She ripped the wooden spoon out of Bea's hands and thrust it at Patrick. He wrinkled his nose at it. "Put it in his mouth to bite on. This is going to hurt." Patrick's lips parted, but he settled the wood between my teeth before he pressed his hands against my shoulders. William grabbed hold of my legs. Abigail spilled the alcohol over my wound, and I growled in pain as it stung. "Okay, Ben, here goes." She sucked in a deep breath before she used a pair of scissors from the doctor's bag to grab hold of the bullet and begin to tug it from where it had lodged in my insides. The pain was unbearable. It felt as though she was ripping me apart. I screamed as I bucked against the men holding me. "Hold him!" Abigail shouted as she fought to continue her work. Before she could finish, though, blackness edged my vision. I fought to stay with them, to stay alive, but I couldn't. My world turned to nothing but darkness. Chapter 22. Abby. With a frown, I stared out over the landscape behind the inn, my heart aching as I recalled the empty bed I'd slept in last night and the quiet breakfast table this morning. Without Ben, I felt lost here. At least his mother had been somewhat accommodating, seeming to feel sorry for me after having to watch my so-called husband ride away from me to go back to war. "Those onions aren't going to chop themselves," Maggie said, her voice pulling me back to reality. I let the knife fall from my hands and propped my cheek in my palm. "Sorry, I'm not feeling it. Plus, I don't chop stuff." Maggie arched an eyebrow at me as she slid carrots into a pot. "Not feeling it?" "Yeah," I said with a bob of my head. "I'm not. I don't want to do it." "Oh, well, why didn't you say? I could just do all the work then." "Thanks," I said to her as she narrowed her eyes at me. Something told me I wasn't supposed to answer that, but I couldn't do this. I couldn't live in this time, especially not without Ben's help. I really wish that Ben Franklin guy had invented electricity already, 'cause I could really use some ice cream right now. I let my chin sink to the wooden table. "And what is that?" "The ice cream or the electricity?" "Ice cream. The thing you think will fix your problems." "It would," I answered. "It's like frozen cream with chocolate, and it makes everything better. It fixes all your problems." "And what problems do we need fixed?" she asked, making surprisingly quick work of those carrots. "How are you doing that so fast?" "Practice. I learned from the time I was a wee child. Do you really not chop vegetables? Do you never eat soup?" I shrugged. "I just buy it already made." "And heat it in the microwave?" I nodded. "Yes, and my problems are that I just basically got dumped." She looked at me, and I could tell she didn't understand my phrasing. "I got left. Ben broke up with me. Ben left me." She returned to her chopping. "He went back to his duties as he always would have, Abigail. He didn't leave ya." That's weird because a guy who looked oddly like Ben rode away from me yesterday." She slid the carrots into the pot and grabbed the half-chopped onion. "Because he had to return to his duties. Besides, what did you expect after your behavior?" I poked a finger at her. "I knew it. I knew it. I am vindicated. He did this on purpose just to punish me." Maggie shook her head. "He didn't. And he made certain you were cared for before he left. He's not punishing you, Abigail, but he is searching for his own clarity here." "Clarity? The clarity is that I'm stuck here in a time that I clearly cannot survive in, and my one friend left." "You can survive here. You don't want to." "Is that so terrible? I didn't exactly ask to come here. This isn't my fault. And it's not Ben's either. He didn't ask to be whisked away to your time, or for you to be stuck in his. And he can't help his feelings. Lord knows I can't understand him, because you're a bit whiny for my taste. But he loves you, and he's doing the best he can to make this easier on the both of you." I slumped back in the uncomfortable wooden chair with a pout. "How is this easier on me?" "Because then you don't have to argue with him about how you don't want to stay here. And he doesn't have to keep hearing your rejections. That's how." She slid the onion into the pot and crossed to a washing pail to dump the wooden cutting board inside, as I continued to frown, crossing my arms. I hated talking to Maggie because she made too much sense, and she didn't sugarcoat anything. She'd never survive in my world where only positive comments were welcomed. I wanted to say something that didn't sound childish and selfish, but I couldn't come up with anything. "Stop pouting and hang that kettle over the fire." I rose with a grumble and lifted it, but before I could get it off the table, a man I'd never seen before raced into the inn's kitchen, his eyes wide. "Patrick," Maggie said, clearly recognizing him as she wiped her hands on her apron. "It's Ben. He's been shot." He didn't wait for us to answer before he left us behind. My world tilted as he said the words, and I struggled to breathe. Maggie's eyes went straight to me, and she nodded. "Go." I let go of the pot's handle and raced from the kitchen. The stupid skirts tangled between my legs, almost tripping me. With a curse, I gathered them up and raced out into the street to Ben's parents' house, bursting through the front door, my eyes wide and my heart pounding. "Ben?" I spotted him in the dining room, bloody and battered, and raced to him, cupping his face in my hands. "What happened?" "Took a shot to the gut, ma'am," Patrick said. "I suppose you're his wife?" "Yes," I answered, feeling odd saying it. I pulled back his uniform to find the bullet embedded in his abdomen, blood oozing from the wound. "Why was the doctor just standing there doing nothing? Why aren't you removing the bullet?" "There is nothing to be done," he answered. My stomach clenched as I stared at him. Nothing to be done? What kind of cop-out is that? No one answered, and my irritation flared. I'd seen worse in the emergency room. "Fine, I'll do it." I quickly recalled I wasn't in modern times. I didn't have access to modern medical supplies. This would be like being in a field hospital. I'd taken training classes for it once, in case I'd wanted to be a field medic with the military. I liked my comforts too much for that, but I could do this. I need alcohol, the clearer the better, sewing kit, and, towels, and a wooden spoon. No one moved. I stamped a foot on the floor, my fingers curling into fists. Now! Ben's mother and sister raced away to retrieve my materials, while his father gave me the alcohol. "Hold him down," I said before Patrick could talk me out of this with his pleading tone. Bea returned with the wooden spoon, and I tore it from her hands and thrust it at Patrick. "Put it in his mouth to bite on. This is going to hurt." With the spoon's handle in Ben's mouth and 2 men holding him down, I spilled the alcohol over his wound. It sloshed across it, creating a mix of brown liquid and blood that spilled onto the table below Ben and dripped onto the floor. I quickly doused my hands with it before I prepared to remove the bullet. "Okay, Ben, here goes." I sucked in a steadying breath before I grabbed hold of the bullet stuck in his flesh and began to tug. I fought through the panic, suggesting that I drop the bullet as he screamed in pain, his feet kicking as he tried to throw off the men holding him. "Hold him!" I screamed as I fought to keep hold of the bullet and pull it from the wound. Suddenly, Ben went limp. Patrick's jaw dropped open as he stared down at him, his teary eyes snapping to me. "He's just passed out," I said, able to tell his heart was beating from the bursts of blood that swelled. "Keep holding him in case he wakes up." Patrick pressed his hands against Ben's shoulders again, shaking his head. He didn't believe I could do this, but I couldn't fail. Ben couldn't die on my watch. I struggled to pull the lead from his gut. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, mingling with the sharp smell of alcohol. Sweat trickled down my back, my clothes sticking uncomfortably to my skin. The room was eerily quiet, except for the ragged breathing of those around me and the soft squelch of flesh as I worked. I could feel the tension in the room, thick enough to cut with a knife, as everyone watched me with a mixture of hope and skepticism. I finally freed it, studying it to make certain it was whole before I dropped it to the side. "Towels?" Maggie rushed forward, handing me one. I swabbed the inside of the wound, eyeing the damage. With a curse under my breath, I spotted a bleeding blood vessel. If I didn't repair it, he'd slowly bleed to death. But I couldn't stitch it with these crude tools. "I need to cauterize this bleeder. Get me a knife and something that we can heat it with." Patrick fiddled in his pocket before he offered me a blade, and Ben's father hurried over with a candle. I held the blade over the flames until it turned red. "Hold him, because this could wake him." I swabbed the wound again before I transferred the blade to the bleeder. The scent of burning flesh reached my nostrils as I sealed off the vessel. With a fresh towel from Maggie, I swabbed at the wound again, this time finding nothing bleeding. I took an extra second to be sure before I threaded a needle and used it to stitch him closed. I used the bandages from the doctor's bag to dress the wound after doing my best to clean it with the limited tools I had available. With no antibiotic treatment, I'd have to keep a close eye for infection, but the worst of it was over. With a long exhale, I dropped into a chair and wiped at my brow. "Okay, he'll be okay." "What?" Ben's mother exclaimed. "He'll live?" I licked my lips. "We'll have to watch him for infection, make sure he doesn't injure himself any further, but yeah, he'll live." The men gathered around, who I assumed had been with Ben when he was shot, stared at me in disbelief. "We should move him, carefully, to his room to get cleaned up and rest." I oversaw his transfer and settled him to rest in his bed before I checked his vital signs, lamenting the inability to monitor his heart rate and blood pressure constantly with equipment that we had in modern hospitals. His mother wrung her hands as I finished my work, her features pinched. "Would you mind if I sat with him?" "No," I said, dragging a chair over for her to sit in. "If he wakes up, has trouble breathing, or turns feverish, come and find me. I'm going to clean up." She nodded before she flung her arms around me and pulled me into a tight embrace as a sob escaped her. I patted her back. "He'll be okay, I promise. I'm not going to let him die." I stepped into the hall, finding the other men and Maggie. "Sorry, I ruined another dress," I said to her with a shrug. "Mrs. Turner," Patrick said with a shake of his head. "I have never seen anything like that. Where did you learn to do that?" "Don't ask," I answered with a shake of my head as I descended the stairs to assist with cleaning up the mess I'd left behind in the dining room. The rest of the day passed in a blur of activity. I cleaned up, answered questions, and gave instructions for Ben's care. As evening fell, the house finally quieted. Exhaustion weighed heavily on me, but I couldn't bring myself to leave Ben's side. I settled into a chair by his bed, prepared for a long night of watchful waiting. The soft glow of candlelight cast dancing shadows on the walls, and the rhythmic sound of Ben's breathing was both comforting and anxiety-inducing. Each breath was a reassurance he was alive, but also a reminder of how close I'd come to losing him. When I finally settled into bed, exhausted and weary from the long day, I double-checked all of Ben's vitals before I laid down, leaving the candle burning so I could watch his breathing. I resisted the urge to constantly check his wound. Inside me, my emotions swirled, threatening to overwhelm me. Seeing Ben near death had sent shockwaves through my system. My feelings had been so strong, they were almost impossible to deny. Tears filled my eyes, and I sniffled. Everything I'd felt when I'd kissed him had been magnified when I'd worried he could die. But I still couldn't work out how our relationship could survive. I grabbed his hand, threading his fingers through mine, finally forcing myself to blow out the candle and try to get some sleep. I spent most of the night staring at Ben's outline in the dim light, unable to stop seeing him wounded and terrified. When I'd finally managed to doze off as the sun began to paint the morning sky, a quiet knock startled me awake. "Ben?" I asked, finding him still sleeping, resting comfortably with a steady heartbeat and easy breathing. I kicked back the covers and hurried to the door, opening it a crack. "Abigail, I apologize for waking you so early," Ben's mother said. "It's all right. He's fine. He's still sleeping, but that's not abnormal." "Thank you," she said, "but that's not the reason for the early summons. Could you hurry to dress and meet me downstairs?" "Oh, sure," I said with a nod, confused about why she'd made the request. I dressed in the clothes Maggie had laundered for me, checking Ben one last time before I went downstairs, finding Ben's mother in the foyer. "Oh, here she is," she said with a nervous smile. "I'm so sorry, Abigail, but they insisted." "Who?" I asked, staring at the man in uniform with Ben's mother. She swung open the door, revealing a line of wounded soldiers. "They need help, and we've been told you're some sort of miracle worker," the man said. I slow blinked as I stared at the line of people waiting for medical treatment. It seemed my skills were useful, even in this time. But would that be enough to convince me that I belonged here? The realization hit me like a physical force. Here, in this time, my medical knowledge wasn't just useful, it was revolutionary. I could save lives that would otherwise be lost, make a real difference in a way I never could in my own time, where I was just one of many skilled doctors. For the first time, I allowed myself to truly consider what staying might mean. Could I adapt to this simpler life if it meant having such a profound impact? The thought both thrilled and terrified me. But then I thought of all I'd be leaving behind. My family, my modern comforts, my independence. Was I ready to give all that up, even for Ben and this new sense of purpose? Chapter 23. Ben. My eyes fluttered open, a sharp pain shooting through my abdomen as I squinted against the bright light. My vision blurred. "Shh," a voice said as a cool cloth pressed against my forehead. "Abigail?" I choked out, my voice dry and breathy. "I'm here, Ben," she whispered, her breath warm against my ear, tickling it. I searched for her, my hand reaching out as I blinked my eyes rapidly to clear my vision. I found her smiling face leaning over me, though she wore modern clothing. An unruly curl sprang forward, caressing my cheek. "Am I alive?" I asked. "Yes," she said. "You're alive. I couldn't let you die, Ben." Her words soothed me as I lay back in my bed, the pain suddenly subsiding. "I thought I would, and I only wanted to see your face one last time." She grinned. "I hope you want to see it more than that." "I do, but you will be leaving." She shook her head, the warm glow of the morning sun making her skin dewy and her cheeks rosy. "I'm not leaving, Ben. I love you, and I'm going to stay." My heart swelled as she said the words, warmth spreading through me. "Really? Abigail, this is amazing." For a moment, I worried I may die and she was only humoring me. My smile faded quickly, and she pouted. "You don't look very happy." "Abigail," I said, my breathing turning ragged as I clutched her hand. "Am I dying?" "Of course not," she said with a teasing grin. "I saved your life." "Are you telling me this only to make my passing easier? To give me the hope of a future with you when I have none?" "Shh, Ben," she whispered, though her voice warbled, sounding strange to me. "Abigail, please, are you lying? Please, I must know." My voice turned pleading as I tried to get the truth from her. She pressed a hand against my chest and pushed me back into the pillows. "Shh, Ben, quiet down." "No, Abigail, no," I said, thrashing my head. "I need to know. Please, Abigail. Do we have a future together?" My pain grew worse, as did the ache in my chest. The room swirled around me as her voice soothed me again, though this time it sounded like my mother. "Shh, Ben, shh. Abigail," I croaked, thrashing my head back and forth, a fire growing in my belly. "Ben, wake up," my mother's voice said. "Wake up, Ben." With a gasp, my eyelids fluttered open. I awoke to a bright room and a burning pain in my gut. Memories flooded back to me of being shot. I seemed to recall Abigail being there after it, but my memory was hazy. Had she been? Or had I dreamt that? Where was she? I groaned, trying to sit up, but my mother firmly pushed me back into the pillows. "No, Ben, you must stay there." "Abigail," I cried, "has she gone? Is she gone?" "No, dear," my mother said, pressing a cloth against my forehead again. "No, Abigail is downstairs." My eyes widened. "She is? I must see her. Please, I must see her." I tried to rise again, but my mother pushed me back down. "Ben, I will fetch her, but you cannot sit up. Abigail has given strict orders that you are to remain abed until she says otherwise." I swallowed hard, a lump forming in my throat. Was my mother telling me this only because she did not wish me to rise and find out that Abigail had left me? Was this some sort of way to preserve my ego after I'd been shot? "Please, Mother, you must bring her here. I must see her." "Of course, although she is quite busy with the others." "Others?" I asked, my forehead crinkling. My mother nodded as she refreshed the cloth on my head. "The army sent a number of soldiers for her to assess after the miracle she performed with you. The doctor had all but given up on you before Abigail took it upon herself to dig that bullet from you and repair your insides. I settled back in the pillows, the pain in my belly ramping up again as I shifted. Abigail was practicing medicine for other soldiers? My mother patted my chest. Now promise me you will wait here while I fetch Abigail. Yes, of course. I clutched the sheets tightly as my mother disappeared from the room. Half of me expected her to return with the doctor to provide me with some sleeping draught to make certain I spent the rest of the day asleep and unaware that Abigail had left me. Given my precarious health, they would not wish to upset me. Abigail was not here. I was certain of it. Could they not have come up with a less preposterous tale than telling me that the army had sent men for Abigail to treat? I desperately needed to know the truth. Minutes seemed like an eternity, and finally I could take no more. I growled in pain as I tossed back my sheets. I struggled to rise up, the pain becoming unbearable, but I tried to push past it. The door burst open a moment later, and Abigail entered, rushing to my side. "Whoa, whoa!" She pushed me firmly back into the bed. "You can't be up. Do you want to ruin all that lovely work I did to save your life?" "Abigail!" My features twisted with disbelief and relief at the same time. She shoved up my nightclothes and checked the bandage around my belly. "Well, no blood, so you didn't damage anything, but you can't get out of bed. Not yet." She adjusted my clothing and pulled the sheets up over me. "How are you feeling?" I stared at her as though she was a ghost or a vision and not really there. She pressed 2 fingers to my throat. "Oh, your heart is beating like crazy. You in pain?" "What?" I asked, trying to make sense of the situation. "Are you in pain? Your heart is racing." A little," I said, my forehead creasing. She raised her eyebrow. "Just a little?" I didn't answer, still surprised to see her. "Ben, I need an honest answer. Don't try to be a tough guy, okay? If you're in terrible pain, I need to know because something may be wrong. I can't check for a bleed in your belly without modern equipment. I'm relying on you to tell me." I licked my lips, my mouth parched suddenly. I am in some pain, but not a terrible amount." "Good," she said, pressing a hand against my forehead. "You're not feverish. We should see if you can keep any food down. Start with something easy like broth. I'll go and—" "Wait!" I shouted, grabbing for her hand with a wince. "Ben!" she scolded as she sank back onto the edge of the mattress next to me. "You can't do that. You're going to pull open your stitches." "I'm sorry," I answered, sweat beading on my brow, "but I'm terribly confused. Things are jumbled." "You may never get those memories back, Ben, and that may be for the best. Surgery here leaves a lot to be desired. You passed out partway through it, which is a good thing. You had an internal bleed that I stopped. I stitched you back up, and you thankfully slept through the night." "Mother said there are soldiers seeking your help." She nodded as she patted my head. "Yes, there are, but you're my most important patient." I swallowed hard as she smiled at me, desperate to know if she'd had a chance to leave. "I take it Gabe hasn't been here yet?" "You shouldn't worry about that right now, but I do. Abigail, please, I must know if you will disappear." My voice turned pleading and pathetic. She rose, her hand still wrapped around mine as she stroked my hair. "I am not going to leave you while you need me. Now stop getting so worked up. You need rest." She pulled away, but I tugged her back, my fingers tightening around her hand as I stared into her eyes, searching for the lie. "I'll come back after I finish with the others downstairs. Try the broth, see if you can keep it down, okay?" I nodded, finally releasing my grasp on her. My heart broke as she walked out of the room, sending my sister inside with a meager meal. The moment it hit my stomach, it soured, and I worried I would vomit it back up. Bea set it aside as I frowned. "Abigail said to fetch her immediately if you weren't able to keep the food down." No, I'm all right. Just give me a moment. Let Abigail tend to the others." "She's doing a marvelous job, apparently," B said as she pressed the cool cloth against my forehead. "I have no doubt. Abigail is a special woman," I answered as my stomach began to settle. "Mama finally realizes why you were so keen on her after she managed to save your life when the doctor told us all hope was lost." I smiled at the words, my nerves settling a little more. "Really?" B said, spooning more of the broth into my mouth. "Even Papa seems impressed. He said he never thought a woman could be useful outside of the home, but Abigail may prove him wrong. Although, then they worried she wouldn't be very useful inside your home once you settle, and your children would suffer for it." I clicked my tongue. Poor Abigail. "She is a bit odd, Ben," B said. I shook my head. "She is not odd. She is strong, confident, caring, beautiful. And most importantly, I love her." B offered me a sweet smile as she gave me more broth. "Almost finished. Abigail will be very pleased with you." "I hope so," I said with a grin, counting the minutes until I saw her again. The afternoon light hung low before I did, and my gut had started to turn uncomfortable. I shifted around in the bed, tired of laying there but terrified to move and upset Abigail. She strode into the bedroom, looking weary but more relaxed than I'd seen her in this time. She offered me a tired smile. "Hey, how are you feeling?" I did not wish to argue, so I decided to plaster on a smile. "Fine." She arched an eyebrow, crossing her arms. "Oh, really? Is that why you were frowning and fidgeting when I came in?" "I was not," I said. She plopped onto the bed next to me, laying back with a groan. "Yes, you were. Now, are you going to tell me the truth, or do I have to flex my authority here?" With a sigh, I admitted, "I am feeling rather uncomfortable." "Discomfort or pain?" Her features pinched with concern as she turned on her side. I shifted around. "Discomfort." She pressed those 2 fingers to my throat again before she pulled back the covers and checked my bandage. "We should change this anyway. Then we'll have a better assessment." She rose from the bed and crossed to a roll of bandages before she returned to me. "Okay, I'm going to help you sit up. Nice and easy, no sudden movements, okay?" She gently pulled me up to sitting, and a stitch made me wince. "That hurts." "Yes, I expect it does." She removed the bandage and assessed the wound. "It doesn't look bad. I want to wash it, though. I don't want you getting an infection. I'll be right back." She disappeared before I could object, returning quickly with steaming water. She eased me back in the bed. "This is going to hurt. Sorry ahead of time." I groaned as she drizzled my wound with the hot water. The sensation was intense, a sharp, stinging pain that radiated outward from the wound. I could feel every drop as it trickled over my raw skin, the heat both soothing and agonizing. The scent of clean linen and herbs mixed with the metallic tang of blood filled my nostrils. As Abigail worked, I was acutely aware of every movement, every breath, the slightest shift sending waves of discomfort through my body. "I know, but without the antibiotic ointment from the future, this is the best we have. There. Done. Let's get this wrapped up." She eased me up to sit again and wrapped the bandage around me. As she secured it, she sat up, our faces inches apart. I swallowed hard, the impulse to kiss her as strong as it had been when I'd tried to teach her to ride. She pulled away quickly. "You should get some rest." "I have been resting all day," I objected. "Yeah, well, you aren't going to be laying around after today, so lap it up while you can. You are going to be up and moving tomorrow." "Really?" my mother asked as she hovered in the door with a bowl of broth. "Yep," Abigail said, rising and crossing to it to retrieve the meal. "Is that wise? Shouldn't he be abed for at least several weeks?" Abigail offered her a soft chuckle. "No, definitely not. That's how people develop pneumonia. He's not going to run a marathon, but definitely up and moving as tolerated tomorrow. We just need to keep an eye on those stitches." With a wink, Abigail settled on the edge of the bed and adjusted my pillows so I could sit up while I ate. "Well, that's certainly a concept I've never heard of," my mother said. "Yes, and this wound should have killed me had it not been for Abigail's expertise, so we listened to her," I said as I took the bowl from her to feed myself, pleased I did not need to rely on Abigail for assistance. "Yes, of course. Apparently the Army is most impressed by her expertise. I am told a report will go directly to General Washington." I choked on my soup as I imagined our great general in the same room as Abigail and his reaction when she winked at him. I wasn't certain if this latest development made me feel more at ease or less. "Well," my mother said, "I just came to see how you were, but I will leave you two alone. Abigail has had a long day, and I am certain she would like to rest." She left the room behind, and Abigail flopped across the bed as I finished my broth. "How is that going down? You okay?" "Yes," I said with a nod. "Will I really be up and walking tomorrow?" "Yep," she said with a nod. "Under my supervision, of course." I shifted against the pillows. "But what about your trip to the clearing to check for Gabe?" "Maggie said she'd go." My heart sank a little at the words. She still searched for her brother, but perhaps she was becoming more comfortable with life here. She certainly seemed to have flourished with her medical practice. "Oh, he has not come yet, I take it?" "Not that I know of," she sighed before she forced herself off of the bed as I lay back in the pillows and began unfastening her dress. I swallowed hard, keeping my eyes trained on my lap. Phew, I haven't had a shift like that since I was an intern. As the day's light faded, casting long shadows across the room, a sense of intimacy settled over us. The hustle and bustle of the household quieted, leaving us in a cocoon of soft twilight. Abigail's movements became slower, more deliberate, as the fatigue of her long day began to catch up with her. I found myself both exhausted and oddly energized, eager to hear about her experiences, yet aware of the lateness of the hour. "Did you enjoy it?" I asked. "I did," she said. For the first time since she'd arrived, a genuine lightness edged her voice, reminding me of the happy-go-lucky Abigail I'd encountered in the future. My heart swelled with a mixture of pride and hope. Seeing Abigail in her element, using her skills to help others, filled me with a sense of awe. This was the woman I had fallen in love with, brilliant, compassionate, and determined. As I watched her eyes light up while discussing her day, I dared to imagine a future where she could find fulfillment here, in my time. Perhaps her medical expertise could be the bridge between our two worlds, giving her a sense of purpose that would make her want to stay. It was kind of interesting. Also kind of gross. But I mean, I've dug enough toys out of kids' noses and ears to last a lifetime. At least this was meaningful, you know? The mattress shifted as she climbed in next to me in her nightgown. "Yes, I do," I said, our faces coming close again as I twisted to face her. "Do you think you'll be able to sleep?" My lips parted as my eyes fell to hers. "I can try." "Okay," she said as she blew out the candle. "If you can't, or if you wake up in a lot of pain, wake me, okay?" "All right," I promised, suddenly feeling alone as darkness surrounded us. I gently eased my hand sideways in search of hers. I found her side, yanking my hand back quickly. She shifted, seemingly unbothered by the intrusion, and wrapped her hand around mine, patting it with her other hand. "Good night, Ben." "Good night, Abigail," I said, peace washing over me as I relished in our connection. I glanced at her, lit only by moonlight as she rested next to me. Abigail had promised to stay with me through my trial, and she seemed to find a new purpose here. As I tightened my fingers around hers, I found myself hopeful for the first time in our journey that Abigail and I could build a life here together. I only prayed it was not a false hope born of desperation. Chapter 24. Abby. I stared out over the tent of groaning soldiers with a deep inhale designed to steady myself. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder mixed with the metallic tang of blood and the sour odor of unwashed bodies. Moans of pain and fevered muttering created a dissonant chorus around me. The canvas of the tent flapped in the breeze, casting shifting shadows over the rows of makeshift cots. Sweat beaded on my forehead in the close, humid air, and I could taste the grit of dust on my tongue. This was a far cry from the sterile, controlled environment of my modern ER. After I'd saved Ben from a wound they'd thought would surely kill him, the tale of my expertise had spread quickly, and suddenly I'd been asked to assess more soldiers. But since only the stable ones could travel to me in Briarwood, I'd seen the less serious wounds. The need for emergency care was more prominent in the campsite, though, and so soon after I was shuttled there, after a difficult discussion about why I couldn't ride a horse. Ben's friend Patrick had stared at me with a screwed-up face while I danced around an explanation. I fell off a horse when I was 7, and I never rode again. I can't ride a horse, I'd said with a shrug. How do you not ride a horse? He asked. I get by, I had assured him. Heavens, Patrick, Maggie said with a shake of her head. The poor girl can't ride. It's hardly a point to be discussed this long. Take a cart. I haven't got a cart, he argued before he shook his head. Never mind, I'll just take you on my horse. No, I'll walk. There's no walking, it's too far. I shot Maggie an unimpressed stare as he led us into the street where he'd tied the horses. Before I knew it, he'd mounted one and hauled me up with him. Don't tell poor Benny you've enjoyed this now, he said with a chuckle as we rode along to the camp. Don't worry, I shot back. This is just about the most uncomfortable form of travel I can imagine. I still don't understand how you get around without riding. It must take you forever. Yeah, I lied. Forever. Things were so much simpler in modern times with a car. I didn't have to climb on the back of it and bounce around. I was going to be so sore after this. But that seemed easy compared to what I was faced with now. Dying soldiers everywhere, some of them closer than others. It was an emergency room doctor's nightmare, a massive influx of trauma. Patrick squashed his hat in my hands, glancing sideways at me, looking like he expected me to collapse at any moment. Okay, I said after the shock passed over me. I need to see the most critical cases first. The doctors at the front looked at me with confusion. They are all critical. Yes, I understand, I said with a shake of my head, but we have to triage them. The people closest to death need to be assessed first, so we can save them before they die if we can, and then we'll move to the less critical cases. Oh, well, we have a few who I don't think will live through the day. The doctor waved a hand toward the back of the tent. He didn't seem very impressed with me so far, though I suppose the men who had vouched for what I'd done for Ben had convinced them to be cordial. It was annoying not to be accepted as capable. I assessed the first man who still had a bullet stuck in his gut and a raging infection. With a sigh, I shook my head. When this happens, the bullet needs to be removed immediately. He would have bled out on the table. I shook my head. No, you need to find the bleeders and cauterize them. You also need to clean the wound. This is infected. Infection is common in the camp. Yes, because soap and other methods of sterilization for medical equipment is not common. You are using the same blades when you go from soldier to soldier. Look, this man has the same infection. I poked a finger at the man next to him. Clean them? Clean them and your hands. You're dragging bacteria around from patient to patient. Bacteria? The doctor asked. What's causing the infection? You have to stay as clean as you can. Now, as for this patient, we'll remove the bullet, look at the damage inside, and try to see if his body can fight the infection on its own. But he needs to be up and on his feet soon after the surgery to prevent pneumonia. I spent the rest of the morning and the early part of the afternoon assessing and treating soldiers as I desperately tried to teach them about better methods. I ate a meager meal inside Ben's tent, reminded of when he'd described it during our trip to Valley Forge. It seemed odd to be sitting inside it. When I left the campsite behind, I hoped I'd made some impact, though it appeared there was still work to be done. I wasn't at all ready for the ride home on the horse. I hadn't grown any fonder of this method of travel in the few hours I'd spent helping the soldiers. "So, how did you and Benny meet?" Patrick asked as I struggled to stop bouncing against the saddle as he set the horse running faster than I'd hoped. "It's kind of a long story," I answered. "I've got some time." I flexed my jaw as I stared ahead, wishing they'd invented the car a century before this. "He, knew my brother." "Who's your brother?" Patrick asked. "You don't know him," I answered, trying to hide the truth. Well, assumptions, Mrs. Turner. Ben and I know almost all the same people." "Well, you don't know Gabe," I said, hoping to end the conversation. Gabe, is it?" "Yeah. Hey, you grew up with Ben, right?" "That I did. I suppose you'd like to know if he was a rascal back in the day, huh?" "He wasn't. Now, me, on the other hand, I was a rascal. But Benny was always the nice one." A soft smile crossed my face as he said it. "Yeah, I'll bet." "Oh, that's what the lady likes about him, huh?" My smile broadened a little. "He's a nice guy, yeah." My heart pinched a little as I realized he was a really nice guy. But he lived in the wrong time. "So, weird question, but why did he never marry Maggie?" Patrick threw his head back with laughter. "Are you jealous?" "No," I said, playing it off with a shrug. "Just curious. They're friends, right? They seem close. I just don't understand. Both of them seem kind of guarded about it." "And you think there was some sort of story there, eh?" Patrick asked. "Yeah," I answered. "Is there?" "No," he said. "Sorry, darling. No story. Ben and Maggie are friends and nothing more. He's always admired her, but he has no romantic interest in her. Ben's always said he'll know the woman he wants the moment he sees her. Looks like he's finally figured it out." "Yeah," I said, my voice a soft whisper as I stared ahead, my heart tearing in two. He was just enamored with me because I was different, unique, nothing like the other women he'd ever met. We bounced along until I wished the horse would decide not to go forward anymore and just let me off. Even with the awful shoes, I would have preferred to walk, until my feet started to hurt anyway. After what seemed like an eternity, the town finally came into view. A few more unwanted bounces got us to Ben's parents' house, where Patrick finally let me down. "Well, tell Benny I say hello, and we hope to have him back soon." "I will, thanks," I said with a smile before he sent the horse riding away, and I marveled at how he'd sat for that long on the beast's back. With a tired sigh, I pushed in through the front door and glanced around in search of Ben. The family had already gathered in the dining room, so I slogged my sore butt there for dinner, dreading sitting in those chairs. Ben leapt from his seat as I entered and pulled my chair out for me. "Abigail, there you are. We were beginning to worry." "It's not natural for a woman to be late for a meal. A man, of course, when his business keeps him, but a woman—" Ben's mother's voice trailed off, and I struggled not to lecture her on things that weren't the norm in this time. "It was a long day," I said. "They needed more help than I thought." "Well, I hope it's all sorted," she said with a smile. "You shouldn't be roaming around the countryside when your place is here, with Ben." I arched an eyebrow, poking my fork at her. "You know, perfectly fine, Mama. She can't stare at me all day, and so many others need help." "Yes, but it was far better when they were brought here. It allowed Abigail to tend to her wifely duties, in addition to her hobbies." "Medicine isn't really a hobby," I started, when Ben slid his foot to poke at me under the table. "Well, maybe it wasn't before you were married, Abigail, but now your duty is to your home and husband." I pressed my lips together as I pushed back against Ben's foot. No matter how valuable the army found my skills, no matter how much I proved myself, I'd really never be anything more than a wife and hopefully a mother to Ben's mom. After my long day and the horse ride from hell, I would have loved to have sprawled on my couch with a bowl of popcorn and a revenge-a-thon. Instead, I focused on eating my meal as Bea chattered on about motherhood and how she hoped Ben and I would soon experience the joys of a child. The tedious meal finally came to an end, and Ben suggested a walk immediately as we rose from the table. I met his suggestion with a soft smile, knowing it was twofold. First, he was relieving me of spending more time with his parents in the sitting room. After a spirited debate/argument over women's brains being inferior to men's over cards a few nights ago, he probably hoped to spare his family, too. The second reason was to do our daily check for Gabe. Since Ben's wound had begun to heal, we'd started to walk there together, sometimes taking Maggie with us. After the first few trips, I'd started to lose hope at seeing him. But I couldn't stop the butterflies in my stomach every time we approached the clearing. Every time, they died quickly as I'd spotted nothing but wilderness, and I'd plastered on a smile as we turned around. It never seemed to bother Ben. Despite his consoling glances, I couldn't help but think every time we went to that spot and didn't find any evidence of Gabe, he secretly rejoiced. Then again, after my outburst over gin, he probably now hoped I'd go home. As we prepared for our walk, I caught myself watching Ben, noticing the way his eyes crinkled when he smiled, the gentleness in his touch as he offered me his arm. A warmth spread through my chest, a feeling I'd been trying to ignore, but found increasingly difficult to dismiss. In the weeks since his injury, our relationship had shifted, grown. He wasn't just the man I was pretending to be married to anymore. He was becoming someone I genuinely cared for, someone I could see a future with. The thought both thrilled and terrified me. How could I be falling for someone from a different century? And what would I do when the time came to choose between him and my own time? We stepped into the early evening sunshine and strolled to Maggie's inn, finding her waiting outside on her steps. She grinned at me as she rose. "Well, you survived your ride, and Patrick." "I did," I said with a smile as I shielded my eyes. When did they invent sunglasses? It wasn't soon enough. "She nearly didn't survive dinner, though," Ben said with a grin. We strode down the street toward the woods. "What happened?" I rolled my eyes. Ben's mom referred to medicine as my hobby, and then reminded me that my duty is to my home and husband. "Are women really not responsible for these things in the future?" I said with a shrug. "I mean, the household duties still disproportionately fall on women, but nowhere near as much as they did. And most women work outside the home, and no one considers their career a hobby." "Abigail," Ben began. "I know. She doesn't know any different. It's fine." "Annoying, but fine." I waved it off as we reached the end of town. "How was your day?" "Fine," he answered. "Boring. I really would like to return to the front. I feel so useless here." I slid my arm through the crook of his, giving him a tongue-in-cheek grin. "You're not useless here. You're keeping your mom company and providing a constant reminder of what a terrible wife I am." "You are hardly a terrible wife. You did mend my uniform and saved my life." My smile broadened a bit before I glanced around him at Maggie. "How about you? How was your day?" "The usual," she answered, her foot kicking a stone as we strode through the woods. "Nothing exciting. You know, you ought not complain, Abigail. I've never been to the camp and asked to provide the doctors with a consult." "Maybe you should have gone into medicine," I said with a laugh. "Because I had so many opportunities for that," she answered, her lips curling at the corners. "Well, when Gabe gets here, you can go to the future with us and become a doctor. Then come back here and wow everyone with your medical expertise. And incur the wrath of Mrs. Turner." I poked a finger at her as we shared a laugh, though I could have sworn Ben's muscles tightened just a bit at the mention of Gabe's name. We continued through the woods, chattering a little bit about nothing important until we rounded a large tree blocking the view of the clearing. As it came into view, I froze, my lips parting. I blinked a few times to make certain my eyes weren't deceiving me. The late-day sun glinted off something metallic in the distance. The time machine. My heart skipped a beat as I spotted Gabe milling around outside of it, searching the area. I dropped Ben's arm, calling out to him. "Gabe?" He twisted to face me, and I ran toward him. "Gabe? Abby?" "Gabe!" I shouted, throwing my arms around him when I reached him. "Abby," he said, pulling me into a tight embrace. "Oh, my goodness, I didn't think I'd ever see you again." I pulled back from him. "Have you been here before? We checked every day." "No," he said with a shake of his head. "The machine broke again. I just got it working to come back. But when it wasn't working... Abby..." He pulled me close again. "Abby, thank goodness you're okay." When we parted, his eyes found Ben, who stood on the outside of the clearing, his features pinched. "Ben, thank you for taking care of her until I could get here." "Of course," Ben said, his voice barely audible. Gabe's eyes went to Maggie, and I introduced her as Ben seemed to have fallen mute. Gabe, this is Maggie. She helped me too. Maggie, this is my brother, Gabe." Gabe offered her a soft smile, thrusting his hand forward to shake hers. "My pleasure," she answered, her gaze sliding sideways to eye Ben. "Listen, Abby, I don't know how long this thing is going to last," he said as he patted the side, "but I think we have one more go in it, so we should be able to get home." "One more?" I questioned, my stomach turning over. If it only worked one more time. Once I left, I couldn't come back. I'd never see Ben again. But if I didn't go, I'd be stuck here forever. Gabe would never be able to return for me. My stomach twisted into a tight knot as my eyes found Ben's before I quickly averted my gaze. Yeah, Gabe said with a bob of his head. "Plus, we shouldn't stay here. Someone could see us. We really should be going. I bet you can't wait to get out of that dress." I offered him a nervous chuckle, my mind spinning. I'd dreamt of this moment since I'd arrived here, and now, faced with it, I second-guessed myself. A lump formed in my throat as I flicked my gaze between the machine and the man who'd played my husband since I'd arrived here. I'd grown attached to him, maybe more. But I couldn't stay here, right? I had to climb into that machine and say goodbye to Ben. The question was, how? Chapter 25. Ben. I stood in stunned silence as I stared at the time machine, and Gabe, dressed in his modern garb, spinning in a circle in front of it. My palms turned sweaty, and my dinner threatened to creep into my throat as I realized what this meant for me. For us. Maggie grabbed my arm, trying to steady me, but I barely felt her presence as Abigail fled from my side, racing to her brother. My mind spun through dozens of thoughts. What if I hadn't brought her this evening? What if I had insisted we retire early after her long day? We could have avoided both my mother and Gabe. Perhaps then, he would have returned alone instead of ripping my beloved Abigail away from me like I expected him to do. I felt Maggie's eyes on me as Gabe thanked me for taking care of his sister. I whispered a response that I hoped was intelligible. Abigail introduced Gabe to Maggie, but I barely comprehended what was happening. Gabe mentioned returning, and I prayed Abigail would tell him she preferred to stay. We'd built a relationship that grew stronger with every passing day. Abigail had begun to adjust to life here, and she'd found purpose with her medical pursuits. I was happy to allow her to continue if it meant she'd stay. As I'd grown stronger, I had eagerly begun to plan for a future I desperately wanted with her. While she had been busy with her patients, I'd scouted properties in Briarwood where we could build a home and settle together. I thought perhaps living on our own would take some of the pressure off of her and make her even happier. I had planned to broach the idea when we'd returned from our evening walk, but now those plans were ruined by Gabe's sudden appearance. Although we came here daily, I grew more convinced he wouldn't show, and that Abigail would stay by my side. Abigail glanced at me, her eyes searching mine before she shifted her focus to the time machine. "Abby," Gabe said softly, "we really should be going." My stomach somersaulted as I faced the prospect that Abigail could leave within the next few moments. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. My hands trembled, and I clenched them into fists to hide their shaking. A cold sweat broke out across my brow, and I felt lightheaded, as if the ground beneath my feet had suddenly become unstable. "Yeah," Abigail said softly, her features pinching. I had to do something. I couldn't let her go like this. With a hard swallow, I cleared my throat and raised my voice, hoping it didn't shake too badly. "Abigail, you should—" I licked my lips, trying to force strength into my voice. "You should change into your clothes. Maggie will want her dress back." Maggie glanced at me, and for a moment I worried she'd buck against my comment. But she kept quiet. Gabe said with a nervous chuckle as he glanced around. "Is that necessary?" "Yes," Abigail said. "Maggie was kind enough to let me borrow this, and she should have it back." I rejoiced slightly at the words. Perhaps I had a chance. Perhaps Abigail simply did not know how to tell Gabe that she preferred to stay. "I will return to the inn and retrieve her clothes. You wait in the barn." Maggie patted my hand, offering me a reassuring smile and a nod. She understood my gambit. She was giving us the time to speak, to work out our future. "Gabe, do you want to come with us?" Abigail asked. "No, I'd better stay with the machine. Hurry back, though." "Okay," she said with a nod. I spun on a heel and strode toward the barn, my insides twisting into a tight knot with every step as I planned my speech to her. She hurried to catch up to me, but I did not slow. We needed to have a conversation, but not here. As we reached the barn, my mind swirled and my heart raced, my palms turning sweaty as she ducked inside. The memory of us there when she'd first arrived, frightened and upset, filled my mind. Since then, she had grown so much, acclimated to this life. She could stay here. She could stay with me. I let the door bang shut behind me as she twisted to face me. "Ben, Abigail, please do not go back with him," I blurted before she could say anything else. Her features pinched, her shoulders slumping. "Ben, please, Abigail," I pleaded as I rushed closer to her and gently grabbed her arms. "I love you. I want to build a life with you. Please, stay." She raised her gaze to me, her eyes glassy. "Ben, you know I can't." "Why?" I asked, my voice breaking. "You have done so well since those first few days, and now you have your medical practice, and I fully support you in it. I understand my mother annoys you, but, darling, I have already begun to look for a spot to build a home." Her features twisted, turning incredulous. "You did what?" "Yes, while you have been tending to your patients, I have looked at several locations, and I've already envisioned a lovely home with a front porch where we can sit and discuss our days, and our own dining room where we can host family gatherings, and a lovely garden where I can pick flowers and bring them to you." "Ben," her eyebrows knitted as she shook her head at me, "we're not really married." "But we are, Abigail. Or we may as well be. Look, I understand the problem. I will handle it. We can marry in secret. No one will know." She wiggled from my grasp. "I can't believe you. I can't believe you didn't even talk to me about this. You just decided for me." "That's not true," I said with a shake of my head. "I planned to speak with you about it this evening after our walk. When we dropped Maggie at the inn, I wanted to show you the land. It's just bad luck that Gabe has turned up now." "Bad luck?" she asked, her voice incredulous before she scoffed and shook her head. I was pushing her further away rather than helping my situation. I searched my heart for something to turn the tides, to win the battle. "Do you feel nothing for me?" Her gaze cut to me as a tear fell to her cheek. "Of course not." "Then stay. We'll make it work." "Ben, I can't. I don't belong here." "Of course you do. You belong with me." She shook her head. "I don't. Ben, I hate it here. There are no modern conveniences that I'm used to. People think I'm substandard simply because I'm a woman, and don't get me started with the modes of transportation. You can change their view, and I'll buy a cart just for you. No riding." She pressed her lips together. "Ben, Abigail, please. I'll make adjustments to help you." She pressed a hand to her forehead, sniffling. "Okay. Why do I have to stay here? Why don't you come with us?" The question hit me like a ton of bricks. I had considered it, but it wasn't a possibility. For a brief moment, I allowed myself to imagine it. A life with Abigail in her time, surrounded by the marvels I'd witnessed with my own eyes. But the image quickly faded, replaced by the faces of my men, the ideals we fought for, the future we were trying to build. The weight of my responsibility settled heavily on my shoulders. How could I abandon everything and everyone I knew for a world I couldn't even begin to understand? I imagined Abigail growing weary of me, as I did nothing useful there. "Abigail, there is a part of me that wants to follow you anywhere, but..." "But?" she prompted. "We are in the middle of forging a new nation, one that will shape the lives of millions. I'd be abandoning my men and the future we're fighting to create. So in other words, that's more important than your love for me." "Of course not," I said, pulling her closer to me again. "But going forward means I cannot provide for you." "I don't need you to provide for me, Ben. That's the point. I have a career, remember?" "And what would I do? Sit at home and watch plays on that rectangular box all day until you arrive?" "You could cook," she said with a shrug, "but you don't know how to use the appliances." "Abigail, I can't be useful there. And I can't be useful here. That is the furthest thing from the truth. Look at what you've built in the small amount of time you've been here. You have saved my life, and several others already. You have already found a way to become useful." She stared ahead, her arms crossed as her eyebrows pinched slightly. Before she could respond, a quiet knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Abigail called, wiping a tear from her cheek as she sniffled. My shoulders slumped, my hopes plummeting with them. She hadn't agreed to stay, and she wanted no more to do with the conversation. Maggie slid inside, Abigail's clothes in a neat pile in her hands. She glanced at me expectantly before Abigail crossed to her and grabbed her things. "Thanks, Maggie." She disappeared behind a stack of hay bales as Maggie searched my features. I gave her a small shake of my head. I had failed. When Abigail emerged in her modern-day clothes, her cheeks were tear-stained. We stood in silence for a moment, the weight of our conversation hanging heavily between us. The barn, which had moments ago felt like a sanctuary for our private discussion, now seemed to close in around us. She handed Maggie's things back to her with a soft thank you before we left the barn behind. The walk back to the clearing stretched before us like an execution march. Each step felt heavier than the last, the distance both too short and interminably long. The time machine came into view all too soon, a stark reminder of the choice Abigail had made. Gabe smiled at her, though it faltered when he spotted our grim expressions. "Ready?" She slid her eyes closed before she shook her head and twisted back to face me. Tears flowed again as she cupped my cheek in her hand. "Ben, this is for the best." "No," I murmured tearfully. "Yes," she said with a nod. "You are going to find a woman here who will make a much better wife than I could. and she'll be able to cook and clean and other colonial things." I didn't answer, unable to get a word out past the lump lodged in my throat. But everything she said was false. I'd met my fill of women who could cook and clean and keep a house. None of them set my heart on fire like Abigail did. "Ben, you're a great guy, and you deserve someone equally great. Not someone who can't decide where she belongs. Not someone who belongs in another time." A tear slid down my cheek. "Ben," she said with a sniffle, "please say something." A sob caught in my throat, and my lower lip trembled as I rubbed her cheek with my thumb. "If you expect me to agree with anything you've said, I don't. You are the only woman for me, Abigail Thorne." I leaned closer to press my lips against hers one last time. She pulled back from our kiss, her eyes red as more tears flowed. "Oh, Ben, I'm so sorry." "Abby," Gabe coaxed, shifting his weight as twilight started to fall. "We should go." He wrapped his fingers around Abigail's arm and gently tugged her away. She stared over her shoulder at me as Gabe led her to the time machine. Every fiber of my being hoped she'd break free from him and run back to me, declaring her love for me and promising to stay. But that didn't happen. Instead, she disappeared into the interior of the machine. I shifted, spotting Gabe strapping her inside. She stared out at me, her features pinched, but she made no move to join me. The machine began to whir, a strange blue light emanating from it as the door began to slide closed. I knew then that all hope was lost. She'd soon be gone, and she would never return. I trembled all over as I dropped to my knees, doubling over with a sob. Maggie slid her hand across my shoulders, but there was no consoling me. I'd lost the only woman I'd ever loved, and I would never see her again. Chapter 26. Abby. My stomach turned over as the machine whirred around me, the force pressing me against my seat as I clutched the arms, the straps holding me tight as the world bounced around me. As quickly as it started, it settled, the sounds and forces settling around me. With a tight chest, I glanced around, unbuckling the harness holding me to the seat. "Are we home?" Gabe climbed from his seat, crossing to the door and turning the wheel to unlock it and force it open. The familiar sight and scent of our barn surrounded me. My heart hammered against my ribs as I climbed from my seat on shaky legs. The goodbye with Ben still rattled in my mind, unsettling me. I swallowed hard as Gabe helped me down from the machine. "Glad to be home?" he asked. I licked my lips, trying to process the statement, but my brain felt jumbled. Yeah. Can't wait to sleep in my own bed." "I'll bet," Gabe said with a chuckle as he led me to the door. "Hey, why don't I make you a hot chocolate or something? Bring it up to you. We can talk." He side-eyed me. Sure," I said, my voice still shaky. "Let me take a shower first." He chuckled as we pushed into the back door. "I'll bet you can't wait." I huffed out a half-hearted chuckle. Yeah. My fingertips found the cold marble countertops, brushing them as I took in the familiar surroundings that now seemed so unfamiliar to me. I mounted the stairs I'd climbed dozens of times before. My hand closed around the railing as memories of climbing a staircase hundreds of years in the past flashed through my mind. In the privacy of my bathroom, I climbed under the hot water, expecting to appreciate it far more than I did. But the rush of hot water felt almost overwhelming on my skin, already accustomed to tepid basin baths. The scent of my floral shampoo, once a comfort, now seemed overpoweringly sweet. Even the bright lights of my bathroom seemed harsh and unnatural after weeks of candlelight and soft dawn. Everything felt too loud, too bright, too artificial. As the water pelted me, I settled onto the seat, pulling my knees to my chest and weeping. After a few minutes, I sniffled and pulled myself up to stand. This would pass, I told myself. The memories were so raw, but in a few days it would all fade. In a few weeks it would be like a dream, and in a few months I'd barely remember Ben Turner. I shut off the water and toweled off before I pulled on my pajamas and fluffy robe. They provided a stark contrast to the nightgowns of the past. I climbed onto my bed, recalling the sensation of Ben lying next to me, of our hands clasped together as we fell asleep. A quiet knock on my door interrupted my memories, and I called to Gabe. He carried 2 steaming mugs, settling at the foot of my bed. "Wow, too tired for your phone, huh?" he teased. I glanced at it, finding it on the charger where I'd left it when I'd run to find Ben. I guess I got used to life without one. "Whoa," he said as he stared into his hot chocolate. "So, how was it? Horrifying and disgusting?" I lifted a shoulder as I took a sip of the warm chocolate liquid. At first, maybe, but after a while, it just became normal. "Normal, huh? No phones, no lights, no motor cars?" "Not a single luxury," I said with a slight smile. Silence stretched between us for a moment before Gabe said, "Hey, you seemed really upset when you came back after you changed. What happened?" I sucked in a breath. I didn't want to get into this with Gabe. Not now. I needed time to let it all fade. Just a rough goodbye, you know? He took really good care of me. I swallowed the lump building in my throat, refusing to meet Gabe's eyes so he wouldn't see the tears shining in mine. "Ah, gotcha," he said. "Hey, I'm really tired, so I'm gonna hit it if you don't mind." My stomach twisted as I handed my mug off to him. "Oh, what happened with my job?" "Oh, don't worry. I called in and said you were sick. You're scheduled for work tomorrow, though." Gabe winced as he rose. "It's fine," I said with a wave. "I'll be good after a good night's sleep." He bobbed his head. "Okay. Good night, Abby." As the light went out, I sank back into my pillows, trying to push the past from my mind. By the middle of the night, I still hadn't slept a wink. I couldn't wait to go to work the following morning to distract me from the emotions that still coursed through me. Before my alarm went off, I was already up and getting ready for work. I arrived at the hospital 30 minutes before my shift started, eager to throw myself back into my life. On my first day, I stayed later than I was scheduled, not wanting to return home. The next few days were a blur. I worked as much as I could, hoping it would toss me into the deep end of the life I was supposed to be living. But as every day passed, my experiences in the past, my experiences with Ben, refused to fade. As I climbed from my bed for another marathon shift I'd volunteered for, I started to question whether or not I'd ever get used to life without Ben. I stared into my coffee as lunchtime approached, recalling life in the 18th century, when a familiar voice tore my focus away from colonial times. "Hey, babe, miss me?" Leo asked as he leaned against the nurse's station, a cocky grin on his handsome features. That face I'd used to find so charming now made my stomach churn. "Leo, what are you doing here?" He shifted to lean both elbows against the desk, kicking one foot over the other. "I thought we could grab dinner, pick up where we left off." I stared at him, suddenly seeing him clearly for the first time. His self-assured smirk, once attractive, now seemed arrogant. His casual disregard for my feelings, which I'd overlooked before, grated on my nerves. "Leo, you cheated. We're not picking up anywhere. We're done." His features twisted, but I couldn't tell if it was from upset or annoyance. I suspected the latter. "Come on, Abby. I messed up. Don't be like that. We had something good." I scoffed at the words as I grabbed the next chart and strode away from him. What Leo and I had was nothing compared to the easy relationship between Ben and me. The relationship with Leo was shallow and meaningless. "No, we didn't. Sorry, Leo, I've changed. I want different things now." His features twisted with anger as he shook his head. "Fine, whatever, Abby. You'll regret this." He stormed off, blowing through the doors to the waiting room with a loud bang. I huffed out of breath, shaking my head. The Abby who had dated Leo was miles from this one. Another thought occurred to me, but I shoved it away and stepped into the exam room. "Hello, I'm Dr. Abby Thorne. I'll be treating you today. It says here your son has a car in his ear?" The mother rolled her eyes at me. "Yes, and we have been waiting here for 3 hours for someone to do their jobs." "I'm sorry for the wait. We have several emergencies." "I don't care. My son has a toy car in his ear. It hurts him. He's been whimpering here the entire time, and I'm missing my afternoon shows and cup of tea." "Gosh," I said, trying to keep my temper in check. "I'm so sorry to hear that. Maybe if Aaron learned not to put toys in his ear, you would have been home." She clicked her tongue. "I don't need your lectures. I just need you to do your job." I slammed the folder down on the counter. "Fine." With the tool in hand, I stormed to her kid and shoved the instrument into his ear, grabbing the car and yanking it out. He shrieked, stamping his feet on the bed as though I'd sliced him open. "There, it's out. Happy?" The brat's mother's eyes went wide as she rose, her fingers curled into fists. "No, you assaulted my son." "I removed the car like you asked, like any other doctor would. Get over yourself, lady. People died horrible deaths, suffered painful injuries, and cried less than your kid, all to make sure you could sit around and watch your soap operas with a glass of wine in the afternoon. And don't even try to tell me it's tea. Get off your high horse." I grabbed the chart and left the stunned woman behind before I raced to the break room, sucking in deep breaths. But they didn't calm me. They only made things worse. I lived in a time where people expected everything, giving nothing in return. The work I'd done for those soldiers was meaningful, appreciated. My career here wasn't as fulfilling as I'd found it ever since I'd returned from the past. It was like I'd spent my life on autopilot, and suddenly I'd awoken. And more than that, I couldn't stop thinking about Ben, about the laughter we'd shared, about the bond we'd built, about the love we'd shared. I'd thrown it away. And for what? For Leo to waltz in here like he owned me. But who could care less about me? For a job where people complained constantly that their non-emergency should take precedent because they were the most important person on Earth? I shook my head as I grabbed my stuff from my locker, left a note that I wasn't feeling well, and left the hospital behind. Once home, I threw myself across my bed, tears forming in my eyes. I had no idea what I was going to do, but I needed to do something. When I heard Gabe's office door open, I forced myself off the bed and to my door. "Hey, you want to order some dinner?" "Yep," he said. "Italian?" "Yeah, whatever," I called over the railing. 20 minutes later, we had our food in hand as we settled on the couch. "So you haven't been out to the barn lately? Not working to fix the time machine?" He chuckled. "Abby, I think that's best left broke after what happened. First Ben here, then you stuck in the past." I licked my lips. "But if you wanted to, you could fix it, right?" "I don't know." I shifted again. "Why not?" "I mean, in theory you could fix it, right? Like something just keeps shorting out, right?" He screwed up his face, shooting me a sideways glance. "Why are you asking, Abby?" No reason, Sadness and regret flooded into me, and I realized I may have no options to ever see Ben again. Yeah? Gabe asked. The floodgates opened, the watershed of emotions pouring out of me. I dropped my fork in the takeout container and slid it onto the table before I covered my face with my hands, sobbing. Abby? Gabe hopped closer to me, sliding an arm around my shoulders. I'm in love with Ben, I cried, wiping at my cheeks as I sniffled. I can't stop thinking about him. I thought it would pass. I thought being home, normal life, it would all make me forget, but it didn't. Gabe, I want to go back. Gabe's eyebrows shot up. Are you serious? I bobbed my head, biting my lower lip. Uh-huh. He asked me to stay, and I stubbornly wouldn't. But I can't do this. Abby, what if you get back there and after 6 months you hate it? I shook my head. No, that's only going to happen if I stay here. I know my heart, Gabe. I know what I want, and outside of leaving you, of maybe never seeing you again, I want to be with Ben. The weight of what I was considering suddenly hit me. This wasn't just a trip back in time. It was potentially leaving behind everything I'd ever known. My career, my friends, modern medicine, all the conveniences I'd once thought essential. Was I really ready to give it all up? But then Ben's face flashed in my mind, and I knew. Yes, I was. The life I'd built here suddenly felt hollow compared to the depth of what I'd found with Ben. It wasn't just about love. It was about purpose, about feeling truly alive in a way I never had before. Gabe's features pinched as he stared into space. Silence stretched between us before Gabe finally said, Then let's fix this time machine. I grinned at him, throwing my arms around his neck as I kissed his cheek. Oh, thank you. I make no promises, but I think I may know what's shorting it out. We're going to need parts, though, and I'm going to need your help. Put me to work. I'm off for 2 days. Let's do this. The next few hours passed in a whirlwind of activity. We cleared space in the barn, dragging out old boxes and equipment to make room for our work. Gabe sketched out plans while I made lists of the parts we'd need. As we worked, the reality of what we were attempting began to sink in. This wasn't just a repair job. It was a bridge between two worlds. My past and my future intertwining in ways I never could have imagined. With each component we discussed, each plan we made, my excitement grew. This wasn't just about fixing a machine, it was about fixing my life, about finding where I truly belonged. After another road trip, this one in the opposite direction as the last one, we had all the parts we needed. I sat, sprawled on the floor of our barn, screwing together components as Gabe built them. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this new flow of current should allow us to travel over and over again without issues. That, and removing the 18th century bullet that melted a few circuits, and we should be good. What? I asked, screwing up my face. Yeah, found that after the trip where you got stuck back there. The dang thing must have caused the short circuits that sent me right back home before I was ready. I clicked my tongue. Well, maybe it was a happy accident. I smiled to myself, recalling those being Ben's exact words. Gabe rose and fitted the last piece of the puzzle into the machine. I climbed to my feet next to him, staring up at it with hope. That should do it, he said. Want to test it out? I held a finger in the air. Wait, first, we need a change of clothes. I crossed to a bag of items I'd bought on our road trip and pulled out 2 costumes. Colonial man and lady, huh? I guess that'll do for the time being. Hey, it's better than going in my hoodie and jeans, I said. You have a point, he answered, grabbing his costume. We changed as quickly as we could, meeting back in the barn. This is nothing like the real clothes, but I guess it'll pass. I settled into the seat, my stomach jittery with excitement. As Gabe revved up the machine, inputting the necessary information, I gripped the arms of my seat. What would I find when I got back to Briarwood in 1778? Would I find Ben, eager to begin our lives together? Or was my trip in vain? Chapter 27. Ben. I stared into the ale, a frown on my lips that nothing had reversed since I'd watched Abigail disappear from my life. Only Maggie knew the entire tale. As the time machine disappeared from our sight, she'd comforted me as best she could. And when I'd come to my senses, still raw and reeling, she'd suggested I simply tell my family that Abby's brother had collected her due to an emergency. "Then later, when you're ready, you can say you've received a letter," she'd advised. I'd agreed, spinning the tale to my parents about Abby's sudden departure, but I couldn't imagine ever being ready to tell them she'd left me. My heart broke more every day that passed. The pain didn't ease, it only got worse. The gaping hole she left grew bigger with each second that ticked by. "Once you're back with the other men, maybe you'll find it easier," Maggie said. I knew she meant to comfort me, but it did little good. I don't know, Maggie. I don't feel as though I'll ever be over this. "It hasn't been that long, Ben. Give it time." "Going back to the front seems so hollow now," I said. Maggie patted my hand as I took another sip of the ale. "I'm sorry, Ben. For whatever it's worth, I thought she would stay. She seemed to really love you." My features pinched as she said the words. I loved her too, but it wasn't enough. You know, she asked me to go with her. Why did I say no? "Because you had good reasons, Ben. We've been over this. You wouldn't have survived in that world." "But I would have been with Abigail." My voice broke as I lamented my choices for the 1000th time since Abigail had left. "You know, I've gone to the clearing every day since she's been gone, hoping to find her there. I know she's not coming back, but I can't stop myself." Maggie sucked in a deep breath. "Ben, you have to stop this. What if you had gone? What if she had stayed? Neither of those happened." "I suppose this is to be my life," I said, staring into the ale. "Fated to pine for a woman from another century who preferred modern conveniences to me." "That's not true, and you know it," Maggie said with a wag of her finger. "Isn't it?" "It isn't. It wasn't modern conveniences. It was because she felt she did not belong here." I let my hand slap against the bar, upset and ale roiling inside me. What could I have done differently, Maggie? "Perhaps nothing, Ben. You took good care of her. You made her comfortable, safe. You protected her." I hung my head. "But we fought terribly at times. I shouldn't have said the things I said. You have a right to your opinion, Ben." Silence stretched between us before she added, "Have you ever thought that perhaps you said what you said because it was meant to work out this way? Perhaps if she stayed, she would have been miserable and made your life miserable." I shook my head vehemently. No, Maggie, because..." With a deep sigh, I slapped my hands against the table. "I want to show you something." I stepped off my chair, stumbling a little after my ales, and grabbed Maggie's hand. I dragged her from the inn into the early evening air. We strode down the street as I sucked in deep breaths of the fresh air, trying to steady myself. "Where are we going, Ben?" she asked. "Not to the clearing, I hope." "No," I said with a shake of my head. No. I continued forward, leading her to a flat piece of property on the edge of town. We stepped onto it, eyeing the woods in the distance along with the green grass, yellow dandelions dotting it with bright bursts of color. "It's beautiful here," Maggie said. I said with a nod. I thought so too. I stared out over the parcel. which is why I purchased it." Maggie glanced at me, her eyes wide. "You purchased it?" "Before Abigail left," I answered. A sad smile crossed my features. "I was going to bring her here the night she left." I hiccuped, my voice breaking as I tried to explain it. "I had it all planned, Maggie. I never assumed we'd see Gabe. After our walk, I was going to bring her to this very spot." I swallowed hard, the memory of my plan and my excitement swirling inside me. I was going to tell her I bought this for us, for our future, before I proposed to her. I wanted to build a house here, a life here, a family here. Tears stung my eyes as I stared out over the landscape where I'd pictured that house with a porch, Abigail and I holding hands as we sat on it. "It's all gone now." Maggie slid her hand onto my shoulder. "Ben, please give yourself time." I swallowed hard. I didn't need time. I needed the impossible to happen. I needed Abigail, but she would never return. Instead, I'd be left with this empty land, as empty as my soul, as a reminder of my broken heart. "Come back to the inn. We'll have another ale." I shook my head. No, I want to stay here for a little longer, to imagine what could have been. "Ben," she began. "Please, Maggie, I need to be alone, to process this." With her lips drawn into a thin line, she nodded. "Don't stay too late, Ben. You need your rest." She kissed my cheek before she wandered away, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I stared out over the property, my lips tugging into a frown as the weight of everything I'd lost settled on my shoulders. My mind created a new one that I had desperately hoped would have happened here. Abigail and I stood together overlooking the property as the day waned to twilight. "Do you like it?" "It's pretty," she'd say as she stared out over it. "It's ours," I would have answered. And when she snapped her gaze to me, her features twisted with confusion into that pretty little expression she got when she sought more information, I would have dropped to one knee. "Abigail," I whispered, saying the words despite being alone. "I love you, and I want to build a life with you. Marry me, for real this time." The words only made me more sad as I tried to imagine her grin, her nod, her acceptance of me, when all I knew was the sting of her rejection. "Oh, Abigail, I miss you so much." My breath caught in my throat as I stifled another sob, realizing once again that I'd never see her again. Whatever we'd shared was gone, ripped away in an instant. If only I had been enough for Abigail. If only our love had been enough to transcend time, to allow her to stay with me. Once again, I found myself second-guessing my decision not to follow her. Could I have found happiness there? Was it unfair of me to ask her to give up her life to stay here? "Probably," I said bitterly. She was likely correct when she told me our worlds were too far apart, that she did not belong here. If only our hearts weren't worlds apart, I wouldn't be feeling this horrid ache in mine. I slid my eyes closed, allowing myself the tiny bit of comfort as I returned to the warmth of a memory that had never occurred, wrapping myself inside it like a cocoon. I pictured the house built, me sitting on the porch after teaching school when Abigail arrived home from tending to a patient. She'd grinned at me as she walked to the house, waving. "Ben!" I huffed out a soft laugh, my eyes still closed as my daydream seemed almost real. I could hear her voice calling to me. A whisper of wind rustled through the grass, carrying with it a sound so faint I thought I must have imagined it. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of melancholy that had settled over me. There it was again. A voice. Familiar, yet impossible. My heart began to race, even as I told myself it couldn't be real. Ben! This time the call was unmistakable. I spun around, my eyes searching desperately for the source of that beloved voice. As I did, my heart stopped for an instant. Heat washed over me as I squinted into the twilight, at the woman in the distance. No, it couldn't be. I squeezed my eyes closed, rubbing them before I opened them again, peering into the distance. She still stood there. "Abigail?" I murmured. She lifted her arm and waved. "Abigail?" My lower lip trembled as I stared at her, frozen for a moment before I sprang into action, racing toward her. She lifted her dress and hurried in my direction, closing the distance between us. When I reached her, I stared, my jaw hanging open in shock. I wanted to throw my arms around her, but I was terrified she'd disappear or rebuff me again. "Abigail, is it really you?" She nodded, a slight smile on her features. "What happened? Are you stuck here? Did something malfunction with the time machine?" She shook her head. "No." "I don't understand," I said, searching her face as my heart hammered against my chest. She tilted her head, some emotion that I couldn't read dancing in her eyes. "Ben, I came back." "Did you forget something?" I asked. She burst into laughter, her hand landing casually on my arm as she used her other to cover her lips. "Yes, I did." "Oh," I said, believing her. "What?" "You," she answered with a smile. My features twisted with confusion. "Ben, I love you. I can't be without you. When I got home, nothing felt right. Nothing felt as right as being here with you. I came back to be with you. Well, if you'll have me." The words stunned me, despite being everything I'd wanted to hear since meeting her. But I immediately wondered if I was daydreaming, or worse, if she didn't know what she was saying. "Okay, say something," she prodded, her smile faltering a little. "You're making me nervous. Abigail, I think I may faint." Her eyes went wider as she grabbed hold of me. "Just sit down and put your head between your knees." She eased me to sit on the edge of the road, her hand gently rubbing my back. "Better?" "A little. Abigail, are you quite certain about this?" "Pretty darned," she said with a nod. "But I have to admit, this isn't exactly the reaction I expected." I took her hands in mine, sliding closer to her. "Please do not misunderstand, Abigail. I desperately want this. You know how I feel about you, but you said you couldn't live here. And then I went home and realized I was crazy. Look, Ben, I understand how crazy this may seem, but I was miserable at home without you. And I fully understand there is no indoor plumbing and no social media and no magical heating boxes, but there was also no you." I swallowed hard, squeezing her hands. "I've done some thinking too, and if you cannot live here, maybe I could go there. I would rather us be together and me be entirely useless than be apart from you." "Well," she said, pulling her legs underneath her with a grin, "actually, Gabe fixed the problem with the time machine, so we can go back and forth as much as we want, but I'm fine to stay here with you most of the time. I understand that your skills don't transfer the same way mine do. And in this time, we both can be useful. You can be a soldier and then a school teacher, and I can be a doctor." She grinned at me tentatively as she laid out her proposal. "Oh, Abigail." My lower lip bobbed as I tried to find the words to match my soaring heart. I scrambled to my feet and tugged her arm. "Come with me." "Oh, okay," she said, her features twisting with confusion as she rose and allowed me to lead her to the empty plot of land. I sucked in a deep breath, staring out over it. "Do you like it here?" In 1778, or like where we're standing? She asked. I chuckled. Oh, Abigail, I do love you. Here, do you like it here, where we are standing? She flicked her gaze over the land with a shrug. Yeah, it's nice. Quiet and pretty. I grinned at her. I thought so too. Which is why I bought it. You bought it? She asked. My hand shook a little. For our home. This is the property you told me about in the barn, she said, looking out over it, and my nerves ramped up higher. Yes, I know I should have consulted you. I understand that now. I shook my head at myself before I stressed my commitment to her. I'm still learning how this works with modern relationships, but I promise to try, Abigail. Well, you got lucky this time, buddy. I love it. I grinned at her. Well then. With a nervous lick of my lips, I sank to one knee. Abigail Thorne, you are the love of my life. Would you do me the great honor of marrying me? Again. For real this time. She giggled, tears shining in her eyes as she nodded. Yes, Ben. Yes. I rose and pulled her into my arms before I pressed my lips against hers. She melted against me, deepening our kiss before I pulled back. With my forehead pressed against hers, I rubbed her cheek with my thumb. I love you, Abigail. And I love you, Ben, and I can't wait to build a life with you. I grinned at her. How do you think your mom would feel about me keeping my last name? What? I asked, my features pinching with confusion. Is that normal? In the future it is. She patted my shoulder. I'm kidding. Only sort of. I'll stay Abby Thorne in the future, and I'll be Abby Turner here. See? Best of both worlds. I do look forward to spending some time in your time, Abigail. I'm very concerned about Emily and what will become of her. She is struggling very much with her penchant for revenge. She threw her head back with laughter again. Well, we'll carve out some time to make sure we finish that. Hey, are you two finished yet? Gabe's voice called from the distance. I twisted to find him and Maggie hovering down the road. Abigail waved them closer. Yeah, we're good. They strode closer to us, and Gabe wrapped his arms around Abigail, pulling her into a hug before he thrust his hand toward me. Congratulations. Thank you, and I promise to take wonderful care of your sister, Gabe. I don't know if she told you or not, but I fixed the time machine, so I can always check up on you. He offered me a playful wag of his finger. Maggie offered Abigail a kiss on the cheek and her best wishes before she pulled me into a hug. I told you things would work out. Abigail slid an arm around me as she grinned at Maggie. Yes, they did. I pulled her closer, an unstoppable grin on my features as I kissed her temple. Things certainly had worked out, and in a way I couldn't have dreamed of. I'd never been so happy in my entire life. And I couldn't wait to spend the rest of my life with the woman I loved. Epilogue. Gabe. When I returned to the house after leaving a completely willing Abby in 1778, everything seemed so quiet. I settled on the couch, still in my costume and my hands still shaking. It was still a shock that she'd given up everything for a man from the past, but it brought a smile to my lips. I sat there for a moment, letting the reality of what had just happened sink in. My sister was now living in the past, building a life in a time so different from our own. The scientist in me couldn't resist. I had to know more. With trembling hands, I pulled my laptop onto my lap, eager to see what mark Abby and Ben might have left on history. I pulled my laptop onto my lap, and within 20 minutes that grin had broadened. Against all odds, Abby and Ben lived happily ever after. Which sounded really weird to say, but since they'd already lived, I could easily find more out about their lives in my time. Tears formed in my eyes as I read more about them. They had 3 children, 2 boys with a girl sandwiched in the middle. Ben returned from the war a hero and happily settled into his life as a schoolteacher to support Abby. He'd even been well known for being very hands-on with his children's raising, contrary to most men of the time. And my sister, being who she is, didn't have a problem making a name for herself at all. By the end of the war, she'd radically changed battlefield medical treatments and treated and saved so many soldiers' lives that she'd earned herself and her husband an invitation to Mount Vernon, where she dined with George Washington himself. She's now one of those women you read about in history books, like Marie Curie or Stagecoach Mary. And Ben couldn't have been prouder of her. He went on to advocate for women's rights well before it became popular. And I couldn't be prouder either. She'd not only made an impact, but she'd done it after radically changing her life. I had no idea what kind of love it took for her and Ben to commit to such an interesting life. But I sure hoped I found the same thing one day. The end. This has been Hearts Across Time, Love Transcends Time, Time Travel Romance Tales, Book 1. Written by Nellie Steele, narrated by Jake Mahler. Copyright 2025 by Melissa Marie Sovak. Production copyright by A Novel Idea Publishing, LLC.